Star Wars. Republic Commando. Book 3. True Colors. By Karen Travis. Maijito, Outer Rim, the vaults of the Dressian Kylsh Merchant Bank, 470 days after the Battle of Geonosis. We're running out of time. We're running out of time, all of us. Sarge. Scorch looks at the security locks on the strong room hatch with the appraising eye of an expert at breaking the unbreakable. That's how I trained him. He's the best. Sarge, we got what we came for. Why are we robbing a bank? You're not robbing it. I'm robbing it. You're just opening a door. This is about justice. And relieving separatists of their wealth stops them from spending it on armaments, after all. And I'm a civilian now. It doesn't feel like it. Delta are still my squad. I won't go as far as Cal Scarata and call them my boys, but boys they are. Scorch is about 12 years old. He's also 24, measured in how far along that path to death he actually is, which is the only definition I care about. He's running out of time faster than me. The Kaminoans designed the Republic's clone commandos to age fast, and when I think of them as the tiny kids one first knew, it's heartbreaking, yes, even for me. My father didn't quite kill the last bit of feeling in me. Scorch places circuit disruptors against the locks spaced around the door frame, one by one, to fry the systems and create a bogus signal that convinces the alarm there's nothing out of order. He freezes for a moment, head cocked, reading the display on his helmet's head-up display. What's in there, Sarge? I'm not robbing for gain. I'm not a greedy man. I just want justice. See? My Mandalorian armor's black, the traditional color of justice. Beskar Gam colors almost always have meaning. Every Mando who sees me understands my mission in life right away. Part of my inheritance. I say. Father and I didn't agree on my career plans. Justice for me, justice for the clone troops, used up and thrown away like flimsy napkins. The drinks are on you then, says Boss Delta Sergeant. If we'd known you were loaded, we'd have hit you up, your liar. Was loaded. Cut off without a tin cred. I've never told them about my family or my title. I think the only person I told was Cal, and then I got the full blast of his class war rhetoric. Sev Delta's sniper silent, which might mean disapproval, or it might not, trains his DC-17 rifle on the deserted corridors leading from the labyrinth of vaults and storerooms that hold the wealth and secrets of the galaxy's richest and most powerful, including my family. Fearfeck, it's quiet down here. The corridors aren't made of ice, but they're smooth and white, and I can't shake the impression that they're carved straight out of this frozen planet itself. It makes the place feel 10 degrees colder. In 3-inch, says Scorch. But I'd still prefer a nice big bang. 3, 2, 1. I know he's grinning, helmet or not. Boom. Clatter. Tinkle. The locks yield silently and open in a sequence, clack, clack, clack. No alarms, no theft countermeasures to take our heads off, no guards rushing in with blasters. The vault doors roll back to reveal row upon row of polished durasteel deposit boxes lit by a sickly green light. Inside, 2 security droids stand immobile, circuits disrupted along with every lock in here, weapon arms slack at their sides. Well? Fixer asks on the comlink. He's up on the surface a kilometer away, minding the snowspeeder we'll use to exfiltrate from Maijito. He'll get the icon views from all our helmet systems, but he's impatient. What's in there? The future. I tell him. His future too, I hope. When I touch the deposit box doors, They swing open and their contents glitter or rustle or smell odd. It's quite a collection. Boss wanders in and fishes out a small gilt-framed portrait that hasn't seen the light of day for, well, who knows? The three commandos stare at it for a moment. What a waste of creds. Scorch, who's never expressed a desire for anything beyond a decent meal and more sleep, checks the droids, prodding them with the probe anchored to his belt. You've got until the next patrol to clear out what you need, Sarge. Better hurry. As one said, we're all running out of time, some of us faster than others. Time's the one thing you can't buy, bribe or steal when you need more. Go on, get out of here. I walk down the corridor lined with unimaginably excessive wealth, rare precious metals, untraceable credit chips, priceless jewels, antiques, industrial secrets, blackmail material. Ordinary credits aren't the only things that make the galaxy rotate. The Vav family box is in here. I said, dismiss, Delta. Boss stands his ground. You can't carry it all on your own. I can carry enough. I can haul a 50-kilo pack all right, maybe not as easily as young men like them, but I'm motivated and that shaves years off my age. Dismissed. Thin out. Now. This is my problem, not yours. There's a lot of stuff in here. It's going to take longer than I thought. Time. You just can't buy it. So you have to grab it any way you can. I'll start by grabbing this. Chapter 1. Look, all I know is this. The Seps can have as many droids as Intel says we've seen that when we've sabotaged their factories. And if they have gazillions of them somewhere, why not overrun the whole Republic now and get it over with? Come to that, why won't the Chancellor listen to the generals and just smash the key Sep targets instead of dragging this war out, spreading us thin from core to rim? Add that garbage to the message Lama Su sent him griping about the clone contract expiring in a couple of years. It all stinks. And when it stinks that bad, we get ready to run, because it's our Sheps on the line here. Understand? Sergeant Cal Scarata to the Nullarks, discussing the future in light of new intelligence gathered during their unauthorized infiltration of Topoka City, 462 days after Geonosis. ***. Republic Fleet Auxiliary Corps Conveyor, en route for Muriel, 2nd Airborne, 212th Battalion, and Omega's squad embarked, 470 days after Geonosis. Nice of you to join us, Omega, said Sergeant Barlex, one hand wrapped around the grab rail in the ship's hangar. And may I be the first to say that you look like a bunch of complete prats? Darman waited for Niner to tell Barlex where to shove his opinion, but he didn't take the bait and carried on adjusting the unfamiliar wing jet pack. It was just the usual bravado that went with being scared and hyped up for a mission. Okay, so the Sky Trooper's standard pack didn't fit comfortably on Republic Commando Katarn armor, but for accuracy of insertion it still beat paragliding. Darman had vivid and painful memories of a low-opening emergency jump on Kalura that hadn't been on target, unless you counted trees. So he was fine with a pair of white wings even if they were the worst bolt-on goodie in the history of procurement in the Grand Army of the Republic. Phi activated his wing mechanism, and the two blades swung into horizontal position with a hiss of hydraulics, nearly smacking Barlex in the face. Phi smiled and flapped his arms. Want to see my impression of a Geonosian? What, plummeting to the ground in a spray of bug splatter after I put a round through you? Said Barlex. You're so masterful. I'm so a sergeant private. Couldn't you at least get us matte black ones? Phi asked. One don't want to plunge to my doom with uncoordinated accessories. People will talk. You'll have white, and like it. Barlex was the senior NCO of Pajai Squad, airborne troops with a reputation for high-risk missions that Captain Ordo called assertive outreach. The novelty of supporting special forces had clearly worn off. Barlex pushed Fi's flight blades back into the closed position and maintained a scowl. Anyway, I thought you bunch were born-again Mandalorians. Jetpacks should make you feel right at home. Off for CAF and cakes afterward? Barlex was still unsmiling granite. Orders are to drop extra material and other useless ballast, meaning you, and then shorten our survival odds again by popping in for a chat with the Seps on Muriel. Fi did his wounded concern act, hands clasped under his chin. Is it the Mando thing that's coming between us, dear? Just my appreciation of the irony that we're fighting Mando mercenaries in some places. I'd better keep you away from Sergeant Cal, then. Yeah, you do that, said Barlex. I lost 10 brothers thanks to them. Clone troopers might have been able to sing Vodun, but it was clear that the proud Mandalorian heritage hadn't quite percolated through all the ranks. Darman decided not to tell Skirata. He'd be mortified. He wanted all Jango Fett's clones to have their souls saved for the Manda by some awareness of the only fragile roots they had. Barlex's hostility would break his heart. The compartment went quiet. Darman flexed his shoulders, wondering how Geonosians coped with wings. Did they sleep on their backs, or hang like hawk bats, or what? He'd only ever seen the bugs moving or dead, so it remained another unanswered question. He had a lot of those. Niner, ever alert to the mood of his squad, walked around each of them and checked the makeshift securing straps, yanking hard on the harness that looped between Fi's legs. Fi yelped. Niner gave Fi that 3-beat silent stare, just like Skirata. Don't want anything falling off, do we, son? No, Sarge. Not before I've had a chance to try it out, anyway. Niner continued to stare for a little longer. Sitrep briefing in 10, then. He indicated the hatch and inspected the interior of his helmet. Let's not keep General Zay waiting. Barlex stood silent as if he was working up to telling them something, then shrugged and took Niner's indication that what was to follow wasn't for his ears. Darman did what he always did before an insertion. He settled in a corner to recheck his suit calibration. Auden inspected Fi's jetpack clips with a critical frown. I could knit better attachments than these, he muttered. Do you think you could try cheery and upbeat sometime? At IKA? Fi asked. Niner joined in the inspection ritual. It was all displacement activity, but nobody could ever accuse Omega's squad of leaving things to chance. All it has to do is stay attached to Fi until he lands, he said. Fi nodded. That would be nice. Auden set the encrypted holoreceiver he had been holding on a bulkhead ledge and locked the compartment hatches. Darman couldn't imagine any clone trooper being a security risk, and wondered if they were offended by being shut out of Spec Ops briefings as if they were civilians. But they seemed to take it as routine, apparently uncurious and uncomplaining, because that was the way they'd been trained since birth. They had their role, and the Republic Commandos had theirs. That was what the Kaminoans had told them, anyway. But it wasn't entirely true. Trooper CORR, last surviving man of his whole company, was now on brigade strength and seemed to be enjoying himself charging around the galaxy with the Nullarks. He was becoming quite a double act with Lieutenant Muriel. They shared a taste for the finer points of booby traps. They also enjoyed exploring the social scene, as Skirata put it, of every city they happened to pass through. CORR fits in just fine. I bet they all can, given the chance and the training. Darman slipped on his helmet and retreated into his own world. Comm links closed except for the priority override that would let the squad break into the circuit and alert him. If he let his mind drift, The scrolling light display of his HUD blurred and became the nightscape of Coruscant, and he could immerse himself in the precious memory of those brief and illicit days in the city with Attain. Sometimes he felt as if she were standing behind him, a feeling so powerful that he'd look over his shoulder to check. Now he recognized the sensation for what it was, not his imagination or longing, but his Jedi reaching out in the Force to him. She asked General Termukin. "You re well out of line, soldier." He felt her touch now, just a fleeting awareness of someone right next to him. He couldn't reach back. He just hoped that however the Force worked, it let her know that he knew she was thinking of him. But why did the Force speak to so few beings, if it was universal? Darman felt a pang of mild resentment. The Force was another aspect of life that was closed to him, but at least that was true for pretty well everyone. It didn't bother him anywhere near as much as the dawning realization that he didn't have what most others did, a little choice. He'd once asked Attain what would happen to the clone troops when the war was over, when they won. He couldn't think about losing. Where would they go? How would they be rewarded? She didn't know. The fact that he didn't know either fed a growing uneasiness. Maybe the Senate hasn't thought that far ahead. Fi turned to pick up his helmet and started calibrating the display, the expression on his face distracted and not at all happy. This was Fi unguarded, not funny, not wisecracking. And alone with his thoughts. Darman's helmet let him serve his brother without provoking a response. Fi had changed, and it had happened during the operation on Coruscant. Darman felt Fi was preoccupied by something the rest of them couldn't see, like a hallucination you'd never tell anyone about because you thought you were going crazy. Or maybe you were afraid nobody else would admit to it. Darman had a feeling he knew what it was, so he never talked about Attain, and Auden never went on about Lysima. It wasn't fair to Fi. The core conveyors, drives had a very soothing frequency. Darman settled into that light doze where he was still conscious but his thoughts rambled free of his control. Yes, Coruscant was the problem. It had given them all a glimpse into a parallel universe where people lived normal lives. Darman was smart enough to realize that his own lift wasn't normal, that he'd been bred to fight, nothing else. But his gut said something else entirely, that it wasn't right affair. He'd have volunteered, he was sure of that. They wouldn't have had to force him. All he wanted at the end of it was some time with Attain. He didn't know what else life had to offer, but he knew there was a lot of it he would never live to see. He'd been alive for 11 standard years, coming up on 12. He was 23 or 24, the manual said. It wasn't time enough to live. Sergeant Cal said we'd been robbed. Fearfek, I hope Attain can't feel me getting angry. I wish I could sit there and just relax like you, Dar. Auden said. How'd you get to be so calm? You didn't learn it from Cal, that's for sure. There's just Sergeant Cal and Attain and my brothers. Oh, and Juzik. General Juzik is one of us. Nobody else really cares. I've got a clean conscience, Darman said. It had come as a surprise to him after years of cloistered training on Commando to discover that many cultures in the galaxy regarded him as a killer, something immoral. Either that, or I'm too tired to worry. Now he was going to Gaftakar to do some more killing. The Alpha Arcs might have been sent in to train the local rebels, but Omega were being inserted to topple a government. It wasn't the first, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Heads up, people, here we go. Niner activated the receiver. The blue holoimage leapt from the projector and burly, bearded Jedi General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, was suddenly sitting in the compartment with them. Good afternoon, Omega, he said. It was the middle of the night as far as they were concerned. I've got a little good news for you. Fi was back on the secure helmet comm link now. Darman's red HUD. Audio icon indicated that only he could hear him. Which means the rest of it is bad. That's good, sir, said Niner deadpan. Have we located ARC? Alpha 30? Say seemed to ignore the question. No, Sergeant Aiden S. sent secure drop zone coordinates, and you're clear to go in. Fi's comm link popped in Darman's ear again. Here comes the but. But, Say went on, ARC Trooper Alpha 30 now has to be treated as MIA. He hasn't reported in for 2 months, and that isn't unusual, but the local resistance told Sergeant Aiden that they lost contact about the same time. Aiden was one of Skirata's null ARCs. He'd been sent in a few standard days ago to assess the situation, and if he couldn't find the missing ARC trooper, then the man was definitely lost, as in dead lost. Darman wondered what could possibly have happened to an ARC. They weren't exactly easy kills. The Nulls treated their alpha brothers as knuckle-draggers, but they were pure Django-fed, genetically unaltered except for their rapid aging, and they'd been trained by him personally. Hard, resourceful, dangerous men. Still, even the best could have bad luck. It meant that training and motivating the Goftikari resistance was down to Aiden now. Darman hoped it didn't end up being his job. All he could think about was how long he'd be stuck there, and when he might see Attain again. Smuggled letters and comm link signals weren't enough. So what can they do to us? So what if anyone finds out? Darman didn't really know how hard the Grand Army or the Jedi Council could make life for him or Attain. There was always the chance that he'd never see her again. He wasn't sure he could handle that. He knew she was his only taste of a real life. So are we starting over, General? Niner asked. Zay's desk wasn't visible in the hollow image, but he was sitting down, and he glanced over his shoulder as if someone had come into the room. Not entirely. The rebel militias are competent, but they still need some help in destabilizing the Goftikari government. And they need equipment like the Ds we're dropping. Zay paused. Not full spec, of course. I see we trust them implicitly, sir. We've had 1 or 2 aid operations backfire, Sergeant, I admit that. No point overarming them so they can turn around and use the kit on us. This does the job. Any general intel update on Gaftiker? No. Sorry. You'll have to fill in the gaps yourself. Numbers? Aiden says around 100,000 trained rebel troops. Darman blinked to activate his HUD database and check the estimated population of Gaftiker. Half a billion, capital city Ayat, population 500,000. He was used to odds like that now. Well, at least Alpha 30 was busy while he was there, sir, said Niner. The rebels are very good at cascading training. Train 10, they train 10 each, and so on. Given our limited numbers, sir, have you ever thought about deploying the whole GR that way? The war would be over a lot faster. It's a strategy, I know. Zay always had that note in his voice lately that made him sound ashamed and embarrassed. Nobody had to ask if this was how he wanted to play things. It was another objective from the Chancellor on the list of take this planet and don't give me excuses orders. But all you need to do is remove the leadership of the Ayat administration, and the rest follows. So you prepare the battleground for the infantry. Enable the rebels. Do what you can, lads, because I can't spare any more men to help you. Great. Understood, said Niner. Sometimes Darman wanted to ram his sergeant's patient acceptance down his throat. Omega out. Nobody needed to remind Zae how thinly spread all the GR forces were, especially special operations. They were cross-training regular troopers for commando roles now. The GR had fewer than 5,000 Republic commandos. Inadequate didn't even come close. It was a joke. Darman waited for Niner to sign off with a surprisingly perfunctory salute, and closed the link, and that wasn't good old gung-ho Niner at all. It was the closest he'd ever come to showing his frustration to the squad. Maybe the Republic would have been better off with droids after all. They don't get hacked off about what's happening to them. And they don't fall in love. I'll try to look on the bright side, seeing as that's my job, said Phi. Last time we inserted into enemy territory without any decent intel, and with totally inadequate numbers, we made lots of interesting new friends. Maybe I'll be the one to get lucky this time. Darman ignored the jibe about Attain. The Gaftika rebels aren't your type, Phi. They're lizards. So are Feline. I mean lizards. Luggage on legs. They've got a human population too. Optimist. Niner changed the subject with uncharacteristic gentleness. Come on, we always insert without enough intel. He hadn't told Phi to shut up in ages, as if he felt sorry for him now. It's the way the world works. Okay, buckets on. We'll be over it in 20 minutes. The core conveyor's cargo hangar was a stark void with a ramped airlock at one end. It was an armed freighter, one of many commandeered from the merchant fleet taken up from trade, and so nicknamed TUF ties, and it was built simply to move vehicles and supplies, and sometimes men, and unload them discreetly where required. Darman wondered what its cargo had been in peacetime. Like the small traffic interdiction vessels, it masqueraded as a neutral civilian craft for covert operations. TUF ties could be deployed on planets where the arrival of an acclamator would get the wrong sort of attention. The hangar was packed with speeder bikes and crates. Darman picked his way through them, following Auden to the hangar doors where a loadmaster in yellow-trimmed pilot armor minus helmet steered crates on repulsors toward the ramp and lined them up. "Dieses," said the loadmaster, not looking up from his data pad. "And a few E-webs and one large RD piece." "How many webs?" Auden asked. 50. "Is that the best we can do?" "We've been arming them for a year." "Just a top-up." The loadmaster seemed satisfied that he had the correct consignments, and stared at the commandos with a wary eye. He reached for the rail that ran along the bulkhead and hooked his safety line to it. "If it's any comfort, you look pretty sinister in that black rig. Even with the white wings. I don't think you're a bunch of overrated Mando-loving weirdos at all." Phi gave him a bow. "May all your future deployments be with the Galactic Marines on fresher detail, Naviodi." But Auden could never pass things off with a joke. "What's your problem, pal?" "Just wondering," said the loadmaster. "Wondering what?" "Mandos. You ever fought those guys?" "I have. They keep popping up in SEP forces. They kill us. And you were raised as good little Mando boys. Is that who you feel you are?" "Let's put it this way," said Phi. "I don't feel like a Republic citizen, because none of us are, in case you hadn't noticed. We don't exist. No vote, no identification docs, no rights." Niner shoved Phi in the back. 1-5, shut it. "Loadmaster, wind your neck in and don't question our loyalty, or I'll have to smack you. Now let's get to work." It was the first time that Darman could recall the sense of brotherhood among clones, all clones, regardless of unit, faltering. The 2nd Airborne obviously had an issue with Mandalorians, And maybe the nearest they could kick were the Republic commandos raised, trained, and educated mostly by Mandalorian sergeants like Skirata, Vav, and Brawler. He thought it was a bad omen for the mission. Yes, Sergeant Cal would be very upset to see this. Core conveyor was low enough now for them to see the landscape beneath from one of the viewports. Darman could see from his HUD icon of Niner's field of view that he wasn't looking at the drop zone, but was engrossed in his datapad. It was just a mass of numbers. Auden, though, was reading a message, and although Darman tried not to be nosy, he couldn't help but notice that it was from Lasema, his Twi'lek girlfriend, and it was educational. They do say it's the quiet ones that want watching. Darman tried to concentrate on Gaftiker. It looked like nice place even at night. It wasn't a red, dusty wasteland like Geonosis, or a freezing wilderness like Fest. From the height, the city of Ayat was a mosaic of illuminated parkland and busy, straight roads fringed by regularly spaced houses speckled with gold light. A river wandered through the landscape, visible as a black glittering ribbon. It looked like the kind of place where people had normal lives and enjoyed themselves. It didn't look like enemy territory at all. Darman cut into Phi's personal circuit to speak but was instantly deafened by the volume of the Glimic music. That was how Phi dealt with things, a thick wall of noise and chatter to shut out the next moment. Darman cut out of the circuit again. The Loadmaster lowered his visor and placed his hand over the control panel. Okay, remember, just let yourselves drop like a normal parasail jump for a few seconds, then activate the jets. Don't power out. Opening in 5, 4. I'd rather know if the jetpack didn't work when I still had my boots on the deck, Phi said. 2. And go. The cargo doors slid back and a fierce blast of air peppered dust against Darman's visor. The charts were over thick forest now. The Loadmaster had one hand on the cargo release and his head turned toward the holochart projected on the control panel. It showed open land a few kilometers ahead. When conveyor overflew it, the open space turned out to be short, dry grass. It showed up clearly in Darman's night vision filter. Kid away, said the Loadmaster. Releasing the static lines, the crates slipped off the ramp one by one and glided toward the land on extraction parasails that looked like exotic white blooms opening in the night. The last container dwindled to a speck beneath them, hitting the grass in a plume of dust. The ship climbed a little, and the ramp raised to a flat platform. This is your stop, Omega. Stay safe, okay? Darman, like all the commandos, had done plenty of freefall jumps. He couldn't even recall how many, but he still felt a brief burst of adrenaline as he watched Auden walk calmly off the end of the ramp and vanish. Darman followed him, gripping his DC-17 flat against his chest on its sling. 1, 2, 3, 4 paces, and then 5 on 5, there was nothing beneath the soles of his boots. He fell and his stomach seemed to collide with his lungs, forcing the breath out of them for a heartbeat. He hit the jetpack power button on his harness on the count of 3. The wings ejected from their housing, the motor kicked in. He wasn't falling any longer. He was flying, with the faint vibration of the jets making his sinuses itch. The green-lit image of Gaftiker's heathland spread beneath him, and when he turned his head he could see the faint heat profile from Auden's jets. Conveyor was gone. The crate had a lot more acceleration than he thought. Look, Ma, said Phi's disembodied voice on the secure channel. No hands. You haven't got a Ma, said Darman. Maybe a nice old lady will adopt me. I'm very lovable. Darman couldn't see the others now, only their viewpoint icons on his helmet's HUD. The squad split up, each man following a different flight path to the RV point, dropping as low as they could and hugging the contours of the land. The plan was to hit the ground running literally as soon as the terrain changed to woods they could use for cover. Darman didn't make quite the clean landing he'd expected. He somersaulted on the tip of one wing, coming to rest in low scrubby bushes. Niner must have seen his HUD icon. "Can't you ever land on your feet, Dar?" Asik. Darman was more embarrassed than hurt. At least he hadn't set fire to the vegetation. The jet shut off on impact. He scrambled to his feet and reoriented himself. "I'm okay." He couldn't tell where Phi and Aten were from the view in their HUD icons. But he could see they were moving fast and their transponders were converging on the RV coordinates, blue squares edging toward a yellow cross superimposed on a chart of the drop zone. He realized he still had 50 meters to run with the jetpack, wings spread like an insect. "All clear." Niner grunted as if he was struggling out of his harness. "Short-range comms only from now on, Omega now where?" "You know, on Uran 5, the locals would stick you on top of a festival tree as a decoration." An unfamiliar voice cut into Darman's comm circuit. Now he could see a shape in his night vision, a faint outline that didn't resolve into a man until he was right on top of it. He could see who it was now, a man who looked pretty much like himself except that, like all the Nulls, he was broader and heavier. The Kaminoans had played around with the Fett genome a little too much at first. Darman wondered how many other experiments they tried before they got the mix right. Aiden, Null Arcan 12, grabbed him by the arm and beckoned him to follow. He was wearing rough working clothes, no helmet, no plates, and no distinctive kilt-like comma. Darman hadn't been expecting to find him in cities. And as he picked his way through the undergrowth, cursing the stupid wings that now wouldn't retract because he'd bent the mechanism in the fall, he also didn't expect to see small, fast-moving figures with bright reflective eyes emerging with DC-15 rifles. They were lizards, all right. Asterisk. Garbase. Teklet, Kalura, 470 days after Geonosis, deadline for the withdrawal of human colonists. General Etain Termukin had never felt less like doing a day's duty in her life. But she would do it. She had to. Outside the army headquarters, building a modest house that had once belonged to a Trandoshan slaver, now long gone with the rest of the occupying separatist forces, a crowd of farmers stood in grim silence. She paused in front of the doors and prepared to step outside to reason with them. "You have to leave. It's the deal we did, remember?" "I don't think you should handle this, ma'am," said the garrison's commander, Levitt. His yellow-trimmed helmet was tucked under one arm. A fit, clean-shaven, black-haired man in his 20s, so much like Darman that it hurt. "Let me talk to them." He was a clone, like Dar, exactly like Dar, exactly like every other clone in the Grand Army of the Republic, although without Dar's permanent expression of patient good humor. He had those same dark eyes that gave Etain a pang of loneliness and yearning at the constant reminder that Dar was. Where? At that moment, she had no idea. She could feel him in the Force, as she always could, and he was unharmed. That was all she knew. She made a mental note to contact Ordo later to check his location. "Ma'am," said Levitt, a little more loudly. "Are you all right?" "I said I'll do this." Etain made a conscious effort to stop seeing Darman in Levitt's face. "Responsibility of rank, Commander." Behind her, she heard a faint silken rustle like an animal moving. "But thank you." "You need to be careful," said a low, liquid voice. "Or we'll have your nasty little sergeant to answer to." Jeanert brushed past Etain's legs. The Gerlanen shapeshifter was in her true form of a sleek black carnivore, but she could just as easily have transformed herself into the exact replica of Levitt or Attain. Nasty little sergeant. Sergeant Cal Scarata Short, ferocious, angry, had exiled her here for a few months. She'd fallen from grace with him. Now that she was several months pregnant, she'd started to understand why. "I'm being careful," Attain said. "He holds me responsible for your safety." "You're scared of him, aren't you?" "And so are you, girl." Attain draped her brown robes carefully to disguise the growing bulge of pregnancy, and pulled another loose coat on top. Teklet was in the grip of winter, which was just as well. The excuse for voluminous clothes was welcome. But even without the top layer, she didn't look conspicuously pregnant. She just felt it, tired and lonely. Nobody here would know or care who the father was in way. "There's no need for you to supervise the evacuation personally," said Jeanart. "The fewer who see you, the better. Don't tempt fate." Attain ignored her and the doors parted, letting a snow-speckled gust of cold air into the lobby. Jeanart shot out in front of her like a sand panther and bounded through the drifts. "Insanity," the Gerlinin hissed. She progressed in flowing leaps. "You have a child to worry about." "My son," Attain said, "is fine. And I'm not ill, I'm pregnant." And she owed her troops. She owed them like she owed Darman, RC 1136, whose last letter, a real letter, written on flimsy in a precise, disciplined hand, a mix of gossip about his squad and little longings for time with her, was swayed with constant reading and refolding, and kept safe inside her tunic, not in her belt. The snow crunched under her boots as she waded to the road cut through the drifts by constant traffic. It was a brilliantly sunny day, blindingly bright, a lovely day for a walk if this had been a normal life, and she had been an ordinary woman. It's hard not to tell him. It's hard not to mention the baby when he asks how I am. His baby. But Scarata forbade her to tell him. She almost understood why. Jeanart continued her progression of controlled leaps. She probably hunted that way, Attain thought, pouncing on small animals burrowed deep in the snow. Scarata will be furious if you miscarry. Maybe not. He was angry enough when he found out I was pregnant. I'm not going risk upsetting Cal. You know the politics of this. I know he means what he says. He'll have a warship reduce Kalura to molten slag if I cross him. Yes, he would. Attain believed him, too. Scarata would rip a hole in the galaxy if it improved the lot of the clone troops in his care. Just under 3 months, and then I won't be your problem any longer. Local months or galactic standard months. Attain still felt queasy each morning. Who cares? Does it matter? What would your Jedi masters do to you for consorting with a soldier? Kick me out of the order, probably. You fear such trivial things. Let them. If they kick me out, Attain whispered, I have to surrender my command. But I have to stay with my troops. I can't sit out this war while they fight, Jeanart. Don't you understand that? The Gerlinin snorted, leaving little clouds of breath on the icy air. To deliberately bring a child into this galaxy during a war, to have to keep it hidden and then hand it over to that. Attain held up her hand for silence. Oh, so you and Cal have been talking, have you? I know. I was mad and selfish and irresponsible. I shouldn't have taken advantage of Dar's naivete. Go ahead. You won't be saying anything that Cal didn't, just minus the Mando abuse. How can he possibly raise the child for you? That mercenary? That killer? He's raised his own, and he raised the Nulls. Slash don't want that, believe me. He's a good father. An experienced father. Attain was too far ahead of level for him to overhear, but she had the feeling that he would be conveniently deaf to gossip anyway. Now she could see the crowd of farmers massed at the gates and the perimeter fence, silent and grim, hands thrust into pockets. As soon as they spotted her, the rumbling chorus of complaint began. She knew why. We armed them. Me and General Zay. We turned them into a resistance army, trained them to fight Seps, made them guerrillas when it suited us, and now it doesn't suit us anymore. Throw them away. That was why she had to face them. She'd used them, maybe not knowingly, but they wouldn't care about that academic point. Commander Levitt, she said. Only open fire if you feel your men are in danger. Hoping to avoid that, ma'am. They've got DC-15s, remember. We armed them. Not full spec, though. A cordon of clone troopers stood between Attain and the crowd, as white and glossy as the snow around them. In the distance, she could hear the grinding of gears as an AT-armored vehicle thudded around the perimeter of the temporary camp set up to oversee the human evacuation. The clone troopers, each man with Darman's sweetly familiar face, had their orders. The farmers had to leave. They handled humanitarian missions surprisingly well for men who'd been bred solely to fight and had no idea of what normal family life was like. Well, not much different from me, then. As she came up behind them, they parted without even turning their heads. It was one of those things you could do with 360-degree helmet sensors. In the front of the crowd, she recognized a face. She knew nearly all of them, inevitably, but Heifer Biran's eyes were the most difficult to meet. You proud of yourself, girl? Burhan stared at her, hostile and betrayed. He'd given her shelter when she'd been on the run from the local militia. She owed him more than kicking him out by force, tearing him away from the only home he'd ever known. I'd rather do my own dirty work than get someone else to do it, said Attain. But you can start over, and the Gerlinans can't. Oh. That's the government line all of a sudden, since we served our purpose and cleared the planet for you. The farmers had weapons, as farmers always did, most of which were old rifles for dealing with the Dans that attacked grazing Merai herds, but some also had their Republic-issued Deces. They held them casually, some just gripped in their hands, others resting in the crooks of their arms or slung across their backs. But Attain could feel the tension rising among both them and the line of troopers. She wondered if her unborn child could sense these things in the Force yet. She hoped not. He had enough of a war waiting for him. I preferred you to hear it from me than from a stranger. Not true, she was here to hide her pregnancy. She couldn't help thinking that the awful duty served her right for deceiving Darman. You have to leave, you know that. You're being given financial aid to start over. There are established farms waiting for you on Kebler. It's a better prospect than Kilura. It's not home, said a man standing a little behind Burhan. And we're not going. Everyone else left weeks ago. Except 2,000 of us that haven't, girl. Burhan folded his arms. The sound of the AT had stopped, and every wild noise carried on the still, cold air. Kilura was so very, very quiet compared with the places she'd been. And you can't move us if we don't want to be going. It took Attain a moment to realize he meant violence rather than forced persuasion, and she felt a little ripple of anxiety in some of the troops. She and Levitt had been authorized, ordered to use force if necessary. Jeanart slipped forward between the troops and sat on her haunches, and some of the farmers stared at her as if she were some exotic pet or hunting animal. Of course, they'd probably never seen a Gerlinin, or at least hadn't realized they had. There were so few of them left. And they could take any form they pleased. The Republic will remove you, farmer, because they fear us, Jeanart said. In this war, you now count for nothing. We use the power we have. So go while you can. Burhan blinked at the Gerlinin for a few moments. The only four-legged species the farmers saw were their animals, and none of them talked back. This is a big planet. There's plenty of room for all of us. Not enough for you. You wiped out our prey. We've starved. You're destroying us by wiping out our food chain, and now it's our turn. No more killing. Attain snapped. Level eased through the line of troops and stood a little in front of her to her left. She could sense his readiness to intervene. Gerlinins didn't have weapons, but nature had made them efficient killers. They'd all seen plenty of evidence. These are difficult times, Burhan, and nobody gets a happy ending. You'll be far safer where you're going. Do you understand me? His gaze fixed on hers. He was frail and worn out, his eyes watery and red-rimmed from age and the biting, cold air. He might have been only the same age as Kalskarada, but agriculture here was a brutal existence that took its toll. You'd never shoot us. You're a Jedi. You're all full of peace and pity and stuff. Try thinking of me as an army officer, she said softly. And you might get a different picture. Last chance? There were only so many ultimata she could give them, and that was the last. The compound gates opened with a metallic scrape, and Level moved the troops forward low edged the crowd away. It was cold, they'd get fed up and wander home sooner or later. For a moment the sense of hatred and resentment in the force was so strong that Attain thought the Kalurans might start a riot, but it seemed to be just a staring contest, which was unwinnable against troops whose eyes they couldn't see. There was also the small matter of penetrating a wall of plasloid alloy armor. Levitt's voice boomed from the voice projector in his helmet. Attain could have sworn that nearby branches shivered. Go back to your farms and get ready to leave, all of you. Report to the landing strip in 72 hours. Don't make this any harder than it is. For you or for us? Someone yelled from the crowd. Would you abandon everything you had and start again? I'd willingly trade places with you, Levitt said. But I don't have the option. Attain couldn't help but be more interested in the clone commander for a moment. It was an odd comment, but she felt that he meant it, and that unsettled her. She was used to seeing Darman and the other commandos as comrades with needs and aspirations that nobody else expected them to have, but she'd never heard a regular trooper openly express a wish for something beyond the GR. It was uniquely poignant. They'd all rather be somewhere else even if they're not sure what it is. All of them, like Dar, like me, like anyone. She felt Levitt's brief embarrassment at his own frankness. But there was no gesture or head movement to indicate to anyone else that he was being literal. I can't think of the whole galaxy any longer. My thoughts are with these slave soldiers, and that's as much caring as I can manage right now. I want them to live. Sorry, Burhan, I'm a bad Jedi, aren't I? Attain had made that mental deal a long while ago. It wasn't the Jedi way, but then no Jedi had ever been faced with leading a conventional army and making brutally pragmatic combat decisions on a daily basis. No Jedi should have, as far as she was concerned, but she was in it now, and she'd make what difference she could load the men around her. I'll give you 3 more days. Load the landing area with your families, Burhan. Attain wanted to look a little more commanding, but she was small, skinny, and uncomfortably pregnant. The hands-on-hips stance wasn't going low work. She put one hand casually on her lightsaber hilt instead, and summoned up a little force help low press insistently on a few minds around Burhan. I mean this. I won't back down. If you don't comply, I will order my troops to remove you by any means necessary. Attain stood waiting for the crowd to break up. They'd argue, complain, wait until the last moment, and then cave in. 2,000 of them. They knew they couldn't resist several dozen well-trained, well-armed troopers, let alone a whole company of them. That was the remnant of the garrison. They were keen to finish the job and rejoin their battalion, the 35th Infantry. FT was one of those things Attain found most touching about these soldiers. They didn't want to be doing what they called a cushy job while their brothers were fighting on the front line. She knew the feeling all too well. Burhan and the rest of the farmers paused for a few moments, meters from the line of troopers, and then turned and trudged away in the direction of Imbrani, silent and sullen. Giart sat watching them like one of those black marble statues on the Shur Bank building in Coruscant. Level cocked his head. I don't think they're going to go quietly, ma'am. It might get unpleasant. It's easier to charge battle droids than civilians. If it does, we disarm them and remove them bodily. Disarming can be the rough bit. Yes, it was quicker and simpler to kill. Attain didn't enjoy the immoral pragmatism that always overtook her lately. As she lost her focus in the unbroken carpet of snow ahead of her, she thought the black specks that began to appear in her field of vision were her eyes playing the usual tricks, just cells floating in the fluid. Then they grew larger. The white blanket bulged and suddenly shapes began forming, moving, resolving into a dozen or so glossy black creatures exactly like Jean-Art. They were Gurlanins, proving that they could be anywhere, undetected. Attain shuddered. They trotted after the farmers, who seemed oblivious to them until someone turned around and let out a shout of surprise. Then the whole crowd turned, panicking as if they were being stalked. The Gurlanins seemed to melt into the snow again, flattening instantly into gleaming black pools that looked like voids and then merging perfectly with the white landscape. They'd vanished from sight. Several farmers were clutching their rifles, aiming randomly, but they didn't open fire. They didn't have a target. It was a clear threat. You can't see us, and we too come for you in the end. Jean-Art had once shown what that meant when she'd taken revenge on a family of informers. Gurlanins were predators, intelligent and powerful. You can't feel them in the Force, can you, ma'am? Levitt whispered. One of the clone troopers seemed to be checking his rifle's optics, clearly annoyed that he hadn't spotted the Gurlanins with the wide range of sensors in both the weapon and his helmet. At least we're working with the same limitations for a change. No, I can't detect them unless they let me. Attain had once mistaken the telepathic creatures for Force users, feeling their presence tingling in her veins, but they could vanish completely to every sense when they chose silent, invisible, without thermal profile, beyond the reach of sonar. And the Force. It still alarmed her. Perfect spies. Levitt gestured to one of the troopers, and the platoon fanned out beyond the perimeter fence. Perfect saboteurs. General Zay thought so, too. So did the Senate Security Council. Gurlanins were on Coruscant, in the heart of the Republic's intelligence machine, maybe in 100 or even 1,000 places where they couldn't be seen, and where they could do immense damage. If the Republic didn't honor its deal with them sooner rather than later, they could and would throw a huge Hydra spanner in the works, and nobody would see it corning. I'm new to this, Attain said. Why do we seem to create enemies for ourselves? Recruiting spies and then alienating them? Isn't that like handing someone your rifle and turning your back on them? I suppose I'm new to this too, said Levitt. They headed back low the headquarters building. Poor man, he'd only seen a dozen years of life, and all he'd ever known was combat. I stay away from policy. All I can do is handle what comes down the pike at us. Attain had to ask. Would you really swap places with a farmer? Levitt shrugged. But his casual gesture didn't fool her Jedi senses. Farming looks quite challenging. I like the open spaces. They often said that these men gestated in glass vats. Dar's brother Phi loved negotiating the dizzying canyons of buildings on Coruscant. The no-arc troopers like Ordo didn't care for confined spaces. Attain let Levitt go on ahead and slowed down to concentrate on the child within her, wondering if he might turn out a little claustrophobic, too. It's not genetic. Is it? But will he die before his time? Will he inherit Dar's accelerated aging? She'd been worried first for Darman, and then for herself, but her anxieties were now largely taken up by the baby and all the things she didn't know. Cal Scarata was right. She hadn't thought. She'd been so set on giving Darman a son that Force-guided or not, there were too many things she hadn't considered carefully enough. Accelerating the pregnancy is convenient for me, but what about him? She no longer had a choice. She'd agreed to hand over the baby to Calber, Papa Cal. He must have been a good father. His clones clearly adored him, and he treated them all as if they were his own flesh and blood. Her son, and it took all her strength not to name him, would be fine with him. He had to be. Her Force awareness told her that her son would touch and shape many lives. Cal won't even let me give him a name. She could make a run for it, but she knew Cal Scarata would find her wherever she hid. I want this baby so badly. It's only temporary. When the war's over, I'll get him back, and... will he even know me? Jeanart brushed past her legs, reminding her suddenly of Wallen Vav's hunting animal, a half-wild strill called Lord Myrtilin. The Gerlanin glanced back at her with vivid orange eyes. The last of the farmers will leave in a few days, girl, and after that you concentrate on producing a healthy baby. Nothing else. There was plenty more to worry about, but Jeanart was right, that was enough Lo be going on with. Attain went back into the house, settled into meditation, and couldn't resist reaching out in the Force. Lo touched Darman. He'd feel it. She knew he would. Asterisk. My Jito, Outer Rim, Vaults of the Dressian Kylsh Merchant Bank, 470 days after Geonosis. Wallen Vav enjoyed irony, and there was none more profound than seizing as a soldier the inheritance his father had denied him for wanting Lo join the army. On the metal door of the deposit box, a cupboard with a set of sliding shelves, was an engraved plate that read VU, Count of GSL. When the old Shakar dies, that'll be me, Vav said. In theory anyway. It'll pass to my cousin. He looked over his shoulder, even though the sensors in his Mandalorian helmet gave him wraparound vision. Didn't I say thin out, Delia? Move it. Vav wasn't used to anything other than instant obedience from his squads. He drummed it into them on Commando, the hard way when necessary. Scarata thought you built Special Forces soldiers by treats and pats on the head, but it just produced weaklings. Vav's squads had the lowest casualty rates because he reinforced the animal will Lo survive in every man. He was proud of it. You did, Boss said, but you look like you need a hand. Anyway, you're not our sergeant any longer. Technically speaking. No disrespect. Citizen Vav. I was hard on them because I cared. Because they had to be hard to survive. Cal never understood that, the fool. Vav still had trouble breathing some days thanks Lo the broken nose Scarata had given him. The crazy little Chakar didn't understand training at all. The next droid patrol wouldn't come this way for a few hours. Security droids trundled constantly through the labyrinth of corridors deep under the Mygeetan ice, a banking stronghold the Munes claimed could never be breached. It still made sense to get out sooner rather than later. And Delta should have banged out by now. They'd called in airstrikes and sabotaged ground defenses, and Bakara's Marines were moving in again. They'd achieved their mission, and it was extraction time. I should have thrashed more sense into you then, Vav said. He unfolded a plastoid bivouac sheet and knotted the corners. It was always a bad idea not to plan for the most extreme situation. He'd been certain he would only take what was rightfully his, but this was too good to pass up. Okay, you and Scorch hold this between you while I fill it. We can empty the dash. I steal. You don't. It was a fine point, but it mattered to Vav. Skirata might have raised a pack of hooligans, but Vav's squads were disciplined. Even Sev. Sev was psychotic and lacked even the most basic social graces, but he wasn't a criminal. As Vav tipped the first likely-looking box into the makeshift container cash credits and bonds, which would do very nicely indeed, the whiff of oily musk announced the arrival of his strill, Lord Myrtilin. Fixer stepped back to let the animal pass. Myrd, I told you to wait by the exit, said Vav. All strills were intelligent, but Myrd was especially smart. The animal padded down the narrow passage in velvet silence, and looked up expectantly, somehow managing not to drool of the floor for once. It fixed Vav with an intense, knowing gold stare, making any anger impossible. Who couldn't love a face like that? That strill had stood by him since boyhood, and anyone who didn't see its miraculous spirit had no common decency or heart. They said strills stank, but Vav didn't care. A little natural musk never hurt anyone. You want to help Murdoch, eh? Here. He slipped his flamethrower off his webbing. Carry this. Good, Murd. The strill took the barrel of the weapon in its massive jaws and sat back on its haunches. Drool ran down to the trigger guard and pulled on the floor. Cute, Sev muttered. And clever. Vav signaled to Murd to watch the door, and slid the drawers of the Vav deposit box from their runners. Anyone who doesn't like my friend Murd can slant a pie. Sarge, it's the ugliest thing in the galaxy, Scorch said. And we've seen plenty of ugly. Yeah, you've got a mirror, said Sev. Ugliness is an illusion, gentlemen. Vav began sorting through his disputed inheritance. Like beauty. Like color. All depends on the light. The first thing that caught his eye in the family box was his mother's flawless square-cut Chironi sapphire, the size of a human thumbprint, set on a pin and flanked by two smaller matching stones. In some kinds of light, they were a vibrant cobalt blue, while in others they turned forest green. Beautiful, but real forests had been destroyed to find them, and slaves died mining them. The only reality is action. Sev grunted deep in his throat. He didn't like wasting time and wasn't good at hiding it. His HUD icon showed he was watching Murd carefully. Whatever you say, Sergeant. The strong room held a treasure trove of portable, easily hidden, and untraceable things that could be converted to credits anywhere in the galaxy. Vav stumbled on only one deposit box whose contents were inexplicably worthless, a bundle of love letters tied with green ribbon. He read the opening line of the first three and threw them back. Apart from that one box, the rest were a rich man's emergency belt, the equivalent of the soldier's survival kit of a fishing line, blade, and a dozen compact essentials for staying alive behind enemy lines. Vav's 100-liter backpack had room enough for a few extras. Everything gems, wads of flimsy bonds, cash credits, metal coins, small lacquered jewel boxes he didn't pause to open was tipped in unceremoniously. Delta stood around fidgeting, and used to idleness while the chrono was counting down. I told you to leave me here. Vav could still manage the voice of menace. Don't disobey me. You know what happens. Boss hung manfully to his end of the plastoid sheet, but his voice was shaky. You can't give us an order, Citizen Vav. They were the best special forces troops in the galaxy, and here Vav was, still unable to manage the thank you or well done that they deserved. But much as he wanted to, the cold black heart of his father, his true legacy, choked off all attempts to express it. Nothing was ever good enough for his father, especially him. Maybe the old man just couldn't bring himself to say it, and he meant to all along. No, he didn't. Don't make excuses for him. But my boys know me. I don't have to spell it out for them. I ought to shoot you, Vav said. You're getting sloppy. Vav checked the chrono on his forearm plate. Any time now, Bakara's galactic marines would start pounding the city of Gigat with glacier busters. He was sure he'd feel it like a seismic shock. Looking for anything in particular? Sev asked. No. Random opportunism. Vav didn't need to cover his tracks. His father didn't know or care if he was alive or dead. Your disappointment of a son came back, Papa. You didn't even know I disappeared to Commando for 10 years, did you? There was nothing the senile Hutyun could do about it anyway. Vav was the one better able to swing a crippling punch these days. Just a smokescreen. And make it worth the trip. He knew what their next question would have been, if they'd asked it. They never asked what they knew they didn't need to be told. What was he going to do with it all? He couldn't tell them. It was too much, too soon. He was going to hand it all over to a man who'd kill him for a bet, all except what was rightfully his. I'm not planning to live in luxurious exile, Vav said. Scorch stepped over Murd and stood at the door, Dees ready. Donating it to the treasury, then? It'll be used responsibly. Vav's backpack was now stuffed solid, and heavy enough to make him wince when he heaved it up on his shoulders. He tied the plastoid sheet into a bundle worth $1,000,000, maybe, and slung it across his chest. He hoped he didn't fall or he'd never get up again. Oya, he said, nodding toward the doors. Let's go. Murd braced visibly and then shot out into the corridor. It always responded to the word oil with wild, noisy enthusiasm because that meant they were going hunting, but it was intelligent enough to know when to stay silent. Murdala Murd, clever Murd. It was the right name for the strill. Delta advanced down the corridor toward the ducts and environmental control room that kept the underground bank from freezing solid, following Murd's wake, which even Vav had to admit it was marked by a trail of saliva. Strills dribbled. It was part of their bizarre charm, like flight, 6 legs, and jaws that could crunch clean through bone. Sev skidded on a patch of strill spit. Fearfect. Could be worse, Scorch said. Much worse. Vav followed up the rear, his helmet's panoramic sensor showing him the view at his back. There was an art to moving forward with that image in front of you on the HUD, an image that sent the unwary stumbling. Like the men he trained, Vav could see past the disorienting things the visor displayed. They were 50 meters from the vents that would take them back to the surface and Fixer's waiting snowspeeder when the watery green lighting flickered and Murd skidded to a halt, ears pricked. Vav judged by the animal's reaction, but Sev confirmed his worst fears. Ultrasonic spike, he said. I don't know how, but I think we tripped an alarm. Fixer's voice filled their helmets. Drive's running. I'm bringing the Snowy as close to the vent as I can. Boss turned to face Vav and held his hand out for the bundle. Come on, Sergeant. I can manage. Get going. You first. I said get going, 3-8. No nicknames. That told Boss that Vav meant business. Sev and Scorch sprinted down the final stretch to the compartment doors and forced them apart again. The machine voice of rotors and pumps flooded the silent corridor. Everyone stopped dead for a split second. They could hear the clatter of approaching droid and organic guards, the noise magnified by the acoustics of the corridors. Vav estimated the minutes and seconds. It wasn't good. Get your shoves up that vent before I vape the lot of you. Vav snapped. Osik, I put them in danger, all for this stupid jaunt, all for lousy credits. Now. He shoved Boss hard in the back, and the three commandos did what they always did when he yelled at them and used a bit of force. They obeyed. Shift it, Delta. The vent was a steep vertical shaft. The service ladder inside was designed for maintenance droids, with small recessed footholds and a central rail. Boss looked up, assessing it. Let's cheat, he said, and fired his rappel line high into the shaft. The grappling hook clattered against the metal, and he tugged to check the line was secure. Stand by. The shaft could only take one line at a time. Boss shot up the shaft with his hoist drive squealing, bouncing the soles of his boots against the wall in what looked like dramatic leaps until he vanished. The hoist stopped whining. There was a moment of quiet punctuated by the clacking of armor plates. Clear, his voice echoed. Sev shot his line vertically. It made a whiffling sound like an arrow in flight as it paid out. Metal clanged, and the fiber cord went tight. Line secure, Sev. Sev winched himself up the shaft with an ungainly skidding technique. Scorch waited for the all clear, and then followed him. Vav was left standing at the bottom of the shaft with Murd, facing a long climb. Murd could fly, but not in such a confined space. Vav fired his line, waited for one of the commandos to secure it, and then attached the bundle of valuables to it. Then he held out his hands to Murd to take the flamethrower from its mouth. Good Murd, he whispered. Now, Oya. Off you go. Up, Murd IK. The Strill could hang on to the line by its jaws alone if necessary. But Murd just whined in dissent, and sat down with all the sulky determination of a human child. Murd. Go. Does no Shabir ever listen to me? Go. Murd stayed put. It'll never leave me. Not until the day I die. Vav gave up and tugged the line as a signal to the commandos to haul away. He didn't have time to argue with the Strill. If I'm not out of here in 2 minutes, he said, get all this stuff to Captain Ordo. Understood? There was a brief silence on Vav's helmet comlink. Understood, said Boss. The next few moments felt stretched into forever. The staccato clatter of approaching droid guards grew louder. Murd rumbled ominously and stared toward the doors, poised on its haunches as if to spring at the first droid to appear. It would defend Vav to the last. It always had. Eventually the length of thin fiber cord snaked back down the shaft and slapped against the floor. Boss sounded a little breathless. Up you come, Sergeant. Vav reattached the line to his belt and scooped Murd up in both arms, hoping his winch would handle the extra weight. As he rose, kicking away from the shaft wall, the machinery groaned and spat. He could see the cold gray light above him, and a helmet not unlike his own Mandalorian T-shaped visor peering down at him, picked out in an eerie blue glow. Now he could hear the throb of the snowspeeder's drive. Fixer was right above them. As Vav squeezed his shoulders through the top of the vent, Murd leapt clear. Scorch and Sev dropped to the rock-hard snow with their DC-17s trained on something Van couldn't yet see. When he hauled himself out, a blaster bolt seared past his head and he found himself in the middle of a firefight. A ferocious wind roared in his throat mic. Vav slammed the vent's grill shut and seared it with his custom Marathon blaster, welding the metal tight to the coaming. Then he dropped a small proton grenade down the shaft through a gap. The snow shook with the explosion below. Nobody was going to be coming up behind them. But everyone in his Patek now knew the Dressian Kielsch Bank had intruders Republic troops. A distant boom followed by the womp 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 of artillery almost drowned out the blaster fire and howling wind. The Galactic Marines were right on time. "Okay, Bakara's started," Scorch said. "Nice of him to stage a diversion." Maijito's relentlessly white landscape gave no clue that it housed cities deep below. Only a few were visible on the surface. The packed snow of eons was pierced by jagged mountains that formed glass canyons like extravagant ice sculptures. A surface patrol 6 droids on snowshoe-like feet, 10 organics who were probably mutants under the cold weather gear had cut them off from the snowspeeder just meters away. Rounds zapped and steamed off the vessel's fuselage. Fixer, kneeling beside it, returned a hail of blue D's fire that kept the security patrol pinned down. "If that snowy gets damaged, we're never getting off this rock." Vav checked his panoramic vision. Murd was close at his side, pressing against him. He could see only the patrol. Nothing else showed up on his sensors. That didn't mean there weren't more closing in on them, though. The big bundle of plunder lay on the snow where Delta had dropped it. Right then, it was simply convenient cover. Vav crawled behind his oversized multi-million credits sandbag and took aim. The dap-dap-dap of blasters and ragged breathing filled his helmet. His Deltas? But there was no chatter. Delta Squad exchanged few words during engagements lately. They'd been born together, raised together, and they'd come as close to knowing one another's thoughts as any normal humans could. Now they were laying down fire exactly as he trained them while Fixer defended their getaway vessel, all without a word. How the mutants would explain away a Mandalorian fighting with Republic forces Vav wasn't sure, but then everyone knew that Mandos would fight for anyone for the right price. Scorch clipped a grenade launcher on his D's. "Not good," he said. "More droids." Vav now saw what Scorch could. His HUD picked up shapes moving in rigid formation, almost invisible to infrared but definitely showing up in the electromagnetic spectrum. Then he saw them rounding an outcrop of glittering crystal, clanking ludicrous things with long snouts, a platoon of them. Scorch fired the grenade, smashing into the front rank of 4. An eruption of snow and metal fragments fanned into the air and were whipped away by the wind. The rank behind was caught by the shrapnel from their comrades, and 2 toppled over, decapitated by buckled chunks of metal. But the rest kept coming. Vav checked the topography on his HUD. They were approaching down an ice wadi almost opposite the first patrol's location, about to cut across the path between Fixer and the rest of them, and that meant the only way to the speeder now was to run the enemy gauntlet. Sev and Boss began working their way to the snowspeeder on their bellies, pausing to fire grenades high over the ice boulders and then scrambling a few more meters while the droids paused and the mutants took brief cover. Shots hissed around the commandos as blaster bolts shaved paint off their plates and hit the snow, vaporizing it. One round deflected off Vav's helmet with an audible sizzle. He felt the impact like being slapped around the head. All he felt at that moment was foolish, not afraid, not in fear for his life, just stupid for getting it wrong. It was worse than physical terror. He'd overplayed his hand. He'd put Delta in this spot. He had to get them out. "You're conspicuous in that black armor, Sarge," Scorch said kindly. "It's worse than having Omega alongside." What say you back out of here and leave me to hold them? If anyone was going to do any holding, it was Vav. Humor an old man. He fumbled in his belt for an EMP grenade. I stop the droids, you pick off the wets. Wets. Organics. He was talking like Omega now. Then we all run for it. Deal? Scorch twisted the grenade launcher to one side and switched his Ds to automatic, forcing the Mun guards to scatter. Two dropped behind a frozen outcrop. He fired again, shattering the ice, which turned out to be a brittle crystalline rock that sent shards flying like arrows. There was a shriek of agony that turned into a panting scream. It echoed off the walls of the canyon. He grunted, apparently satisfied. Sounds like 9 wets left in play. 8 if one's taking care of him, Vav said. Muns aren't that nice. Fixer, you okay? Vav waited for a reply. The world had suddenly gone silent except for that screaming Mun. The droids seemed to be regrouping behind a 10-meter chunk of dark gray ice. Fixer? Fine, Sarge. Okay, here goes. Vav fired. This EMP grenade had enough explosive power to make a mess of a small room, but its pulse was what really did the damage over a much larger area. It fried droid circuits. The small explosion echoed and scattered chunks of ice, and then there was a long silence punctuated only by the distant pounding of cannon as the Galactic Marines smashed their way into Jigat. Vav refocused on the EM image in his HUD. He crawled to the bundle, dragging it into cover and strapping it back on his chest. It was way too much to carry, and he couldn't move properly. He knelt on all fours like a heavily pregnant woman trying to get up. I don't see movement. It's okay, Sarge, they're zapped. Okay, just the wets to finish off, then. He switched back to infrared. The Mun guards would show up like beacons. I'll warm them up while you make a move. Vav pulled out the flamethrower, eased himself into a kneeling position, and opened the valve. Murd cocked its head, eyes fixed on the weapon. Where'd you get that, Sarge? Scorch asked. Borrowed it from a flame trooper. Does he know? He won't mind. That thing could melt droids. I was saving the fuel for a tight spot. There was still no movement. Vav estimated that the patrol was still in the canyon, maybe looking for a way around behind them. The Mun who'd been injured was now silent, unconscious, or dead. Like this. I should have a full minute's fuel, so once I start run. You too, Murd. He gestured Murd toward the snowspeeder and pointed to the flamethrower. Go, Murd. Follow boss. It was just a case of taking a blind run at it. I'm not as fast as I used to be. And I'm carrying too much. But a wall of flame was a blunt and terrifying instrument against almost any life form. Vav struggled to his feet and ignited the flame. The roaring jet spat ahead of him as he drew level with the small pass where the Mun patrol was holed up. Then the sheet of flame blinded him to what lay beyond it. He only heard the screams and saw the flash on icons across his HUD as Delta Squad sprinted for the idling snowspeeder. Vav backed away, counting down the seconds left of his fuel supply, ready to switch to his blaster when it ran out. Nobody was expecting a flamethrower on an ice patrol. Surprise was half the battle. Vav turned and ran, gasping for breath. Not a bad turn of speed for his age, not bad at all on ice and so heavily laden, and there was Murd ahead of him, having listened for once, and the speeder was coming about. And the ice opened up beneath him. It took him a moment to realize he was falling down a sloping tunnel and not just sinking into unexpected soft snow. Fixer called out, but even though the sound filled Vav's helmet, he didn't catch what was said. The 2 bags of booty took him down. "Get clear!" Vav yelled, even though he had no need to with a helmet comlink. "That's an order." "Sarge, we can't." "Shut up. Go. If you come back for me, if anyone comes back, I'll shoot you on sight." "Sarge. We could. I raised you to survive. Don't humiliate me by going soft." "I can't believe I said that." Delta didn't argue again. Valve was in semi-darkness now, his HUD scrolling with the icons of Delta's view of the ice field beneath the speeder as it lifted clear. "Party," said a voice in his helmet, but he lost the rest of the sentence, and the link faded into raw static. "The last thing I'll ever say to them is shut up." Noble exit. Vav. Mortal danger was a funny thing. He was sure he was going to die, but he wasn't terrified, and he wasn't worried about more patrols. He was more preoccupied by what he'd fallen into. A vague memory came back to him. As he slid down a few more meters, trying to stop his fall with his heels more out of instinct than intent, a detached sense of curiosity prevailed. So this was what dying was actually like. Then he remembered. Maijito's ice was honeycombed by tunnels made by giant carnivorous worms. He came to rest with a thud on what felt like a ledge. "Asik," he said. Well, if he wasn't dead, he soon would be. "Murd? Murd. Where are you, Verdike?" There was no answer but the crunching and groaning of shifting ice. But he still had the proceeds of the robbery strapped to him, both his goal and his fate. Valve wasn't planning on dying just yet. He was now too rich to let go of life. Chapter 2. Cloned subjects in the study showed a more marked variation in biological age and genetic mutation than seen in naturally occurring zygotic twins. In the group of 100 cloned men aged 24 chronological years, and who could reasonably be expected to present as the equivalent of a 48-year-old uncloned human, key biomarkers showed a range from 34 to 65 years with a median of 53 years. Further research is needed, but exposure to battlefield contaminants and high levels of sustained stress appear to accelerate normal genetic mutation in men already designed to age at twice the normal rate. By the time Commando clones reach the equivalent of their mid-40s, those mutations are very apparent, and like natural zygotics they grow apart. Dr. Bura Vijaraj, Imperial Institute of Military Medicine. Aging and Tissue Degeneration in Kaminoan Clone Troops. Imperial Medical Review 1675. ****. Republic Administration Block, Senate District, Coruscant, 470 days after Geonosis. "Can't the cops shift them?" said the security guard on the main doors of the Republic Treasury offices. He stared past Treasury Agent Bessany when and not something that many males managed with an expression on his face that said he felt the protesters were messing up his nice tidy forecourt. "I mean, they're SEP sympathizers, aren't they? And the cops are just standing there, doing nothing." Bessany hadn't missed the protesters. She'd taken a keen but discreet interest in them, in fact, because the war with the separatists had become an intensely personal one for her. These were expatriate Krantians, protesting about the pounding that their neutral planet had taken in a recent battle. They'd taken up a position opposite what they saw as one of the centers of the war effort, the Defense Department Administration Building, where they seemed to think they might have some impact. Several government offices ringed the pedestrian concourse. Office workers had appeared at the windows to watch for a while, then returned to their desks because it wasn't their war, not yet. They had an army to protect them. "They're neutrals, actually," Bessany said. "So how would they protest to the separatists?" The guard looked at her, visibly puzzled. Holoscreens dotted the wall behind him, giving him a view of every floor and corridor in the building. What do you mean? They're here because they're allowed to be. Where would they go if they wanted to lobby the CIS? The question seemed to have stumped the guard. He shrugged. Want me to see you safely past them, ma'am? I don't think they're a threat. But thanks. Bethany wondered how she was going to spend the evening. But she knew what would occupy her, worrying about a null ARC trooper captain called Ordo, a man she was too scared to contact because she had no idea if he was on a mission at any given moment, and if a message on his comm link would compromise his safety. I'll risk it. She stepped out into Coruscant's temperate, climate-controlled early evening air and gave the small protest a wide berth. A couple of CSF officers in dark blue fatigues were watching the protest from a doorway. One acknowledged her with a nod. She couldn't recognize him because the white riot helmet obscured too much of his face, but she'd had occasional contact with the Coruscant security force during investigations, and they obviously found it easy to recognize her. She nodded back and clasped her bag more firmly under one arm. Life went on in Coruscant despite the war. The protest here was a small rock in a river of normality, and the current of office workers and shoppers parted around it on the concourse and merged again downstream as if nothing had ever interrupted their routine. Bethany wondered if they would flow around her in the same oblivious way. She was another isolated outcrop of the war. 83 days ago she was an audit officer. An exact detail was her job. A Jedi general had shot her with a non-lethal round, and she'd been plunged into a small, close-knit community of Special Forces troops. It was a window on a world of war without rules, of anonymous heroism, and an extraordinary and totally unexpected affection. And it was her secret. Not even the Treasury knew about it. She'd done things that her Treasury bosses wouldn't have taken at all well. Like giving critical data passcodes, Treasury security overrides to a commando sergeant. Like falsifying her reports to cover the fact that she'd let Special Forces move in on her investigation. It's too late to worry about that now. Bethany worried anyway. She walked briskly, anxious to get home and closed the apartment doors behind her. Another day when she hadn't been arrested that she could check off on the calendar. It's not like me at all. Taking a flyer on trust. She wasn't even aware of someone walking behind her. But a hand touched her shoulder, and she gasped. Guilt made her spin around to find she was staring into the reflective riot visor of one of the CSF cops. Her stomach churned. Oh no no no. Agent Wennon, he said. The accent was familiar. Long time no see. But she didn't know him, she was sure. You have the advantage, officer. Men hit on her a lot less than most people imagined. She knew she was striking, but she also knew that she was a daunting prospect because of it. Even Ordo, hugely confident, recklessly unafraid, treated her warily. Her good looks were a curse most of the time. What can I do for you? The cop stood with his fists on his hips. He didn't look like he was going to draw his weapon. Well, I know I'm not quite as unforgettable as my brother, but I thought you'd at least say, "Hi, Mariel, how are things?" Oh. Mariel, one of Ordo's 5 Null Arc brothers, Lieutenant Mariel. Bethany's gut lurched in a different way, and she didn't bother to hide her relief. I'm sorry, Mariel. Out of context. So you didn't recognize me with my clothes on, then? A couple of passers-by turned to stare. He chuckled to himself. I mean, the armor makes a guy look different. Anyway, what kind of covert operator would I be if I was that easy to spot? Come on, can't stand here getting funny looks all night. Walk this way and I'll make it worth your while. Okay. And there she was again, just dropping everything and wandering off to do the bidding of a Black Ops unit. This wasn't how the Treasury investigation team worked. She had rules. Can I ask? Ordo's fine and sends his best wishes. He's doing a little job with Calbert at the moment. Muriel might have been a clone, but he was as individual as any man. He didn't walk like Ordo, and he didn't talk like him. I'll try to teach him some social graces when he gets back. He's got no idea how to treat a lady. Bethany strode along beside him, working on the basis that looking as if this was routine was the best way to avoid attracting attention. I just want to know he's safe. We're soldiers. We're never safe. Muriel. Look at it this way. He headed for a CSF patrol speeder sitting on the public landing platform overlooking the skylane. The other side's in a lot more danger than we are. Bethany slid into the passenger's seat and didn't ask how he'd acquired the speeder and the uniform. CSF liked the Special Operations clones. Their anti-terrorism chief, jailer Obrim, was very chummy with Sergeant Skirata, Calbert, Papa Cal. Favors were done and questions weren't asked. Bethany envied them that wonderful conspiratorial closeness. Calbert seemed to get away with murder. Are you allowed to tell me how everyone is? She asked. You really do worry about us, don't you? Muriel steered the speeder toward her apartment block. She didn't recall telling him where she lived. Okay, Omega's been deployed to the Outer Rim where someone needs a hand with regime change. Delta are helping put the Marines. Did I miss anyone? Bethany felt a pang of guilt. She had to ask about the first clone she'd ever met, the patient bomb disposal trooper who'd ended up with a temporary desk job after losing both hands. How's Trooper CORR coping with life as a commando? Oh, he's fine. He's learning a few saucy tricks from my brother Camarque. Good man, Cor. And the 2 Jedi officers? Attain's evacuating colonists from Kalura, and Bardaike, sorry, General Juzik is due back this week. There were huge gaps in Muriel's explanation. Places and times vanished. He seemed to edit the sensitive details smoothly as he went along. Want to know about Vav? He's with Delta. Nobody dead. Baffled, fed up, tired, lonely, bored, hungry, scared, witless, even having fun, but not dead. Which is a plus. The speeder climbed and darted between skylanes to veer around the front of her apartment block. Yes, Muriel definitely knew exactly where she lived. He set the speeder down on the right platform, on her balcony, and opened the hatches. So, are you still up for doing us a few favors? Without your bosses finding out? Muriel was the front line of a war that most Coruscanti never saw and weren't fighting. Bethany asked herself, as she had on that first night, whether her tidy little rules mattered more than a man's life. Muriel slipped his helmet off and sat looking at her expectantly. Ordo, and yet not Ordo, and CORR too. CORR's existence, she had no other word for it, and it summed up so many aspects of a clone's life had upended her, left her feeling upset, angry, betrayed, and yes, guilty. Her government might have let her down as a citizen and an employee, but it had totally betrayed this slave army. I'm letting emotion get in the way. But isn't emotion the way we can tell what is really right and wrong? Let's talk, she said. Muriel walked around her apartment with a calm scan, checking for surveillance devices. Can't be too careful. But then you know all about this game, being a treasury spook. You'd be amazed how seriously people try to avoid financial regulation. I would. He hesitated by her sofa as if he might sit down, but stayed standing as if he remembered he wasn't allowed on the furniture. He looked her over. And you're still not armed. You need to do something about that. Well, simple question. Are you willing to do some investigation for us? What kind of investigation? Defense expenditure and budget forecasts. It couldn't be that simple. Those are public documents anyway. I don't think all the details I need are in them. It's very sensitive stuff. Might involve the Chancellor's office. Bethany felt her scalp tighten as adrenaline flooded her bloodstream. She didn't feel she could sit down, either, not now. Can you narrow down what I might be looking for? Procurement fraud? Bribes? You might well find that, said Mariel, but I'm more interested in transactions involving Commando and the payment schedules. Bethany couldn't imagine anything that would turn up except fraud, or maybe the Republic was arming someone it claimed it wasn't. The investigator in her told her to ask more questions, but the public servant within asked if she really needed or wanted to know more this time. I can drill right down to the individual credit transfers, she said at last, which might give you so much information that it takes you nowhere. Don't worry. I'm good at collation. She took a breath. She was in it up to her neck now. A few more centimeters wouldn't make much difference. Why are you trusting me with this? Well, for a start, I know where you live. Mariel smiled with genuine humor, but she'd also seen how fast and polite Ordo could snap into being an assassin without a second thought. And we don't take prisoners. But our lives could depend on that information, which is what really makes the difference to you. Isn't it? It was an ethical choice between rules or lives, and rules didn't always translate into what was right. You know it is. Then we'd be especially interested in any evidence of planned payments to Commando for more clones beyond, say, the end of the next financial year. Or not. Bethany guessed that this was the point at which she ought to have decided she had no need to know more. Okay. What aren't you telling me? Mariel shrugged. That I took a big risk getting the information that led me to ask you for more information. What's Cal's view on this? She didn't even have to ask if Cal Scarata knew. The Nulls didn't seem to take a breath without asking him first. Their allegiance was to him, not the Republic, but while she could understand the power of his aggressive charisma, she wasn't sure if it was a good idea. And what happens if I get caught? When he trusts you, Mariel said deadpan. 2. They'll probably shoot you. He wasn't joking now. She knew it. Okay, she said. I'll make a start in the morning. How do I contact you? Comlink. He held out his hand, and she dropped her comlink into his palm. Then he cracked open the case, frowned at the device's entrails, and took out a tiny tool kit that looked like a toy in his palm. Once I've made it secure. Dear oh dear. Ma'am, tell me you haven't called Ordo on this. No, I haven't. She felt useless and naive. I thought it might compromise his safety. Mariel looked up for a moment, eyebrows raised. Right answer. That's why we trust you. He prodded and poked inside the comlink for a while and then snapped the case shut again. Totally secure now, at least once you use the prefix I'm going to give you. You can even call Ordo. He might be defusing a bomb or something when I call. Bethany always thought things through in meticulous sequence, which made her all the more horrified to see how easily she took this dangerous leap of faith. I'll wait for him to call me, thanks. See? Calbert said you had the right stuff. Common sense. Got a sister? No. Shame. He replaced his helmet and suddenly became just another galactic city cop. Anyway, got to go. Any MES sage for Ordo? Should have thought ahead. Staying. What can I say? She and Ordo weren't exactly a romantic role model. They just had a drink in the CSF bar and then a string of awkward, embarrassed conversations when everything was implied and not much said. But the bond was strong, and so was her duty to do the right thing for his brothers. Tell him I miss him. Ask him what his favorite meal is and tell him I'll cook it for him when he comes back. It's robust sausage with gravy, and he's fussy about the pepper oil. Hang on. Bethany looked around for something to send him, but there was nothing in a woman's apartment that would be of any use or amusement to a soldier. There was food, though. Clones were always peckish, all of them. She rummaged in the conservator and hauled out a family-sized chef cake whose top was paved with glittering candied nuts, something she'd kept just in case unexpected guests showed up, but they never did. Have you got room for something small? How small? She was nothing if not exact. Okay, 25-centimeter diameter. I'll warn him not to swallow it whole. Mariel tucked the container under one arm, then reached inside his jacket. He withdrew a small blaster. Calbear insisted I make you carry this. Go careful, ma'am. Bethany took it, numb, while a voice at the back of her mind asked if she'd lost her senses. He stepped out onto the platform, and a few moments later the police speeder lifted into the evening sky, vanishing in a blur of taillights. She locked the balcony doors and drew the blinds, the blaster still gripped in her hand. She felt observed. There was no other word for it. But that was her conscience nagging. When she looked at her fingers curled around the weapon, it seemed like someone else's hand, and nothing to do with her at all. So he thinks I might need to use this. Better work out how I'm going to cover my tracks. She was a forensic auditor. She knew how to uncover the hidden tracks of others, all the places they hid data or salted away credits or blew smoke across the audit trail. It was just a matter of reversing the process to cover her own. The only complication was that the trail might lead to the very highest level of government. She'd never been so scared and alone in her life. She could only begin to imagine what Ordo and the rest of the Commando forces faced on a daily basis. Asterisk. Kalnamiyun, Agamar, Outer Rim, 471 days after Geonosis. So, Mando, you like her? A gently curved transparent steel bubble bobbed on the surface of the water, looking like one of those little transparent submersibles that showed tourists the wonders of the Bildagari ocean floor. But then it lifted slowly to reveal something much, much larger, and not very leisure-oriented at all. Sergeant Cal Scarata watched the water stream off the rising hull and wondered if he'd lost his mere she, coming all this way to buy a submersible. The price was more than he'd budgeted for. But if you hunted Kaminoans, you needed aquatic capability, however much it cost. And he was hunting an elusive one, Chief Scientist Ko's Sai. Not to your taste? Asked the Rodian merchant. Scarata grunted behind the impenetrable mask of his sand-gold helmet. The handy thing about being a Mandalorian doing business was that you didn't need to keep a straight face, and only the terminally stupid ever tried to dupe you. They only tried it once, too. Sockeye, I suppose? It's a beast, the Rodian said, bouncing around on the quayside like a demented acrobat. Rodians always struck Scarata as looking comically harmless, totally at odds with their true nature, which was why he had an extra blade ready in his sleeve just in case. Every one unique and handcrafted, Mon Cal's finest. Won't take much work to make this a dash. It's a freighter. I asked for a fighter. I can throw in a few extra cannons. How long's that going to take? Is this for the war effort? Skirata could see the Rodian mentally hiking the price in the expectation that the bill would be met by one government or another. Profiteering and war went hand in hand. No, said Skirata. I'm a pacifist. The Rodian eyed the custom Verpine sniper rifle slung across his shoulder. You're a Mandalorian. Skirata let his three-sided knife drop from his right forearm plate, point first, and caught the hilt in his hand. Would you start a fight with me? No. See? I'm a force for peace. He spun the knife and slid it back into the housing mounted above his wrist. What's her maximum range, then? Depth, 1 kilometer. Atmos speed 1,000 clicks. Goes like a greased Ronto. The freighter was above the waterline now, 45 meters of smooth dark green curves with 4 hemispherical drive housings protruding above her stern like a knuckle duster. It was a Mon Calamari deep water class. Packs 90 tons of cargo, 8 crew. It's got a decent defensive cannon. Hyperdrive is. The Rodian stopped and looked to one side of Skirata. Ordo came ambling along the quayside and paused beside the freighter, left thumb hooked in his belt. Except for his gait, always the ARC trooper captain, back slightly arched as if he had both GRSU pistols holstered, he was just another Mando in battle-scarred armor. The Rodian fidgeted as Ordo inspected the drive housings from a distance, and then jumped with a hollow thud from the quayside onto the casing. I don't like the color, Ordo muttered. He prodded his toe cap into the manual override of the port hatch and popped the seals. I'll just inspect the upholstery. Skirata turned to the Rodian. My boy's a picky lad, I'm afraid. I've lost count of the crates we've looked at this week. I could get you a Hydrosphere Explorer if you're prepared to wait a few weeks. The merchant dropped his voice. An Ubrikian repulsor sub. A VFin. A Trade Federation submarine, even. Yeah, I'd really love the trade boys to come after me when they find a bit of their navy missing. You're so suspicious, you Mandalorians. You're not wrong there. How much? 150,000. I don't want to buy the whole fleet, son. Just one hull. Hard to find, these deep waters. You know, that trade fed idea wasn't bad. Maybe I ought to go see their procurement people, because if I bought a real sub, direct from the manufacturer, instead of this day tripper. Skirata heard Ordo's voice in his earpiece. Calber, I think pretty I can get this canonied up nicely. He didn't want a regular submarine anyway. He needed a multi-purpose vessel like the Mon Cal tub here. The Rodian had no idea what he wanted or how badly he wanted it, or even if he could afford it. Skirata jangled his credit chips in his belt pouch, giving the alluring sound a little longer to soften up the Rodian's resistance, walking slowly up and down the quay as if he was thinking about something else. Come on, Adike, he said to Ordo, letting the merchant hear. Got another 5 vessels to look at yet. Haven't got all day. Just checking the hull integrity. Ordo said. Good things, helmets. Nobody could hear what was being said on the comm link outside the Bici unless you let them. Ordo was using all his state-of-the-art armor sensors to check for metal fatigue, leaks, and other mechanical faults. Skirata noted the readouts being relayed to his spanking new HUD display, a small and necessary extravagance paid for by dead terrorists. They were at their nicest when dead, he thought. Ordo let out a long breath. It looks a little stained inside, but otherwise this is a sound vessel. I'd take it if I were you. I'll still knock the price down. Oh. Is the leak bad? Skirata asked, theatrically loud. What leak? The Rodian demanded. There's no criffing leak. My boy says there's water damage. Scarata paused for effect. Ordike, come up and tell him. Ordo emerged from the hatch and stood on the hull with his hands on his hips, head slightly to one side. The decking and the upholstery. Water stains. It's a submarine. The Rodian snapped. Of course it's got water stains. What do you want, a sail barge or something? I thought you Mandos were supposed to be hard, and here you are whining on like namies about water stains. Now, that's not very customer-focused, Scarata said. He reached slowly into his belt pouch and pulled out a handful of cash credits, all big denominations with their values tantalizingly visible. Not many ship merchants could resist the lure of a ready wedge of creds, and deferred gratification didn't look like the Rhodian's strong suit. I think I'll take my custom elsewhere. The Rhodian might have been mouthy, but he wasn't mathematically challenged. His beady little eyes darted over the chips. You'd have a problem getting one of these anywhere else. The Mon Calis aren't selling them to the Seps. If the Rhodian wanted to think they were working for the Separatists, that was fine. Nobody expected to see a Mandalorian working for the Republic, and the Rhodian hadn't asked. Scarata crooked his finger to beckon Ordo, and the Null strode behind, boots crunching on the sanded boards of the jetty. The trick was to walk away briskly and purposefully. They were both very good at that, even if Scarata's leg was playing up and he was limping more than usual. There was a moment, a critical second, when one or the other side would crack. If they kept on walking, it would be the Rhodian. And Jedi thought they were the only ones who could exert a little mind influence, did they? 120. The Rhodian called after him. Scarata didn't break his stride. Neither did Ordo. 80. He called back. 110. They only cost 100 new. It's got extras. It didn't need to be gold-plated to be worth that. They were still walking. Ordo made a little grunt, but it was hard to tell if he was annoyed or amused. Okay, 90. The Rhodian called. 80 cash credits, Scarata said, not turning around. In fact, he speeded up. He counted to 10, and got as far as 8. Okay, the Rhodian said at last. I hope you'll be happy with it. Scarata slowed and then turned around to amble back, casually counting out his credits. Ordo jumped onto the hull and disappeared down the open hatch. Oh, I'll be back pretty fast if I'm not, Scarata said. That's why I don't need a warranty. The deep water's drives roared into life, sending white foam churning across the harbor. The jetty trembled. Does he know how to drive that thing? The Rhodian asked. My boy knows how to do just about anything. Fast learner. Scarata skidded across the wet hull and sealed the hatch behind him. Ordo was already in the pilot's position in the narrow cockpit, helmet on the console, looking as if he was talking to himself as he touched each of the controls in sequence. He had an eidetic memory, like all the Nulls, just one quick canter through the manual before they set out, and Ordo had the theory down pat. Scarata was ferociously proud of him, as he was all his boys, but he resented the damage the Kaminoans had done to them in the creation of what they were sure would be the perfect soldier. Their brilliance came at a price. They were all troubled souls, unpredictable and violent, the product of too much genetic tampering and a brutal infancy. Scarata would punch any fool who dared call them nutters, but they were a handful even for him sometimes. But they were his life. He'd raised them as his sons. The Kaminoans had wanted to terminate them as a failed experiment, and just thinking about that still made Scarata long for revenge. All Kaminoans were sadistic vermin as far as he was concerned, and he counted their lives as cheaply as they counted the clones they bred. Kosai would be one of the lucky ones. He needed her alive for a while, at least. So my boys were surplus to requirements, were they? So will you be, sweetheart. Ordo slid open the throttle and the deep water was underway, churning foam. The Rodian dwindled to a doll, then a speck on a receding jetty, and they were in open sea beyond the harbor limits. Let's go catch some Iowa bait then. Skirata wondered why he was worried about diving in a sub when he was perfectly happy to fly in cold, hard space. He'd done enough maritime exercises on Commando, after all. Heard from Mariel yet? Yes, he's on his way. Yes, he got Agent Wenin to do the job, and yes, he gave her the blaster. Agent Wenin? Come on, son. You've got a short enough life as it is. Go for it. She's a tough one. Orat-in-law. Ordo didn't take the bait. Marike says she sent me a chef a cake. Ordo was touchingly clueless about women. Skirata knew he'd failed him on the emotional education front. You're well in there, son. Smart, tough girl. She was a striking leggy blonde, too, but that was farther down the list for Mandalorians, after capability and endurance. She was actually too beautiful for people to feel comfortable around her, and so Skirata counted the poor kid among his growing collection of outsiders and social rejects. You deserve the best. If only there were a manual for females, Calber. If there is, I never got my copy. Ordo turned his head and gave Skirata a look that said it was no comfort to hear that. Ordo now knew what Skirata had kept from the clones for so long, that his marriage had foundered, and his 2 sons had eventually declared him Darbir, no longer a father, the divorce of a parent, possibly the greatest shame in Mandalorian society. It was the only thing he'd ever kept from the Nulls, apart from Attain Termukin's pregnancy. Does that worry Ordo? Does he believe me? I had to disappear. We all had to train our clones in secret. My kids were grown men. I left them every last credit I had, didn't I? Shab, my clones needed me more than they did. They needed me just to stay alive. He had a daughter, too, and her name hadn't been on the edict. He hadn't heard from her in years. One day. But now, he might find the But now he had more pressing business. It'll be okay, son, Skirata said. If it's the last thing I do, you'll have a full lifespan. Even if I have to beat that information out of Kosai a line at a time. Especially if I have to. Ordo seemed to take a sudden and intense interest in the throttle controls. The only reason we're alive at all is because you stopped the Jahal from putting us down like animals. For a moment Skirata thought he was working up to saying something else, but he changed tack. Okay, let's see if I can at least follow the manual for this one. Ordo pushed the throttle lever hard forward. The deep water's nose lifted slightly, and the acceleration as she burned across the surface of the waves slapped Skirata back in the seat. In the aft view from the hull-mounted safety cam, a wake of white spray and foam churned like a blizzard. The red status bar on the console showed that the speed was moving steadily closer to the flashing blue cursor labeled Optimum. Thrust. The airframe vibrated, the drive screamed, and then Skirata's gut plummeted as the deep water parted company with the surface of the sea. Oya! Ordo grinned. The ship soared and he was suddenly as excited as a little boy. Novelty always delighted him. Kandosii. Behind them, the blizzard on the monitor gave way to gray-blue sea. Skirata admitted mild relief to himself, and watched Ordo laying in a course for the RV point, marveling at his instant proficiency. "You put a lot of trust in me, Cowbear," he said. "I've never piloted a hybrid like this before." "I look at it this way, son. If you can't do it, nobody can." He patted Ordo's hand, which was still gripping the throttle lever. "I named this ship." "Okay, any ideas?" Ordo paused, staring ahead. Aehan. "Okay. Aehan it is." It was a telling choice. There was no basic translation of the word, because it was a peculiarly Mandalorian concept. Aehan was that peaceful, perfect moment surrounded by family and friends and remembering dead loved ones, missing them to the point of pain, a state of mind that bittersweet could hardly begin to cover. It was about the intensity of love. Skirata doubted if Aruatais, non-Mandalorians, would believe that such a depth of feeling existed in a people they saw as a bunch of mercenary thugs. He swallowed to clear his throat and grant the name the respect it deserved. He found he was thinking of his adoptive father, Munin, and a teenage clone commando called Dav, whose death in training was Skirata's fault, a pain that made his Aehan especially poignant. "This ship shall be known as Aehan, and remembered forever. Guy bibik misan Aehan, meg ade parteli derajuum," Ordo repeated. "Oi, Amanda." "I'm sorry, Dav. There'd better be Amanda for you, some kind of immortality, or there won't be enough revenge in the galaxy for me." Skirata turned his attention to the living again. This wasn't a bad ship at all, and she only had to complete one mission, the most critical one, to find Ko Sai and seize her technology to halt the clones. Accelerated aging. He went aft through the double doors into the crew lounge to check out the cosmetic detail. A smell of cleaning fluid, stale food, and mold hit him. The refreshers and medbay were on the starboard side, stores and galley to port, and the galley lockers were completely empty. He made a note of supplies they need to lay in at the first stopover, scribbling reminders on his forearm plate with a stylus. It really didn't matter what the accommodation was like as long as Aehan flew or dived in one piece. But he checked the cabins anyway. Same gray and yellow trim as the rest of the interior, and not much cosmetic water damage. Not bad at all. He prodded the mattresses on the bunks, calculating. 80,000 creds, but we've got 4 million from scamming the terrorists, and nobody will ever miss it. 16 berths then, and if they needed it there was plenty of cargo space that could be used for crew, maybe enough for 30 people. So if we need to bang out in a hurry, that's ample room for my boys, COR, Omega Squad, and any of the ladies, with places to spare. And then there were all the other Republic Commando squads he'd trained, still more than 80 men out there in the field. His boys and his responsibility every bit as much as Omega, and he was neglecting them. They needed a refuge when this war was over, too, maybe even before then. Did I do enough? I can make the difference now, lads. Shabd Sad Droton, cursed the Republic. Skirata was still refitting Aehan in his mind's eye when Ordo loomed in the hatchway. "I think we need to change course," he said. "Go ahead then, son." "I mean we need to divert to do an extraction." Skirata sighed. Okay, they were on Republic time, and he was on Republic pay even if the clones weren't. It had better be our lads. I hate every second I spend on civilians. He trusted Ordo's assessment of necessity, and turned to go back to the cockpit. Ordo simply held out a crackling comm link. "It's Delta," Ordo said. "They had to bang out of Maijito in a hurry, and Vav got left behind." Skirata grabbed the comm link, all the bad blood between him and Vav forgotten. He motioned Ordo back to the cockpit, mouthing do it at him. "RC-1138 here, Sergeant. It was boss. Apologies for the interruption. Skirata slid into the co-pilot's seat, trying not to imagine how badly things had gone if Vav had been stranded behind enemy lines. He was an escape artist. Where are you? We rejoined the fleet on station. We wanted to retrieve him, but General Juzik says, we're on our way. Sitrep? About 20 kilometers from Jigit. We were leaving the Dressian Kilsh bank when we met some resistance, and he fell down a crevasse. Bank? They'd been there to locate communications nodes for the Marines. Run out of creds, did he? Needed some small change? It's a long story, Sergeant, and that's why General Juzik thought you'd be a wiser choice. Than who? Then telling General Z. I won't waste time asking what the shab you were doing in a bank. Juzik, he was a smart lad, Bardike. Whatever it was, the Jedi had decided that the extraction needed to be kept quiet. Is Vav alive? Unconfirmed. We lost his signal. He had kit with him that General Juzik felt you would want to recover. What for? He cleaned out a bank vault. Credits, jewelry, bonds, the works. 2 bags. Vav robbed a bank? Skirata was taken aback. The miserable old decut was gained for breaking any law, but plain theft never. This was Skirata's style, not Vav's. Last known position? Sending you the coordinates now, with our last good ground radar scan of the terrain. The Strill's still with him, of course. Yes. We didn't see it fall. That was something. Skirata would never trust the animal, but it would lead them to Vav if it hadn't already located his body and hauled him out. If he found the Strill, he found Vav. Tell General Juzik we'll sort it out, Delta, he said, and closed the link. Ordo looked totally unmoved, hand hovering over the hyperspace drive controls. No point asking Commander Bakara to steer clear of us, is there? No, there wasn't. The fewer people who knew they were coming, the better. It would be hard to explain why 2 men in Mandalorian armor were blundering around a separatist planet on the Republic's tab without authorization, but the fewer the records of conversations, the easier it was to make events vanish. And Bakara wasn't the kind to ask for ID. First, Skirata didn't want his useless Jedi General Kiadimundi in the loop, either. Jedi hypocrites. It's okay for Cohed to have a family, but they'll bust a tame down to the Agricorps for it. Skirata would take his chances. No, just save Wallen's Shebs and get out of there, Skirata said. If he's still alive. Jump. Aehan lurched into star-streaked space. She was holding together just fine. Asterisk asterisk. Kaftakar, Outer Rim, Rebel Base, 471 days after Geonosis Darman decided that Null Sergeant Aiden was a man after his own heart. Can't think straight on an empty stomach. Aiden fired his blaster into a nest of twig shavings to get the campfire going. The sun was coming up, they'd lost a night's sleep. Then and the lizard-like Gaftakari were still trotting back and forth in neat lines ferrying the weapons they'd collected from the drop. Got some stew left over from last night. Don't ask what's in it, 'cause I didn't. Omega's squad sat cross-legged around the fire in their black undersuits, armor plates stacked to one side. Auden held Darman's jetpack on his lap and bent the wing hinge assembly back into shape with a pair of blunt-nosed grips. He hated letting mechanical things get the better of him. So what happened to the Ark? My, Aiden said. His tone was totally neutral, and his expression blank. It wasn't his usual demeanor, either, because Darman could see the white lines in the deeply tanned skin around his eyes and mouth. Aiden usually smiled a lot, but he wasn't smiling now. So I've done a recce of it, and I've put together as complete a plan of the government buildings as I can. Sep for strength? Niner asked. Apart from the locals, minimal. I thought this was a hotbed of Sep activity that had to be neutralized pronto. Oh dear, Niviodi, you've been taking intel at face value again, haven't you? Aiden built the fire with meticulous care, stacking branches and dry grasses on the mound and watching the flames grow. We better cure you of that. Fi peered into the pot of stew. It's okay, I've been teaching him sarcasm. He'll be ready for comic exaggeration soon. Looks quite a nice peaceful place, Auden said. Not exactly strategic. It? Aiden stirred the pot with a stick. It really did smell good. Lovely city. Clean, pretty buildings, lots of harmless fun to enjoy. And of no military use to us whatsoever. Darman kept an eye on the Goftakari. Now that the sun was coming up, he could see that their light beige scales were slightly iridescent. They had sharp muzzles and small black eyes with disturbing red slit-like pupils. And he'd never seen so many varied weapons strung on one belt. They were more tooled up than Sergeant Cal in a bad mood. Their blades, blasters, and metal bars jingled like wind chimes. One tall lizard provided his own musical accompaniment as he walked, swinging his tail to balance under a load of e-web parts. I see you taught them all about stealth then, Auden said. Aiden stared at him. Pretty Eye warned me that you were an awkward customer. Funny, Ordo warned Pretty Eye I was argumentative. Your reputation precedes you then, said Aiden. They're good fighters. Trust me. I hear a but coming, said Niner. We're specially trained to hear that coming at 100 clicks. But Aiden slopped the stew into their waiting mess tins. When Darman was this hungry, he'd eat flimsy packing cases. Yes, the but is that this is going to end in tears. I'd human city. All the cities are human settlements. But scruffy little villages lizard land. So who are the Goftakari? They all are. Neither species is native. The human colonists brought in the lizard lads to build the place, and now the lizards want to run the show on account of their numbers. Actually, the lizards are Marits. Why are the Seps supporting the humans then? Because the Republic wants the Calarium and Norax deposits here, or at least Shinio mining does, and the humans are happier without Shinio moving in. I'm lost, said Niner. The Seps have offered to save Gaftakar from us. So we're going to give them something to object to. I don't make the policy. I just train gorillas and slop bad guys. They lapsed into silence and ate the stew, which was actually remarkably tasty. The rebels the Marits had started assembling an e-web without the manual, and the way a group of them clustered around the heavy blaster and handled the components gave Darman the impression that they swarmed over their enemies. There was something about the rapid and coordinated movements that reminded him of insects and unnerved him. Why are you a sergeant, and the rest of the Nulls are officers? Fi asked. Didn't you pass your promotion board? Aiden didn't seem offended. It was hard to tell what would provoke a Null. Sometimes it took nothing at all. I preferred to be an NCO. If it's good enough for Calbear, it's good enough for me. Fi seemed satisfied with the explanation. Auden was concentrating on his stew, and Niner was watching the Marits getting to grips with the large artillery piece. They're good at assembling things, Aiden said. Good visuospatial ability. It was the first time any of them had met Aiden, and Darman was always keen to get the measure of another of Scarata's nulls. How had he managed to keep them apart from the Commandos during training for so many years? The young nulls terrified the Kaminoans by running wild around Tipoca City. And that was about the only time the Commando squads saw them. Stealing equipment, sabotaging systems, and Armin had never forgotten this, even scaling the supports of the huge domed ceilings, swinging around hundreds of meters above the floor and placing blaster fire to within centimeters of the Kaminoan technicians. The nulls never cared, never seemed afraid. Even then, they answered only to Cal Scarata, and the Kaminoans wouldn't dare cross Calbear. Calbear said the Kaminoans had messed up the nulls, and so they deserved what they got. If the Kaminoans complained, he said, he'd sort them. Scarata used sort as a euphemism for any form of violence, his specialist subject. Amaret trotted over and peered into the stew, head jerking slightly like a droid. You like it? Aten, kneeling down to help himself to another portion, looked up innocently. The scar across his face, the one that Vav had given him, was a thin white line now. It's very tasty. My great-grandmother. The Marit beamed. It was weird to watch a lizard smile like a human. They seemed to have a double row of small triangular teeth. She'll be happy. Darman noticed Aiden slide forward a little and tried to interrupt the exchange. Aten. But Aten was off, being polite to the locals and taking his heart's and mind's role seriously. Is it her recipe then? Aten. It's her, said the Marit, and wandered off. Aten stared into the bowl. There was a moment of complete silence, and Aiden sighed. Fi put his knuckles to his mouth to stifle nervous laughter, but it didn't work. Niner chewed to a halt. Darman tried to be culturally sensitive and all that, but he was hungry, and the Marit seemed pleased they were enjoying the meal. Oh, Fearfeck. Aten put his mess tin down on the ground and sat back on his heels. He screwed his eyes shut tight, and judging by the way his lips compressed, he was in serious digestive crisis, as Ordo called it. Then he rocked back on his heels, stood up, and bolted for the nearest bushes. He's throwing up, Niner said, and went on eating. The faint sound of retching confirmed his diagnosis. Aiden shrugged. It's not like they killed her to eat her. It's how they dispose of their dead. They like to think they do their families some good after they're gone. It's rude not to tuck in. Cultural diversity's a wonderful thing, Fi observed, but he looked quite pale. What do they do for desserts? Niner fished out a chunk of lean meat and gazed at it, then popped it into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Darman didn't know he could be so daring. I never thought I'd resort to cannibalism. It's not cannibalism for us, Niner, Aiden said. Just for them. That's the Grand Army for you. Fi's face seemed back to its normal color again. See the galaxy, meet fascinating new species, and snack on them. Well, we wouldn't be alone. Aiden looked up, all concern, as Aten walked back unsteadily from the bushes, wiping his mouth. You okay? You did that deliberately. You could have told me before I started eating. I said don't ask, and I said I hadn't. Aten quiet, methodical. Aten had been one of Vav's training company, not Scarata's. It showed. Aiden stared at Aten, and Aten stared back. Niner rolled his eyes as if he was shaping up to separate them, and it wouldn't have been the first time that Aten needed hauling out of a confrontation. There was something about the way Vav trained his men that gave them a core of wildness, a complete inability to see sense and back down when pushed too far. Aiden almost broke into a grin. You tried to vibroblade Vav, didn't you? We all heard about that. Aten gave him the silent routine. Darman waited for Aiden to run out of patience and give Aten a good slap, as Phi liked to call it, but he just shrugged and rummaged in his pockets. Okay, said Aiden. He found what he was looking for and tossed a ration bar across to Aten, who caught it. First, you can grow a Shabla beard. Because you're going to have to infiltrate Ayat, and they're not used to seeing quads. Mix yourselves up a bit, and choose who gets to stay looking normal. Phi perked up immediately. I'll dress up as a lizard if I can have a trip into town. Done, Aiden said. But scrub the scaly look, because Marits don't go into the cities now, except to shoot the locals. That's why a human's best suited to do assassinations. Once you've got your bearings, I want two of you to recce Ayat again and get a few spy cams planted. The Marits can't go in unnoticed, and whatever intel Sul put together went with him. Sul? Said Phi. Alpha 30. Aiden said. That was his name. Sul. Darman finished his stew and watched Aiden. He wasn't pleased, that much was obvious. Maybe it was having to follow up on an Alpha arc when he thought he had more important business. Maybe it was just normal irritation at being tasked to carry out a mission that looked pointless and wasn't resourced. He worked alone, and that had to take its toll on any man's will. Niner scraped out his mess tin and rinsed it clean with water from his bottle. I think we should be concentrating our forces on kicking the Osik out of the main SEP homeworlds, he said suddenly. Because if we keep this up, we'll be down to one clone per planet, showing the locals a field manual on how to throw stones. Aiden turned his head slowly and parted his lips as if to speak. He paused. He seemed to be measuring his words. You're in good company, he said. Lots of us do, including General Zay. But the Chancellor wants to avoid too much collateral damage. No pounding, no surging, no offending the civies. No resources. Enough resources not to lose, but not enough to win, Aiden said. He's just feeding a stalemate, the moron. Darman thought it was time they got on with making friends with the Marits. He stood up and ambled over to the lizards, wondering if there might be anything in Ayat that he could acquire for Attain. It was hard to think of anything that a Jedi might want. They avoided possessions. You know what's been bothering me? Phi's voice drifted across the center of the camp. The Marits had finished calibrating the artillery piece and were admiring it. What if the war had broken out when we were 5 years into our training instead of 8, 9, 10? What? Aiden asked. Nobody knows when a war's going to start, not years ahead, anyway. It's not like you can book one in advance. So there we are, fully trained, and then it all kicks off. Very lucky. What if it had all gone to putty years before? What if we'd been half-trained, still just kids? Then we'd have been fighting in diapers. Aten muttered. Because the Republic didn't have any other army worth a Mott's backside. Phi raised an eyebrow. Shabla lucky, if you asked me. Time to move it, Aiden said sharply, and Darman suspected he was breaking up the speculation for a reason. Judging by the expression on Phi's face, he felt that, too. I'll bring you up to speed with the local situation, and you can spend the rest of the day getting to know our allies. The longer the war went on, the less sense it made to Darman. After years of clear certainty in training, knowing what he had to do, and why he would have to do it, because there had never been any doubt in anyone's mind that they would one day be deployed, the reality of the war didn't match any of it. Shambolic organization, indecisive leadership from the top, and too many gray areas. The more places he was sent, the more things Darman saw that made him ask why they didn't just let planets seed from the Republic. Life would go on. Vi's thinking was getting to him. Every thought now started with a why. Stay busy. There was nothing he could about it now except get on with his job. He smiled at the Marits. I'm Darman, he said, holding out his hand for shaking. Want me to show you how to make shrapnel out of a droid? Chapter 3. No, General Zay finding Chief Scientist Ko's Psi is as much a priority as locating General Grievous. Our survival depends on a strong army, and that means the highest quality clones conscription of ordinary citizens is a poor second and would be politically unacceptable. Find her, if only to deny the Separatists her expertise. You have the best intelligence assets the Republic has ever known. So I'll accept no excuses. Chancellor Palpatine, to Jedi General Arligan Zay, Director of Special Forces, Grand Army of the Republic. ***. Deepwater class ship Aehan, Maijito Space, 471 days after Geonosis. Fearfek. Skirata sighed, watching the transponders mapped on the cockpit holochart. The picket of ships around Maijito made it look as if it were ringed by its own constellation. I know Bakar is keeping them busy down there, but that's still quite a gauntlet to run. And we're a 45-meter cargo ship, Ordo said. Just a laser cannon by way of armament. Mandalorian crew in full Beskar Gam. Definitely not a Republic vessel. What you think, just walk in? Could do. Nothing links us to the Republic. And I always carry a range of current transponder codes, so that's an easy fix. Well, we won't win a battle with a warship, so that's our choice made for us. Of course, a submersible's sensors are perfect for getting an accurate three-dimensional scan of the site. In we go, then, Ordike. Ordo studied the long-range orbital scan of the landing site. It was a vast glacier in a landscape of sheet ice and crystal rock. The penetrating skin showed few crevasses, but the sheet was honeycombed with irregular tunnels that meandered around one another like tangled yarn and occasionally crossed. The straight, uniform outlines of the ventilation shafts were easy to identify by contrast. Around the warm shafts, underground lakes of melted water had formed, capped by thinner ice sheets. Ordo copied the section of holochart to his datapad and didn't even have to do the calculations to realize that searching each tunnel in the site that Delta had pinpointed would take days. Too long. An idea formed immediately in his mind, as well as a theory on what had happened to Vav. He might have fallen into the warren of tunnels or through the ice into the liquid water beneath. It wasn't good either way. Chris to Worm Runnels, Ordo said. It's fascinating how life forms survive even in the most extreme places. If Vav's out in those temperatures, said Skirata, he won't be one of them. It's been hours. Even in his Beskar Gam, the seals won't keep out that kind of cold indefinitely. Ordo slid his electronic tool case out of his sleeve and took out an overwrite probe. He selected a randomly generated transponder code with a Mandalore prefix, and Aehan ceased to register as licensed on Mon Calamari. Okay, Calbir, now or never. He maneuvered Aehan into a landing trajectory, and wondered whether to brazen it out by pinging Maijito traffic control and requesting permission to land. No water on board, a civilian vessel that anyone could scan to confirm its configuration. He'd sort that the moment they got out of here and a couple of wandering Nirs at the helm, even with a battle going on, he might get away with it. He opened the traffic frequency. Maijito TC, this is Mandalorian cargo vessel Aehan. Request permission to set down for replenishment. The pause was longer than he expected. Hey Han, this is my Jito TC. For Mandalorians, you're remarkably slow to notice we have hostilities ongoing. My Jito, scan our tanks for water. The next pause was even longer. Hey Han, we note your tanks are zeroed. Unfortunately, our city facilities are closed. Remember the hostilities? If he was turned away now, he'd blown it. They'd drawn Maijito's attention to them. Maijito, there appears to be water just under the surface west of the hostilities, and Mandalore does give assistance to the CIS. We'll refill at our own risk. Hey Han, okay, go ahead, and don't try to sue us if you sustain damage or injury. Make sure you're off the planet in 2 standard hours. Ordo felt his shoulder muscles relax. He hadn't realized he'd tensed them. Maijito understood. He closed the link. Skirata winked at him and grinned. Calbear was proud of him, and it made him feel as safe and confident now as it had when he was a small child. It's amazing how rarely you need to use force, he said, relieved. Without the coordinates from Delta, Ordo knew he wouldn't have known where to start the search for Vav. Maijito's surface was a windswept icescape, dazzlingly pretty for a few minutes and then fatally disorienting. Ordo set Eihan down between cliffs on the edge of the underground lake and sealed his armor, and as he opened the hatch the wind shrieked and howled. He slid off the hull, and Skirata dropped down beside him. He's been out here for 4 hours, Calbear. Ordo activated his helmet's infrared filter, adjusted it to its most sensitive setting, and cast around on a square search of a 20-meter grid. If he's dead, I might still pick up a temperature differential, but it's unlikely. Skirata paced the imaginary grid with slow, silent deliberation, sweeping a handheld scanner across the surface to locate holes and fissures, and then scanning for temperature changes. Ordo suddenly wondered if he'd been tactless, and that Calbear might be upset at the thought of Vav being dead. The 2 men had been at each other's throats ever since he could remember, but they also went back a long time, including all those years training clones on Commando, erased from the galaxy and dead to all who knew them. I'm sorry, Bear, he said. Don't be. Skirata checked a readout on his forearm plate. I'm scanning for metals. This detects 20 meters down. Skirata might have been genuinely unmoved, interested only in the proceeds of the robbery. For once Ordo couldn't tell, but he doubted it. Skirata felt everything on raw nerves. They paced slowly, leaning against the wind, and Skirata seemed to be cycling through his comlink frequencies because Ordo was picking up spikes on his system. Vav might have left a link open. It was worth trying. No paw prints, Skirata said. Winds probably swept them away. Ordo switched from infrared to the penetrating sensor. It was like checking in mail slots, a tedious progression from one hole to the next. A recent fall of snow was drifting, filling in the depressions. He could be anywhere. He might even have got out and found shelter. Skirata tilted his head down as if listening. Ordo caught a burst of audio on the shared comlink. If he is, his helmet systems are down. I'm getting static. He might be down too deep. Ordo was starting to feel the cold seeping through his armor joints. If this had been his GRSU suit, he'd have had temperature control, but his Mandalorian Beskar Gam was more basic. He'd fix that as soon as he got the chance, just like he'd upgraded his helmet. It wasn't as if he spent a lot of time working in it. He never thought to check how Vav's suit was configured. It was just matte black, an image he dreaded as a kid, and now unsettlingly like Omega's Katarn rig. Black was the color of justice. Calbert's armor was sand gold, the color of vengeance. Ordo had opted for deep red plates simply because he liked the color. But black or gold, if Vav didn't have cold proofing or some other protection, he'd be dead now. Don't laugh, son, Scarata said, but I'm going to try something old-fashioned. Just like you talked your way past the picket. He stood with his arms at his sides and yelled. Murd! Murd, you dribbling heap, can you hear me? The wind was drowning out his voice. He clenched his fists and tried again. Murd! Ordo joined in calling the stall's name. He almost expected to see a patrol closing in on them, but his helmet sensors showed nothing. Strills can stand cold, Scarata said, pausing to get his breath. And they've got better hearing than humans. It was worth a try. He tapped his forearm controls, adjusting his helmet's voice projector to maximum. Murd! How would they even hear the animal if it responded to their calls? Ordo was about to go back and start using the ship's sensor systems to probe deeper into the ice, but he heard Scarata say, OSIKYR. In surprise, and when he turned, the snow was shaking. The thin crust broke. A gold-furred head pushed through like a hideously ugly seedling, a thick layer of white frost on its muzzle. Murd, I'll never curse you again, Scarata said, and knelt down to scoop away the chunks of ice. The animal whined pitifully. Is he down there, Murd? Is Vav down there? He hesitated and then rubbed the folds of loose skin on its muzzle. Map the tunnel for me, Ordike. The holochart hung in the air, a 3D model of the ice beneath them. The tunnel that Murd had struggled out of ran down at a 30-degree angle and curved close to the margin of the lake before snaking away again and disappearing off the chart in the direction of Gigot. It's about 60 meters down to the bend, and the diameter there is only a meter, Ordo said. If he fell, chances are he came to rest at the bend. Long way down. Scarata had his arms around Murd, and Ordo wasn't sure if he was hugging the animal or trying to shelter it. It was a marked change of attitude, given that he'd thrown his knife at it more than once in the past. Murd, find Vav. Good Murd. Here. He took out a length of fiber cord from his belt and knotted it around Murd's neck. Go find him. You couldn't drag him out, could you? Is he stuck? Find him. Murd struggled back down the tunnel, making rasping noises with its claws like a skater, and then there was silence again. Murd's clever, but a Strill can't tie knots, said Ordo. So if Vav's dead or unconscious, what are you doing? Measuring, said Scarata. He had a tight grip on the line, watching it intently. Eventually it went taut. Fearfek, there's never a Jedi around when you need one, is there? Bardike could have done his Force stuff and located Vav right away. He tugged on the line. Back, Murd. Come back. The line went slack again. Given how much line I'm holding, minus the loop, Vav's at 58 meters. If Murd reached him, it'd stay with Vav. Trust me, it stopped where Vav is when the line went taut. Now all we have to do is get to him. The solution was obvious to Ordo. We breached the tunnel at the thinnest point of the ice, which is where it runs next to the lake, and that's less than 8 meters thick. And flood the tunnel. No. Or flush him into the lake and lose him. Either way, he's dead. Either way, Ordo said, utterly relieved that he recalled every line of the deep water manual. I lined the ship up, starboard side to, and worked through the ice with the boarding tube from the airlock. Dry entry. Skirata looked up at him for a moment. Ordo didn't need to see his face to know what he was thinking. You still manage to amaze me, son. You really do. Just hope we don't hit rock. Murd crawled out of the runnel and flopped at Skirata's feet, panting. It was a struggle to get the strill into Aihan, probably because it thought they were leaving Vav behind, but it was weak and frozen, and that meant Skirata and Ordo could subdue it between them. Ordo set the ship down on the frozen surface of the lake. If the ice cracked and they fell through, that was fine, because it would save him the trouble of smashing through. But it didn't. Shields. What did it say about shields when diving? Reconfigure. He tapped in the commands and waited. Amber indicators changed one by one to green. Okay, now avoid any serious impacts. Ordo lifted Aihan clear of the surface, climbed steeply, and fired a laser round at the lake at what he hoped was a safe distance from the ice wall. Steam plumed up beneath him like a geyser. A chunk of ice lifted vertically and bobbed for a second before sliding back again. The lake would freeze over fast. Brace for dive, he said, and took her in a slow nosedive. Asik. Oh yes. Do other people live their lives like this? Do they take these kinds of risks? It wasn't the time to worry about that. Ordo hadn't yet met a problem he couldn't solve or a situation he couldn't survive. Aihan pushed through the shattered surface, and even at low speed it seemed like crashing into solid rock. For a moment Ordo thought he'd got it badly wrong, but the slow ice impact wasn't anywhere near as violent as weapons fire, and the shield held. Chunks scraped and screeched as she passed through the slush layer, and then everything went quiet in clear twilight water. They were in the lake itself. Now he had to align the airlock with Vav's position. You knew the hull would take that, right, Ordike? Skirata jumped out of the co-pilot's seat and pulled off his helmet. He looked shaken. Of course I did. Well, 90% sure. Okay, close enough. Let's do some scanning. The airlock was nearly 2 meters in diameter. Ordo aligned it at Vav's rough position and used the penetrating sensors to look for a dense mass. Skirata went into the starboard cargo bay with his metal scanner and opened the inner airlock hatch. The warning light lit up on the console, and Skirata's voice crackled over the ship's intercom. Big immobile lump of durasteel and Beskar about 6 meters in, he said. Good old Mandalorian iron. You can't beat the stuff. That's Vav all right. 6 meters. That was a pretty thin wall between the tunnel and the water. At least there was no worm activity, but there was no way of knowing if the shock wave from the laser round would attract them. Let me reposition. I'm a meter off. I can't tell if he's alive. Okay, we've got to cut through that ice now. Heat it, Skirata said. We can vent the meltwater through the tanks. About 80 cubic meters. Maybe less. Okay. Ordo hiked the thermostat on the environmental controls. They needed to raise the temperature of the exposed ice on the other side of the airlock any way they could. Maybe a combination of heat and cutting. And Maijito TC wants us out of here in about an hour and a half. Ordo extended the outer docking ring until he felt it embed in the lake wall. Come out of the airlock, Calbear. I need to test for leaks. Clear? Clear. I'm going to see what we've got in the tool locker. Okay, closing inner airlock. The status light changed to green again. He put Aihan on auto-helm to hold her steady against the ice wall. Opening outer hatch. The sensors showed no leaks. When Ordo maneuvered the safety chem inside the airlock chamber, he saw a smooth, glassy disk of dirty ice. A few meters on the other side of that lay Wall and Vav. If they got it wrong while they tried to cut through the wall, the water would flood in and sink Aihan. It was a lot of trouble to go to for a few credits, and a man both of them disliked. On too many occasions, Ordo had wished Vav dead. Now he found himself willing the Chakar to stay alive. Asterisk asterisk. Special Operations Brigade HQ, Coruscant, General Arligan Zeiss office, 471 days after Geonosis. Sev thought it was just as well he had a reputation for being uncommunicative. General Zay walked up and down the short line of 4 commandos as if he was doing an inspection, pausing occasionally to stare at a detail of their armor or look into their eyes. If the Jedi thought that would psych out Delta Squad, he'd have a long, long walk ahead of him. Sev stared straight ahead, hands clasped behind his back, boots planted firmly at shoulder width. In his peripheral vision, General Juzik sat on a table swinging his legs. His disheveled Padawan image didn't fool anyone. Sev had been on enough operations with him to know that he could make Scorch look overcautious. Zeiss ARC Trooper Aide Captain Mays prowled the room as if he wasn't listening to the debriefing. On balance, Sev preferred the Nullarks. They understood in a way that the men trained by Fett simply didn't. Zay came to a halt in front of Boss and stood with his nose almost touching his. "I'm not stupid," he said quietly. "Am I, Sergeant?" "Sir, no sir," Boss barked. "Want to tell me what went wrong with your exfiltration?" "Sir, we encountered some resistance, and were forced to exit the complex via an unreconnoitered passage, sir." Sev felt for Boss. They'd all made the decision to stick with Vav, but Boss was the boss. So he got it in the neck. Sev found the occasional trips back to HQ unsettling. He wanted to be back out in the field with just his brothers for company, because Coruscant wasn't their world, and he'd already had enough of it. Zay was still in Boss's face. "This wouldn't have anything to do with Scarada, would it, 3-8? "Sir, no sir." Well, that much was true. Nobody had actually lied to Zay yet, because Jedi had a way of telling if someone was lying. Zay took a pace back, seemed to be suppressing a smile, and then shook his head. "Well," he said at last, sitting down behind his fancy lapis-inlaid desk. "Good result on my Jito. General Kiadimundi has sent his commendation. Don't care." "What's happened to Sergeant Vav?" "Can we eat it, sir?" Scorch asked, straight-faced. "I realize you returned with indecent haste, Delta." Zay turned to Maze. "Captain, once I'm through with this briefing, take Delta straight to the mess and stand over them while they eat the recommended daily intake." Maze, looking less than thrilled by his nursemaid duties, grunted. "Sir." Juzik, who'd been staring out the window, suddenly flinched as if someone unseen had walked up behind him. Jedi were weird. "But before you eat, gentlemen, here's your new brief." Zay flicked a holochart into life, and the familiar planet-studded grid settled in the air over the briefing table. "And this comes straight from the Chancellor, a direct personal order. Fine Chief Scientist Ko Sai." Boss was still doing the talking, which suited Sev just fine, because he was far more interested in Vav's fate and was now watching Juzik carefully. The kid was like a holo receiver. He picked up all kinds of stuff from distant events. Maybe he'd detected something now. He certainly looked distracted. "And when we find her, sir? Bring her back in one piece." "Bummer," Fixer muttered. "Sir." Zay managed a smile. I know you have little to love the Kaminoans for, gentlemen, but I don't make the rules. Lama Su is adamant that Kosai defected and that she didn't die. He won't give his reasons, but that probably doesn't matter because the Chancellor wants a tame Kaminoan scientist for our own use so we aren't beholden to Tupoka, should they ever change their minds about our favored customer status. The general shook his head as if he was arguing with himself. So haul her back here. Top priority. He ordered me to put the best team on it. Sev accepted that it was true. They were better than Omega because they didn't go soft and get diverted by personal issues. They had Vav to thank for that. She's been gone a year, sir. Why make the move so late in the day? Boss asked. I'm not privy to that information, Sergeant, Zay said carefully. But the intel we do have, via the Kaminoans, suggests that she's passed through Vainai within the last 6 months. Sev didn't know the Kaminoans had any kind of intelligence, seeing as they almost never left their homeworld, but they could clearly buy it in from outside. He chalked Kosai up to the long list of objectives that Delta had been set and tried to come to terms with his fears about Vav. Boss broke position and wandered over to the holochart to locate Vainai. Who's tracking her, sir? You. Understood. The report came from Rin, who do occasional work for the Republic. She's probably long gone, but this is the first positive lead we've had. Sev sneaked a look at Juzik. Something had definitely distracted him, and it wasn't what was happening on the parade ground. The Jedi looked at him and gave him a discreet thumbs up. What does that mean? Cheer up? His Gravball team won? Vav's okay? Boss, Scorch, and Fixer were engrossed in the discussion on the significance of Vainai plenty of ocean, and she wasn't likely to be hiding out on Tatooine, and Sev just stood there, eyes pointing in the appropriate direction to look like he was following the debate. Fear. Yes, it was fear. Everyone got scared, but this was different, a gnawing, hollow void in his stomach. He'd let Vav down when it mattered. If Vav survived, he'd beat Sev within a breath of his life. If he didn't, he'd haunt him. Try harder, Sev. You let your brothers down, you let me down, you let the whole Shabla army down. Try harder, you lazy little Chakar, or next time it really will hurt. Sev had tried so hard that he'd collapsed on his bunk most nights without even getting his fatigues off, and then had to catch up on his laundry in the early hours when reveille made his heart nearly leap out of his chest, and he got up with his head still buzzing with lack of sleep. He was 5 years old. He hadn't forgotten. Sev was now the best sniper in the Grand Army because he didn't want to let anyone down. And this stays within this room, gentlemen, because this is the Chancellor's pet peeve. Zay's tone jerked Sev back to the present. Nobody else in Special Operations knows about this, and I really don't want Scarata to know because, fine man though he might be, he does have an issue with Kaminoans. Any man who refers to them as Tatsushi and actually boasts of recipes is probably best kept out of the loop. Dismissed. Scorch chuckled approvingly as they clunked their way down the corridor toward the mess with Maze at their heels. You think Scarata would really eat a Kaminoan? Fixer managed a sentence, which was good going for him. Only if he had hot sauce. What do you think they serve us? That isn't roller fish on the menu. Scorch half-turned as he walked, trying to drag Sev into the conversation. You okay, Sev? Terrific. They couldn't mention Vav in front of Maze. As far as Zay was concerned, Vav had done the Maijito Reki and banged out. He certainly hadn't robbed a bank and plunged down some ice hole to freeze to death, if he hadn't already broken his neck. Never better. The sound of boots walking briskly down the corridor behind them broke into a clatter. Juzik caught up, looking flushed and almost pleased with himself. "I'll keep this lot in line, Captain," he said to Maze. "I'm sure you've got better things to do than make them finish their greens." Maze turned on his heel immediately and began walking back to the command center. "Whatever it is you're doing," he said, "thank you for not involving me in it, sir." Maze wasn't stupid. He didn't want to stand between two Jedi generals playing a game. Nobody in their right mind would. Boss stood back to let Juzik enter the mess first. "Well, General? I feel that Vav is alive." "And we left him behind," Sev said. "We don't do that." Juzik took Sev's arm discreetly and applied a little pressure. "And you were out of options, Private. If he'd wanted extracting, he'd have asked." Scorch grabbed a plate of seabreads and slapped them on a table to mark his territory. Few of the other commandos sat near Delta at mealtimes because they were one of the last complete squads who'd been decanted together into Poca City and stayed together this far. Heavy casualties in the early days of the war. Sev hated himself for believing all that guff about Jedi being invincible military geniuses, meant that most commando squads had been reformed at least once, and just didn't have that extra cohesion that Delta did, Sev was sure. All but one of Vav's squads had stayed in one piece. He might have been a savage instructor, but it was all for their own good. He said so. It was true. "So what now, sir?" Boss asked. "How do we make this disappear? The voice traffic with Skirata? Don't kid yourself that Zayi doesn't know something went on. Juzik could switch from being a goofy kid to a hard man in an instant. He seemed to be learning a lot from Skirata. He has to at least pretend to stick to the rules. Leave it to me. Those comlink records will vanish before anyone knows they exist." "Thank you, sir. You made the right call to pass the problem to me instead of Zayi," Juzik said. "You might feel disloyal, but what he doesn't officially know can't get him in trouble. Will you let us know when they find him?" "Course I will. If anyone can extract him, Kalbir and Ordika can." Juzik grabbed a sea bread from Scorch's plate and got up to leave. "The Force tells me things will work out." Sev watched him go. If the Force was that chatty, it should have been telling the Jedi about useful strategic stuff, not vague fortune-telling. Kalbir, Fixer mocked. Boss didn't seem too upset about Vav to eat. "Wow, he's got it bad, little Juzik, hasn't he?" Regular little Mando ad. "Hey, our Sarge is missing." Sev clenched his teeth to keep his voice as low as he could. "Vav could be dead, and you can eat and joke?" "We abandoned him. We left him to die. We never leave a man behind, guys." The other three stared at him like he was telling them something they didn't know. "Take it easy, Sev. We're all worried. Best thing we can do," Scorch said, "is do our job and let everyone else do theirs." "You get that gem of wisdom off a ration pack label?" Sev snapped. "Shut up and eat. You'll think straighter on a full stomach and a few hours sleep." Scorch grabbed a passing server droid. "Full Cory breakfast for the young psychopath here, Tinny." Sev ate too fast to taste the food, but at least it filled a hole, as Fi would have said if the annoying little jerk had been here. Sev wasn't sure if he missed Omega or not. On balance, he did. And it was all for a few credits. There weren't enough credits in the galaxy to make it worth leaving a comrade behind. Sev could imagine nothing worse. If he ever saw Vav alive again, he wondered if he'd have the guts to apologize to him. ***. Maijito, deep-water submersible Aihan, depth 58 meters, 471 days after geonosis. Skirata wasn't sure if the fluid dripping off his nose and chin was spray from the melting ice or his own sweat. They'd been hacking at the ice face for an hour now, and the space was too confined for both of them to work at the same time. They took turns. Skirata found he needed it. It was hot, damp, and numbing labor. Melting was useless. It seemed to be freezing again as fast as it thawed. He put his full weight against an inadequate hydrocutter and took another chunk of ice out of what he saw as a 6-meter tunnel. His hands were numb and tingling from the vibration. I'm getting too old for this. Vav, why the shab are we even bothering? I put my boy at risk for this. Ordo tapped him on the shoulder. Break, Calber. Skirata put the cutter on standby and found he could hardly move his legs. Ordo, with that perfect silent understanding, grabbed him by his boots and hauled him out of the airlock tube. Skirata leaned against the bulkhead and then slid down it in exhaustion. His hands felt lifeless. He shook them hard to stop the tingling. It wasn't the time to say that they could have left Vav. They were both at the stage where they couldn't think of much beyond the next minute, and the next chunk of ice pulled free and pushed out onto the deck. The cargo bay deck was scattered with wet gravel freed by the melt. The pristine white landscape disguised how much debris there was in the compressed snow. There was another thunk from the airlock like a brick falling off a wall. Skirata struggled to his feet and stepped in to clear the ice out of Ordo's way. Even the noise of the cutting disc couldn't drown out Merd's whining and yelping, and he wondered if the strill would claw clean through the hatch to get out of the locked storage compartment. Even if nobody else loved Vav, that animal certainly did. The good thing about repetitive and desperate physical labor was that it stopped you from speculating too much on things like the ice that had refrozen across the lake. The possibility that the lake wall would collapse under the weight of the water anyway, and that, working now without their sealed armor, they'd drown if the boarding tube gave way. Clunk. Ordo was young, strong, and fit. He was removing the ice a lot faster than Skirata could. Rewarming, Ordo yelled. Skirata was partially deaf from too much time spent around loud explosions without a helmet, but he could hear him. When we get Vav out, he's bound to have hypothermia, however good his armor is. Got to get him thawed. What? Rescue breathing. Warm air in the lungs. Mouth to mouth. Skirata wasn't thinking fast enough. Asik. Maybe Merd can do it. The one thing they had plenty of now was hot water. The tanks were full. Vav could at least have warm compresses. Warm sugar water. Ordo grunted with effort, and there was another clunk. He was going well. It's all about raising core temperature. Skirata broke out his ration pack. He never imagined he'd give Wallen Vav his last energy blocks. Here he was, worrying about a Chakar who'd beat his men badly enough to put them in a med center, when he had his boys, Juzik, a pregnant. Etain, and now Bessany went in to fret over, and they all deserved his efforts a lot more than Vav. Chakar, he said to himself. A cry droid might be a good investment. What? I said I think a cry droid might be a good investment. Ice-breaking. The drill drowned Ordo's voice for a while. Should be able to melt ice faster than this. It was a long half-hour. The brief spells at the ice face were getting harder each time, and they needed to save their energy blocks for Vav. Skirata felt his strength ebbing faster. The gravel released from the ice dug into the palms of his hands when he crawled into the tube, but they were so numb now he could hardly feel it. Eventually he resorted to his blaster, and the steam made the compartment feel like a sunny steamer. Ordo checked the thickness of the ice. Nearly there. At least it's warm in here. I'm sorry, son. Getting you into this. Good training. Never done this before. You should be out on the town with your girl at your age, not. I don't feel right about using Bethany to spy for us. It was right out of the blue. Ordo did that from time to time, revealing what was on his mind and making Skirata realize he didn't know everything about him, not even now. He must have been chewing it over while he slogged away at the ice. Mariel didn't force her, son. She knows the score. I meant that I wasn't expecting to feel bad about it. So again, Skirata knew even less about Ordo than he thought. He decided not to comment and just let the lad ramble on. But Ordo went quiet again and more lumps of dirty, gritty ice fell out onto the deck as the cutter whined. He'd had his say. The Republic uses you, son, but now we're reusing the Republic. Can. T let an asset like Bethany went and go to waste. A breath of burning cold air on his face and a shout from Ordo snapped Skirata out of an exhausted trance, and somehow his adrenaline got him back on his feet. We're through. I see him. There wasn't enough room for both of them in the tube. Ordo hacked frantically at the rapidly enlarging hole. When he leaned back to reach for a fibercord line, Skirata could see a black shape that didn't look like a man for a moment, but then he could make out part of the T-shaped visor of Vav's helmet. I'm cutting his packs free. The operation was now more like delivering a Nerf calf. After much swearing and panting, Ordo backed out of the boarding tube, hauling Vav by a line around one shoulder. It sounded like he was dragging a coffin. Vav plopped onto the cargo bay deck in a heap, his armor so cold that it burned Skirata's fingers as he eased off the man's helmet. Vav's hard, gaunt face was almost blue. Skirata pushed his eyelids back to check his pupils. They reacted to the light. Humans survived low temperatures even when they looked dead, and Vav was definitely alive. Skirata mentally listed all the procedures he had to follow, like looking for a pulse, counting breaths, not rubbing extremities, and diverting warmer blood from the core. Asik Wallen, you Shabir, don't you dare go and die on me now. Vav's head rolled, and he mumbled back at Skirata. Murd, he said. Murd. Skirata had gone after Vav at least twice in his life, fully intending to kill him. His instinct, funny thing that it was, now focused him totally on saving the man. Ordo slithered backward out of the tube again, dragging Vav's Bergen and a large bundle of plastoid sheeting that chinked and clacked. Rescue breathing, Calber. He panted. The effort had even taken its toll on Ordo. He grabbed Vav and half-dragged, half-carried him into the medbay, heaving him onto the bunk. Skirata trailed behind with the bags. I know your cussing can generate a few kilowatts of heat, but it's not reaching his lungs. He's conscious and breathing. No CPR. Okay. Dry. He's dry. Wet clothing leached the heat fast. The suit held up. Skirata pulled off Vav's armor and grabbed whatever he could find from the locker to wrap him up. His fingers showed no signs of frostbite, corpse cold, but still soft. That was something. Let Murd out. Murd shot out of the store compartment and nearly knocked Skirata over. The animal was good and warm. If anyone was going to snuggle up to Vav and transfer heat, Murd was the best choice. Ordo watched the strill flop onto its master with delighted little squeals and rumbles, slobbering over his face. Ordo seemed to find it suddenly funny. Thanks, Murd, he said. You saved us both from a fate worse than death. Carry on, that's drill. He turned to Skirata. It's time to seal up and get out of here. How are you going to break the surface ice? Ordo shrugged. Torpedo. Well, the laser didn't attract any unwelcome attention, so go for it, son. I'll get some hot liquid into Vav. Secure him in the bunk, because we're going to be banging out of here at quite an angle. You might want to hold off the hot liquid until we're stable again. Ordo never exaggerated. When he said quite an angle, he probably meant vertical. A few moments after the shock of an exploding torpedo bounced back at them, everything they hadn't had time to stow securely went sliding to the bulkheads and Murd howled, claws nailed deep into the bunk housing. Aehan leveled out. The loose objects thudded back down on the deck. Drink this, Skirata said, lifting Vav's head with one hand and holding a beaker of the cube-sweetened hot water to his lips. Murd gave Skirata some grudging space but spread itself down the length of Vav's frame. Get it in your gut, Wallen, or I'll have to heat your innards by shoving a blaster down your throat. Vav coughed, splashing a fine spray of spit in Skirata's face. I'm going to tell everyone. What a soft chakar you are, Cal. Well, his cognitive functions were just fine. No confused rambling there. Skirata ticked one more symptom off the first aid list. Can you feel any injuries? Not yet. You look worse than me. Come on. Skirata slopped more liquid into his mouth. He felt wrecked now. Get this down, you. Tell Delta? Okay, yes. Vav had a few saving graces. He knew his lads would be worried sick about him, and that they needed to know he'd been extracted. Will do. Now what the Shab was worth nearly freezing to death for. What the Shab, Vav said hoarsely, was worth nearly killing yourself. To save me? I wanted your armor. Better environment seals than mine, obviously. You could survive a Sarlacc in that. Vav actually smiled. He didn't do that often. He had very even, white teeth that proved he'd had a healthy and well-fed early childhood. Bergen. Take a look inside. Ordo's voice cut into the ship's comlink system. I'm heading for the RV point, Kalber. I've informed General Juzik that Vav's inboard. Good lad, said Skirata. Good lad, Vav chorused. How much did this sub cost you? Shut up and drink. Skirata waited until he'd forced 3 beakers of diluted energy cubes down Vav's throat before giving in to an animal curiosity that overrode every weary ache and pulled muscle. He untied the bundle. As the contents spilled across the medbay deck, there was only one word he could spit out. Wei! Vav made a coughing sound that might have been laughter. He didn't get a lot of practice at that. Skirata was transfixed by the tide of valuables, so much so that his hands were shaking when he unfastened the backpack's assortment of pouches. What spilled out stifled any further comment. He knelt down on the deck, knowing his old ankle injury was screaming for a painkiller but far too engrossed in sorting through the booty to give it any time. There was a lot here. A lot. Hundreds of thousands of credits. Worth. He stretched out his hand and rummaged cautiously. No millions. Skirata started making a mental inventory almost without thinking about it. Old habits died hard. When he glanced over his shoulder, Vav was watching him, eyes half open as if he was nodding off. Murd kept guard, snuffling occasionally. Except for the inside pocket, he said, you can keep the lot. What do you mean, keep the lot? I'm not a thief. I took what was rightfully mine. The rest is a donation to your clone welfare fund. Wallen, Skirata said quietly. This is something like 40 million creds, at least. Stunned or not, he could always compose himself enough to carry out a blisteringly accurate valuation. You nearly died to get it. You sure about this? You're still in shock. You. Sure. Sure? Sure. You liberated it for the lads? Wallen, that's. I liberated it to cover my shebs, Vav said. Skirata nodded, suddenly unable to meet Vav's eyes any longer. Of course you did. If the only items missing are from the Vav deposit box, then it narrows down the suspects. Vav reached out for the beaker and managed to get it to his lips. He spilled a lot of it, but that was okay. He was recovering fast. Just made it look like good old-fashioned random thieving. Your dad couldn't touch you even if he did work out that you'd come back. It was clearly one admission too far for Vav. He was definitely embarrassed, not angry. Look, Cal, when you were surviving on dead boards and gravel and playing the working-class martyr, did nobody teach you how to steal like a professional? Vav usually didn't have to do much to get Skirata fighting mad. Breathing was normally enough. This time Skirata simply knelt there with his chin lowered, struggling to find the right words to tell Vav he was moved by his generosity. Thanks, he said, fidgeting with a spectacular Orodia Mingit. Thanks, Neviodi. Neviodi. He'd never called Vav brother without a good dose of sarcasm. 40 million creds went a long way with Skirata. But remember my men too, Cal. If they need help when the time comes, I expect it to be given. Wallen, this is for every clone who needs help. Not just my lads. I'd buy out all 3 million of them if I could. As long as we understand each other. I'll get Ordo to inventory this. He's good at that. They didn't have a crumb of food on board Aihan, but they were rich. Or at least Skirata's rapidly expanding plans to secure the future for clones, his clones, Vav's clones, any Shabla clone he could get out of the GAR in the end were well funded. Ordo sat at the treatment table in the med bay with Skirata and worked his way through the hall with a data pad and a distracted frown. Is this some Mandalorian renaissance you're planning, Cal? Vav asked. It was starting to feel like it. He hadn't really thought that far ahead. If I set up a place for them all, then it might as well be Mandalore. Yeah, Vav said. It might as well. Murd, draped over Vav like a badly made fur coat, watched Ordo with one red-rimmed eye. The other was shut tight. Ordo had never forgotten that Vav had set Murd on him as a kid, and it seemed that Murd hadn't forgotten that Ordo had aimed a blaster between its eyes. It rumbled deep in its throat, apparently reassured that both Ordo's hands were occupied with the proceeds of the robbery. Ordo took a spectral analyzer from his belt tool kit and ran the beam over the gems, diligently noting the composition and weight of each piece in his datapad with a little frown of concentration like some heavily armed accountant. Skirata held his breath. Some of the items in the bag were priceless antiques. Bishevo ancestral icon, Ordo said, and held up a time-stained square of gilded parchment. Collectors would happily shoot their mothers for it. They certainly shot each other. I hope you know a reliable fence in the fine art world, Calbear, because we're going to need one. The fine arts, Skirata said, fighting a hysterical urge to giggle, are my natural territory. You're an uncultured savage, said Vav. But you did save my shebs. Here, Ordo, help me with my belt. Ordo raised an eyebrow. You ought to be taking it easy, Sergeant. Open this pouch. Come on. Scarata did it for him. Vav fumbled and pulled out a piece of jewelry, a gold pin with 3 square-cut, vivid blue stones of extravagant size set along its length. He could have swapped it for a penthouse apartment in the Republica. Scarata had never seen anything like it. My mother's bauble, Vav said. He tossed it to Ordo, who caught it one-handed. Give it to that pretty girl of yours, Captain. She'll do it justice. Ordo, always an odd mix of naivete and precocious experience, stared at it with visible dismay. He had no idea how to accept a gift like that, but then neither did Scarata. It was a showstopper. The only people who'd given him assets even remotely like it had done so at the point of his knife. Vav seemed utterly unmoved by wealth, but maybe if you started life that rich then it ceased to have meaning. Ordo scanned the stone's dimensions, clarity, refraction, density and tapped the data pad. Approximately 143 carats. His gaze was still fixed on the sapphires as if they were going to explode. Current market value of the unset gems is 10 million. But it's your inheritance. He sounded like a little boy again, and the fact that it was stolen property didn't enter into the objection. It's too valuable, I'm afraid. Take it, Ordo. It gives me great pleasure to know that Ma Vav no longer has it, and that a better woman does. It might simply have been embarrassed bluster, but Scarata felt that depriving his loathed parents of something was exactly what Vav wanted. He was a volunteer orphan. It was in stark contrast with Scarata, an orphan who valued family more than anything. He tried to be the best possible father to men who'd been created without the comfort of any mother at all, good or bad. Ordo, as ever, educated Scarata again. The lad was full of surprises. It's very gracious of you, Sergeant Vav, he said, and put the pin carefully in his undershirt pocket. He could be quite the gentleman, just as Scarata had taught him. Thank you. I assure you it'll be treasured. It took another hour to tally all the items, and some still defied valuation. Even so, Scarata was now looking at 53.5 million credits, if he didn't count Ordo's Chironi sapphires, half of it in unregistered secured bonds that could be converted to credits anywhere. While Vav slept and Ordo piloted the ship, Scarata admired the hull for a while, imagining all the safe houses, escape routes, and new beginnings it could buy for clones who decided they'd completed their service to the Republic. He wasn't encouraging desertion. He was liberating slaves. Men who didn't sign up had no oath or contract to honor as far as he was concerned. Eventually he left Vav to his sleep, curled in a fetal ball with Murd still keeping vigil over him, and wandered off to the cockpit to sit with Ordo. Ordo held out the jeweled pin. Look! They turned green in this light. He seemed more fascinated by the chemistry of them. What am I going to do with them, Calber? Scarata shrugged. Like Vav says, give them to Bessany? They're stolen. That compromises her. Let me think of something. They'd buy a lot of land and a secure base. Will Vav be offended? Not as long as Ma Vav doesn't get to wear them again. How terrible to hate your parents so much. But then parents do appalling things to their children, don't they? Like Puritane. Given away to total strangers. Ordo pitted Jedi. It was becoming a recurring theme in his conversation. I'm lucky to find a father who wanted me. We all are. Does he think I was a bad father to my own kids? He never says. I'd kill for you, son, Scarata said. It's that simple. Ordo was a good lad. A wonderful lad. He could pilot a totally unfamiliar ship, even stage a staggering rescue, just on intuition and one skim of the manual, then sit down and balance the accounts. Skirata, choked silent by pride and overwhelming paternal love, leaned over the pilot's seat and gave him a hug. Ordo winked, clearly pleased with himself, and gripped Skirata's arm. Fatherhood was a blessing. It would be a blessing for Darman, when the time came for him to find out, and now Skirata had both wealth and the prospect of Ko-sized technology to guarantee a decent future for all of them. But the future was a fragile concept for Mandalorians. Tomorrow was never taken for granted by soldiers, and the Mando, a word for it, Venkuyat, conveyed optimism rather than a timescale. Venku was a good, positive Mandalorian name for any son. It would fit Darman and Etane's baby very well indeed. Yes, Venku. That's it, Venku. I never adopted you formally, Skirata said. It had been bothering him in recent days, ever since he began to think of the war as having a definite timescale. Any of you? Does that matter? Skirata now felt that it did. No Mandoad would nitpick over the bond between him and his boys, and as far as the Republic was concerned, clones didn't even qualify as people, but his plans to give them a decent future had now become very, very specific. That discovery of Lama Su's terse MES sage to Palpatine just over a week ago had fast-forwarded everything. Yes, he said. He reached to grasp Ordo's hand and recited the short, no-frills Guy Balmanda dash. Name and soul. All it took to unpick history and give a child a new parentage. Mandalorians were habitual adopters. Bloodlines were just medical detail. An IKYRTO Guy Sayad, Ordo. Ordo stared at their clasped hands for a moment. He had a crushing grip. I've been your son since the day you first saved my life, Bear. I think you boys did the saving, Skirata said. I don't want to imagine where I'd be without you. Skirata was now busy hating himself for not doing this before, not making the ultimate commitment, and he fretted about his 5 other nulls scattered around the galaxy. Sometimes he saw them again as 2-year-olds waiting to be killed because they didn't meet the spec the Kaminoans wanted. Uncommandable. Disturbed. Defective. And Erotize thought Mandalorians were savages, did they? The galaxy was full of hypocrites. Chapter 4. Decree 49D139.41. All non-military cloning of sentience is prohibited, and military cloning is to be confined to Republic-licensed facilities, such as those of the government of Kamino, and any others designated by the Republic now or at any time during the duration of the hostilities. This prohibition encompasses the supply of cloning equipment, the hiring or contracting of cloning technologists and genetic engineers for the purpose of carrying out cloning techniques, and the procurement of sentient cloned organisms. Exemptions, columns, and Arcania may continue therapeutic medical cloning with appropriate license on a case-by-case basis. Proceedings of the Senate, Republic Legal Review. Kaftakar, The Road to Ayat, 473 days after Geonosis. So what's your strategy? Darman asked the lizard, trying to build relationships. How are you going to take over? Sergeant Cal said that you had to work with the locals and use their social structures to get the job done, not try to get them to work the Republic's way. Auden ambled along beside Darman and the Marit, hands in his pockets, no telltale signs of his lightweight body armor under the workman's clothes Aiden had given him. It was raining and the path through the trees was muddy and puddled, but at least they had an excuse to cover their heads with hoods. Auden had a visor and 2 days' growth of dark beard. On a cursory glance, few would spot that they were identical. We crush Ayat, the lizard said. Her name was Sebs and she had a frill of scarlet skin under her chin, apparently a sign that she was dominant, and wouldn't take any backtalk from lesser lizards. She smelled of crushed leaves and carried a formidable Sorosub blaster slung across her chest. We concentrate our efforts on the capital, and when that falls, the regional governments can hold out, and we take the next tier of cities, and then the next smaller ones, and so on. We have numbers on our side. I think our chancellor could do with listening to you, Auden said, more to himself than to her. He likes to start everywhere at once, so nobody feels left out of the war. That's how we build by cascade process, said Sebs. We can also unbuild the same way. Her tail swished from side to side to keep her balance as she walked. The whoosh 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 and the current of air were noticeable. Can you sneak up on people? Darman asked. Seb stopped swinging her tail and her gait became slightly more lateral, but she was now moving silently. Yes. So you built the cities here? Yes. The hired help. But you don't get a say in government. We didn't get paid as much as humans. We can't live in the nice homes we built. If having a say means changing that, then yes, we want a say in government. Your other comrade in the skirt was very vexed about that, before he disappeared. The first arc? Yes, I can see how that would get Alpha 30 annoyed. You understand. You don't have any rights either. If you asked me, it's crazy to train an army and not keep it happy. It'll turn on you in the end. Auden coughed discreetly. You speak very good basic. Always pays to speak the customer's language. She came to a sudden halt, motionless. Darman's instinct was to crouch and draw his sidearm. Auden did the same. Seb stared down at them, baffled. What's up? You stopped dead. Darman whispered, missing his helmet's sensors. Enemy contact? No, but this is as far as I go. Too close to the city. Marits stand out. Heads we can cover, but the tails are a problem. She swung around and began walking back toward the camp. Good luck. Reptilian species had that tendency to freeze and then burst into movement again, the GR manual said. Knowing that didn't stop Darman from reacting every time. Auden watched Sebs go and turned to Darman again with a shrug. Just an initial recce and maybe vehicle acquisition, all right? He said. Just assess the place. Just look around. I swear, Darman said. He had fake ID, credits, and the Marits. Excellent plans of the city on his datapad. Make sure nothing's changed since the last time the data was updated. See how far into the government complex we can get legitimately. The first thing that struck him about the city was that it was clearly defined, no gradual thickening of suburbs, no ribbon development, and if he hadn't been able to see the shapes of the perimeter buildings, he'd have thought it was a walled bastion. There was little traffic entering and leaving, and it was almost entirely made up of big vessels, repulsor trucks, and shuttles. The citizens of Ayat didn't venture far afield. Siege in Alba name, Auden said. They're scared of the Marits. So how do we explain that we walked in? Auden tapped his blaster. We're young, tough, and crazy. I'll buy that. And from out of town. Aiden could have mentioned it. We overflew the area. We should have thought of it. It'll be easier next time, once we've got a vehicle. Hire or buy. I thought of liberating a crate, but it's a small city, and they probably take speed or theft more seriously than on 000. Dar, you actually like thieving stuff, don't you? It's not stolen, Darman said. It's differently procured. He didn't own anything, no clone did, because everything the Kaminoans thought they needed had been provided for them. What he knew about property was learned from Sergeant Cal. And then the world of possession exploded on him when he was let loose in a galaxy where beings didn't just own things, they wanted lots of things, more than they could ever possibly use, and their entire existence was about acquiring more by any means they could. It was one thing to understand the theory and another to feel it. Darman was happy to have the best kit he could get, comfortable quarters, and as much food as he could eat, but nothing else material made him want to risk his life to get it. Do you ever wonder what happened to the 4 million creds that Sergeant Cal scammed out of the terrorists? Auden asked. They were at the limits of the woods now. It had a skirt of open land around it. They were ready for the lizards. Do you think he handed it over to General Zay? No, Darman said. I don't wonder. They finally broke cover and sauntered like a couple of ordinary, overconfident young men toward the main route into the city. The defenses mentioned in the intel reports were now visible, watchtowers with laser cannon emplacements. The Maritz had no air assets apart from speeders. It was set up to repel simple infantry assault. It wasn't expecting the Grand Army of the Republic. If it was, evidence of its separatist allies was nowhere to be seen. They'd been walking in the open for a matter of minutes when a repulsor truck looped off course and drew up alongside them. The driver leaned out of the cab, male human, middle-aged, dark, bearded. Are you nuts? He yelled. You can't walk outside the city. How did you get here? Darman fell into the role effortlessly and shrugged. Had to dump the speeder bike kilometers back. Get in. He gestured to the rear of the truck. I'll drop you off inside the boundary. You're not local, are you? No. Looking for work. The driver opened the hatches and Auden scrambled in, giving Darman a hand up. Almost as soon as they'd found somewhere to sit among the crates of food board, the truck lurched to a halt. A fist banged on the bulkhead. Darman leaned out of the hatch and found they were inside it, at an intersection with the speeder bus station on one corner of the quadrant. Off you go, and make sure you get transport back home, wherever that is, said the driver and shook his head. Dumbest thing I ever saw. Thanks. Darman waved. The vehicle lifted off and disappeared across the intersection. At IK, this is just a test run. Let's see how far we get today. Auden consulted his data pad. The good thing about the rebels was that they built it, and so they still had the plan's drainage and service channels as well as the surface infrastructure. Speeder bus to the city center. And pick up a city-registered airspeeder on the way out. Easier to get back in next time. It was, as Darman had decided from the bay of the core conveyor, an ordinary place where people got on with their lives. It was a small town by comparison with Coruscant, all low-rise buildings and modest houses. He could grasp the scale. It didn't overwhelm him. He watched from the viewport of the speeder bus, head resting on the transparasteel, and saw human beings like himself. And I'm fighting for a different species for lizards against humans. Sergeant Cal says species doesn't matter to Mandalorians. Why doesn't the fact that I'm human matter to human beings on Coruscant? Darman knew of only one community where he felt at home, and that was with his brothers and the few non-clones who had thrown in their lot with them. The rest of the galaxy was alien, regardless of species. Now he finally understood the concept of Aruitais. Look sharp, Dar. Auden nudged him in the ribs. This is our stop. He slipped his datapad back into his pocket. So far, so good. Nothing's changed as far as the layout goes. Well, their builders haven't shown up for a while, have they? No wonder nothing's changed. According to the plans, the government building the assembly house had a public gallery. Darman and Auden stood in front of the portico, admired the colonnade with appropriate out-of-town awe, and sheltered from the rain while they read the notice next to the huge pairs of doors. Sessions start at 1400 then, Dar. It's 10:40. Time to kill. It wasn't time wasted. They had time to wander around the block, plant a few bead-sized surveillance holocams outside the assembly house, and assess the point of entry for politicians attending parliamentary sessions. They took up position in a tapcaf opposite the building and settled in to eat themselves to a standstill while watching the comings and goings of delivery vessels and official-looking speeders. Darman sat side-on to the window. Auden faced outward to the road. "I'm never eating meat again," Auden mumbled, staring at the trickle of traffic. "Ever." "What's that in your hand, then?" "Fish patty." "Fish doesn't count. Reptile meat is a lot like fish." Auden looked down at the patty, sighed, put it back on the plate, and turned to summon a server droid. He seemed a lot happier when a pile of sweet pastries turned up. 2 hours to go. Darman tapped a few observations on exit routes into his datapad, chewing happily on a tube of pastry packed with minced roba and spices, and wondering when he might get a comm link window to contact Tatane. Skirata was right. Focusing on the people you loved could keep you sane in a war or distract you, and he thought he'd found the balance point. He had something to look forward to live for, even if he had no idea what would happen to the army when they won the war. "We have to get Phi sorted out, at IK." "Get him a date, you mean? Hasn't Lasima got a friend or something? I hate seeing him like this." "Maybe Agent." Darman waited, distracted by his datapad, but Auden didn't finish. "Agent what?" Auden was staring at the traffic again, lips slightly parted. "Don't look out the window. Just turn away slowly." "Okay." Darman shifted position. He was starting to hate plainclothes ops. He longed for his helmet sensors yet again. "What is it?" Auden's lips barely moved. Darman strained to hear him over the noise in the tapcaf. "I thought I was looking at my own reflection for a second until I remembered I'm in disguise. And I have scars." It took Darman a moment to work it out. Auden had seen another clone, up close. He'd have recognized Phi, Niner, or Aiden, and there weren't supposed to be any other troops here except A30, Sul. "Sure it's not a null?" "Only ones I haven't met are Jane and Kamarke, and they're still after Grievous," says Cal. "Whatever. That's not one of them. He was a meter from me. He's moving away now." Darman held his position for a little longer. Auden put his food down and made for the doors, Darman following. It wasn't what they'd come to Ayat to do, but an Ark who'd gone AWOL was impossible. Jango Fett had raised and trained them personally, with an emphasis on absolute loyalty to the Republic. Sergeant Cal said that Jango was an unhinged Shabir, but he always stuck to his contract, and that contract had included creating a loyal, totally reliable army. Darman had heard rumors to the contrary, and the Nulls were living crazy proof that a clone soldier could be as eccentric and wayward as any random human, but nothing had ever been confirmed. "See him at IKA?" A broad back in a black leather coat vanished into a crowd of pedestrians, but a moment later the Ark's ultra-short black crop bobbed up a little above the heads of the crowd. Auden touched his finger to his ear, activating the miniature comlink nestled deep inside. Sensors under his chin and on each side of the thyroid cartilage picked up the nerve impulses from his brain and converted silent subvocalization to audible speech. It took a little practice to think in words and not speak aloud, but Darman now found it was just like talking to himself. Minor change of plan, Auden said. Just eyeballed our MIA. Darman picked up Niner's voice on his earpiece. I've got your coordinates. Need backup? Let's see where he goes. Darman cut in. Check with Juzik. See if there's something we haven't been briefed on. Zay said MIA. Niner said. Unless this is a front for another mission. Aiden's voice interrupted with that gravelly indignance that marked him out. If it is, then I don't know about it either. Darman didn't like the sound of that. There was need to know, and there was denying information, and not knowing where other special forces were placed struck Darman as being the latter. And the Nulls always seemed to hear about everything, whether they were intended to or not. This would be easier on 000, Auden said. He's an ARC. It wouldn't be easy anywhere. So, not missing and seemingly at ease in Ayat, swaggered down a tree-lined promenade and dipped down a flight of steps. The two commandos quickened their pace. It was one thing tailing an ARC trooper. It was another thing entirely working out what to do once you caught up with him. ***. Rendezvous point, Montar Cantina and Brasserie Bog v. Bogdan System, 473 days after Geonosis. You're late, said Mariel. We had to pick up groceries. Ordo straddled the chair and rested his folded arms on the back. And Vav had to stop off at the bank to get some creds. Next round's on him, then. Mariel lounged in the seat, legs stretched out in front of him. It was a noisy, seedy cantina of the type that Mariel seemed to enjoy. A droid and a young human male were at the table, too, concentrating on their datapads. Nobody blinked at the presence of Mandalorians in a place like this, but the two strangers were in a world of their own anyway. So old Psycho's okay now? Where is he? Where's Calber? Securing the Shosun. Ordo didn't want to spell out submarine in front of strangers. Mandoa was almost unknown among Orotais, so it was a discreet code to use. Vav and Murd are standing guard. Don't get agitated, but Bard IK is planning to join us later. Ordo reserved the right to a little anxiety about General Juzik, who could swing in moments from a Jedi with ageless wisdom to a daredevil lunatic like Mariel. Why? Something major he wants to discuss that he doesn't want to commit to voice traffic. He's as crazy as you. Say's going to catch him one day. Ordo wondered for a moment if it was news of Atane and her pregnancy, but there were ways of passing that on discreetly without the need to meet face to face. He indicated the droid with a jab of his thumb. Thought you'd seen enough tinnies for one lifetime. Just having a fascinating discourse about the expansion in the leisure economy with my colleagues here, who are Tiki Zero, said the droid sitting to Mariel's left. He looked like a taller, armored version of an R2 astromech. And my esteemed mechanic and agent, Gabe. Always a pleasure, said Gabe, not looking up from his datapad. But remember that without me, he's just fancy scrap. Ordo switched over to his helmet comlink. Life was so much easier with a bici. The apparent silence that followed for outsiders looked like two Mandos waiting for a comrade to show and, in their uncommunicative Mandalorian way, not having much to discuss by way of art and philosophy. The unheard reality on the private comlink was something else entirely. Okay, Mary K, why move the RV point to here, and what are you playing at with the tourists? Mariel turned his head as if he was staring at the bar and ignoring his brother. The tinny and his sidekick specialize in stolen industrial data and kit. High-tech bounty hunters. They were asked to source. I love that word, don't you? Source. Like procure. So flexible. Anyway, they were asked to find someone who'd supply untraceable laboratory equipment to beat the cloning ban. Dry lining supplies, vats, clean room systems, plus specialist droids to fit it all, paid in cash credits and no records. Ko Sai? I reckon. Where? Daruma, tropical pleasure palace of the mid-rim. Ordo consulted his planetary database as it scrolled down his HUD. Water. Water everywhere. Oceans, almost all of which are pretty well unexplored. And likely to stay that way for some time, because of the lovable marine life that was revived from the ice sheet when they terraformed the place. Tropical vacations. No other industry. But that's where the illegal lab stuff was heading. She's setting up a new research center. Who's funding it? Don't know yet. Okay, let's work through it. Battle of Commando separatist forces spring her. She's already stripped her critical data off the Topoka mainframe, some of which I could reconstruct from the copy I took the other week, so she was expecting to leave. Seps then take her to Nimoidia, she stiffs them, does a runner, and ends up on Venai. Mariel folded his arms and looked the other way, doing a good mime of exasperated boredom. From Venai, she loops back into Seps space, last place they'd expect her to run, and heads for the Killuran system, specifically Daruma. Evidence? My tinny chum got the stuff delivered to the freight port here. Tinny, being fond of a little insurance just in case the client skips without paying, checks out the flight plan and, with a couple of transfers en route, it all ends up on Daruma. So why is he telling you? He was sourcing items for me. Extra firepower and go faster stripes for the submersible. You've got a dozen or more lowlifes you could ask for hardware. Mario was smiling. Ordo could hear it in his voice. Not ones that also show up doing business with Arcania. Ordo had to admire Mariel's ability to sift data. The risk-taking genes had expressed themselves even more in him than the rest of them, but he had a surprising patient tenacity once he'd latched on to the scent. He could give Murd a run for its money. So we need to beat a location out of someone. Once I find the pilot who delivered the consignments. Nobody's talking. I don't care how tight-lipped folks are, somebody always talks, sooner or later. One detail, one word, something always slips. Sooner or later was the problem, as always. Time was the enemy on every level. Ko Sai wouldn't have just the separatists hunting her. The Kaminoans had to know she'd skipped with their data because if Mariel could see it was missing, they'd have worked that out a year ago. But they wouldn't dare tell their main customer, the Republic, that they were in trouble. They'd want to get her back quietly and without fuss. They'd have engaged bounty hunters too, if they had any sense. Their economy depended on it. And the Arcanians, Kamino's closest rival, knew she was missing. Everyone who mattered did. Gossip in the industry was hard to control. Cloning had gone underground to beat the ban, and there were plenty of companies that'd want the top Iowa bait on their staff, so the Nulls might be elbowing a dozen pursuers out of the way to get to her if they didn't stay ahead of the pack. She's on the run from at least 3 interested parties then, Ordo said. This is getting crazy. Do you think Lama Su is using the excuse about the end of the current cloning contract to cover the fact that he's lost her data and now it's crunch time? How critical is it to production? I don't care, Mariel said. As long as I get my hands on her skinny gray neck and she hands over whatever it takes to give you and me and all our vote a full lifespan. TK0 nudged Mariel. Are we boring you? You're very quiet. We're meditating, Mariel said. We're very spiritual people, we Mando Ade. Communing with Amanda. I can feel that from here, said Gabe. When do we get paid? Mariel slapped two 50,000 credit chips on the table. You can keep the change if you find me the freighter pilot who delivered the kit to Daruma. The Arcanians might pay us more, but not as much as the Kaminoans. Is that who you're working for? Look, said Mariel. Ordo braced. His brother had that edge in his voice that usually preceded skating on very thin ice for the sheer thrill of it. He was always the one who liked rapid roping from the highest point in Topoka City, and he had broken bones to show for it. Only the Kaminoans can clone legally. Everyone else is a Chakar who threatens their business interests. Get it? Not really. Mariel managed a little puff of exasperation. Ordo got ready to shut him up with deafening high-pitched feedback on his helmet audio. Okay, we're Republic agents, Mariel said wearily. Stamping out illegal cloning wherever we find it. Because Mando Ade care about law and order. I'm going to slap the Osik out of you one day, Marikade on T-Do. This to me. TK0 bristled, which was no mean feat for a droid. This is hardly the time to get snotty and organicist, is it? I was only asking. If you have a deal with Kamino, fine. I think it's time you tightened his nuts, Ordo said to Gabe. Seeing as you're his mechanic. Find me the pilot who did the last leg of the journey, Tiki, my little Beskar, and I'll pay them as well. Mariel took one of the credit chips from the table and flipped it between his gloved fingers like a conjuring trick before making it vanish up his sleeve. No penalties. Not the pilot's fault. Got it? That's the Republic's problem, not ours. Okay. Can do. And I want it by the time I finish the modifications to our ship. Hang on, Dash, said Gabe. 48 hours. Mariel stood the remaining 50,000 credit piece on one end and flicked it over with his forefinger. Gabe grabbed it with impressive speed. Back here. Pilot's name and location. Don't listen to him, we'll do it, Gabe said, checking the chip with a counterfeit scanner and batting away TKOS extended manipulator arm. Trust us. I do. Mariel patted TK0's Durasteel casing with slow emphasis, making him sound like a gong. I'm very trusting. Ordo switched back to internal comm links. Quit while you're ahead, Naviod. The two tech hunters got up to leave. All Ordo could think of was that time was wasting, and more interested parties seemed to have a reason for hunting down Ko's Sai every day. But who is she working for? Who is bankrolling her? If the Topoka hatcheries found they couldn't replace the critical tech, and the Republic hadn't paid the next installment, there were several contractors waiting to fill that gap. Wow, TK0 said, spinning his cranial section 180 degrees to train his photoreceptors on the doors. More of you? Did someone just open a new box of Mandalorians? Ordo looked up just as Mariel did. Scarata was walking across the cantina with someone dressed in his father Munin's armor. Yeah, it's Bardike, said Mariel. I couldn't stop him from coming. Jedi General Bardan Juzik hadn't just shown understanding and compassion to his Special Forces troops. He'd gone native. He wore the Mandalorian armor that Scarata had loaned him to masquerade as his nephew during an elaborate sting operation with a Jabimi Terracell. Ordo knew it was smarter than swaggering into the cantina in his full Jedi rig, but it was no secret now that Juzik liked it. Though, Juzik said, taking off his helmet. He extended his arm, and Muriel clasped it in that hand-to-elbow grip that was a common Manila greeting. Juzik's untidy blonde hair still needed cutting, but at least he trimmed his beard. We really have to talk. Asterisk asterisk. Ayat, Kaftakar, 473 days after Geonosis. The rain had stopped, and the sun had come out, which was a problem. Darman and Auden could no longer rely on their hoods for disguise as they tailed ARC Trooper A-30, Sol through the city. The ARC was walking briskly, heading north. Twice he paused to buy food from a street stall and slipped the wrapped packages inside his coat. Then he walked into the huge transparent steel foyer of the Unirail terminal, forcing them to follow. How far are we going to take this dash? Darman whispered. I thought we'd just follow him and see where he goes. Remember Sergeant Cal giving Sev and Phi an earful for doing an unplanned tail on a suspect and nearly screwing the whole operation? Skirata's light years away. Darman wondered why he'd ever thought Auden was the quiet, thoughtful one. That won't stop him. He hasn't just got eyes in his backside, he's got hyperspace transceivers. Okay, what's the alternative? Spot a VOD who's MIA, say well, who'd have thought it? And carry on chatting? Darman wasn't sure where prudent improvisation ended and winging it began. Special operations were a blend of tediously boring planning and moments of what he could only think of as insanity on the brink of death. But Auden was right, MIA was MIA, and so was neither M nor I right then, and he had intel that they needed. The terminal had a high domed roof that reminded Darman of Tapulca City. Sol grabbed a ticket token with the casual, unconscious ease of someone who did this journey frequently, then sat down on a bench at a distance from the ticket barriers, staring at the ever-changing timetable board as he unwrapped one of the small packages he'd bought on his walk and began eating the contents. It looked like fritters of some kind. Darman and Auden wandered around the small storefronts on the terminal concourse after they grabbed their tickets, window shopping as far as other travelers were concerned. He's got 5 Unirail lines to choose from, said Auden. You think he's spotted us? Either he's better at surveillance than we are. And he has, or he delays committing himself to a direction out of habit. It was the kind of thing an ARC would have been trained to do, to move around without drawing attention to himself or giving a pursuer any notice of a last-minute change of direction. Darman began speculating about what Sol had been doing in the last couple of months. Fearfek, the man looked as if he lived here. The very phrase made Darman uneasy in a way he found hard to pin down, until he realized it was a bewildered envy of a world that had more options than he knew how to handle. So is this all part of the deep cover? That even the rebels can't find him, and don't know what he's doing, so they can't compromise him if they're caught? Or if they're traitors? This is crazy. Zayu would know. Zayu would oversee his tasking. I think there's loads of things Zayus never told. Maybe Sol gets his instructions directly from Palpatine. How can anyone run a war that way? Auden didn't answer. The war was messy, dirty, and chaotic, they'd learned, but this was the first time Darman had faced the possibility that brother soldiers might be doing things that cut across his own mission. The 2 commandos killed a little more time standing at a store window speculating on why anyone might want a vivid purple business case. Watching Sol reflected in the transparent steel window, then there was a faint clacking sound as the departures board changed, and the ARC made a move for a departure point. What are you carrying? Barman asked, following Sol's path. Vibroblade, blaster, and garrote wire. Auden boarded the railcar and sat down several rows behind Sol. Maybe I should have brought the UEB. ARCs aren't invincible. Anyway, what makes you think he's going to get violent? If we've crashed into a covert op of his, he'll use us for target practice. Barman recalled Mariel saying he'd never really trusted ARCs, because they'd been ready to kill cloned kids during the Battle of Commando rather than let them fall into Sepp hands. Removing 2 commandos who got in his way wouldn't make Sol miss a beat then. The railcar was half full, and it wasn't Coruscant. The population was a tiny fraction of Galactic City. This was no anonymous sea of strangers who didn't take any notice of blue skin, tusks, or any of the other distinguishing features of a vast range of resident species bustling everywhere. The people here noticed, all right. Barman and Otten got the occasional glance because he assumed there were small details that marked them out as not local. Or maybe some thought they just passed another man who looked exactly like Darman. Sol, sitting with his back to them, took out a holozine. Darman read all the ads on the Unirail cab's walls and made a note of a couple of speeder rental agencies and a used speeder emporium. Outside the railcar, it streaked past. Well-maintained apartment buildings, vessels landing at the spaceport, rolling hills in the distance. Darman followed the Unirail route on his datapad and tried to think of this city as a target he was setting up for an assault. He couldn't think of another mission he'd been on where that prospect disturbed him. This was somewhere he might live, but the Marats who'd take over weren't like him at all. He'd never considered if he had a side to be on beyond his brothers. All that stuff about the Republic and freedom was just words that he hadn't started to fully understand until recently. The last thing he thought about under fire was the Republic. It was always the brother right next to him, and the hope that both of them would still be alive tomorrow. The railcar slowed as it approached another pickup point, and Sol appeared to still be reading. But as soon as it came to a halt, he jumped to his feet and shot out the nearest exit. Otten and Barman scrambled to reach the doors before the railcar moved off again. Yeah, he does this for a living, all right, Otten said. Talking of which, how does he eat? I'll stop speculating and just ask him. Yeah, maybe he'll make us a cup of CAF and tell us about its places of interest. Sol's exit point brought them out in a less well-heeled neighborhood than the city center, but it was still clean and orderly. It wasn't the lower levels by a long shot. They followed the ARC to a low-rise apartment building fronted by a neat lawn, where he climbed the external stairs, walked along an access balcony, and went into a second-story apartment. Darman and Otten walked past slowly, feigning conversation, and circled the block to check for rear exits. This was where they were at their most vulnerable. There was nowhere to hide to stake out the apartment, and this wasn't a commercial center where they could hang around with nobody ask why. Darman reached into his tunic and pulled out a sensor. Then he opened the link to Niner. Got our coordinates, Sarge? Transmitting now. Niner responded instantly. Darman could imagine him waiting, pacing up and down and giving Phi a hard time while he fretted. Copy that, Dar. Apartment 7. What are you planning? Darman glanced at Otten. We'll walk up to the door. We'll run a sweep to see if he's got company. If we like the odds, we'll knock. If we don't, we walk away, set a spike opposite the building, and return to rethink and monitor. Is that okay, Sarge? I'd say that's not what we came to do, Dar, but an ARC on the loose without explanation could throw the whole mission, so we might as well clear it up. Darman had a nagging thought. He had to get it off his chest. Ask Aiden why he didn't stroll into it and check it out. The Null had only been in theater a few days. Even if he'd done a recce, there was nothing to say that he'd have seen Sol at all. Darman regretted the question immediately, and hoped Aiden hadn't heard. Will do, said Niner. Leave your comm link open, okay? Darman and Auden ambled across the road and made their way to the apartment. Darman held the sensor as inconspicuously as he could, clasping his hands in front of him as if waiting for Sol to answer the door, and swept it slowly side to side. He kept his voice at subauditory level, letting the sensors on his throat transmit on the comlink. I'm only picking up one body in there, at IK. Shame you're not a Jedi. Yeah. Maybe they should have created force-sensitive clones, and then we could have ditched half the kit. Okay. Knock knock time. Darman stood to one side of the doors, hand discreetly on his blaster, and Auden pressed the bell. Silence. They waited. The sensors showed someone moving to one side of the door, but there was no noise. Sol was a careful man. An ARC trooper couldn't be anything else. Then the doors parted. Sol obviously didn't have a security holocom installed. For a split second he stood side-on to the entrance, his face all wide-eyed shock. Then his arm came up and Darman spun away instinctively as a blaster bolt shaved his cheek. Auden Kanoni passed him with a sickening thwack of bone. Sol fell back with Auden on top of him and Darman hit the door controls. For the next few moments they grappled, trying to get Sol onto his stomach to pin his arms. But the ARC lived up to his reputation, bringing his knee up hard in Auden's groin and landing a fist in Darman's face. Eventually they got him face down, and Darman tried the old restraining trick of hooking two fingers into Sol's nostrils and jerking back hard. It must have hurt him plenty, but not half as much as he hurt Darman when the Commando loosened his grip and Sol sank his teeth hard into his hand. Demoralizing, painful, and causes serious infection. That was what Skirata said about human bites. Darman roared with pain and brought his fist down on the back of the ARC's head. Auden pounced again and got him in a headlock with his knee in his back. Right. Auden panted. He had the tip of his vibroblade pressed into the hollow at the base of Sol's skull. Unless you want this right through your spinal cord, Naviodi, pack it in and listen. Do it then, Sol said. I'd rather die. They sent you to kill me, didn't they? Go on. Finish me off, if you've got the guts. Darman, blood welling from his bite marks, got a plastoid tie around Sol's wrists, and knelt back to nurse his throbbing hand. Back to clean the wound. What was he going on about? They sent you to kill me. We're definitely going to have to get a speeder to move him. Rent one or something. Auden said. You okay? Yeah. Niner's voice cut in on the comlink. Sitrap Omega. What do you mean, Sol? Darman asked. What do you mean they send us? Who's they? Who are you? RC-1136, Darman, Omega Squad. We thought you were MIA. You are Alpha 30, right? Get nodded, Sol said. Just get it over with. Auden tied the ARC's ankles with plastoid tape and got to his feet. Well, I think you need a chat with a colleague of ours. Darman held out his data pad. Speeder rental, at IKA. I made a note. You get the transport, I stay here. Okay, you can keep Captain Charisma quiet for a while. Omega. Niner sounded at the limit of his patience. What the shab happened? Alpha 30 thinks we're going to kill him, Sarge. We're bringing him back to base until we get this sorted. Moron. Sol sounded as defiant as ever. You've got no idea, have you? What? You're dead men. He didn't say it like a threat. Sol said it like Skirata did. That was what Skirata used to call them back in training, his dead men. It was all part of his unconvincing veneer of abuse, because the whole company knew Sergeant Cal would give them his last drop of blood, but the words now made Darman shudder. "We all are, sooner or later," he said. It was sooner for clones than most. Chapter 5. Order 4. In the event of the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, being incapacitated, overall CAR command shall fall to the Vice Chair of the Senate until a successor is appointed or alternative authority identified as outlined in Section 6(4). Order 5. In the event of the Supreme Commander, Chancellor, being declared unfit to issue orders, as defined in Section 6(2), the Chief of the Defense Staff shall assume GR command and form a strategic cell of senior officers, see page 1173, para 4, until a successor is appointed or alternative authority identified. From Contingency Orders for the Grand Army of the Republic, Order Initiation, Orders 1 through 150, GR Document CO, CL, 56-95. **** Gar Landing Strip, Teklet, Kalura, 473 days after Geonosis Etaine stood on the deserted landing strip by the troop transporter, up to her ankles in a fresh fall of snow. The only footprints were hers and the ridged soles of army boots, whose impressions were so much larger than hers that for a moment she felt like an insignificant child. The farmers weren't going to show. She hadn't expected them to. Now her duty was unavoidable. She'd given them 2 extra hours, kidding herself that they might have had difficulty passing blizzard-blocked roads, but the deadline had passed and Levitt was walking toward her from the HQ building, data pad in one gloved hand. She turned and walked back to save him the journey. "One last try, Commander," she said. "I'm heading into Imbrani to give them the now or never speech." Levitt handed her his datapad. "Orders just in, ma'am. Direct from Zay." The Gerlinans just gave him a little demonstration of intent. Etaine swallowed to compose herself before reading. Zay had a terse message style. She could have spoken to him by comlink, even had a virtual face-to-face meeting, but he'd sent Levitt a message stark, to the point, and leaving no opportunity for discussion or argument. Gerlinans claimed responsibility for classified information on troop movements and readiness status released today to CIS commanders. Leak has resulted in 10,653 casualties. Fleet Auxiliary Corps Guardian destroyed with all hands while defensive cannon was offline during unscheduled maintenance. Remove Kiliore contingent immediately. Civilian. Casualties acceptable if colonists use lethal force. Etaine handed the datapad back to Levitt and saw 10,000 dead troopers in her mind's eye before she saw farmers, dead or otherwise. It hit her hard. Her imagination blanked out and was replaced by a cold, hard focus on the next steps to remove the remaining farmers. "He's not a happy camper, ma'am." They warned they could be anywhere and pass as anyone. Etaine carried on walking. "Why didn't I feel them dying in the force? Am I that out of touch?" So there's a little reminder of the damage they can do whenever they want. It'll escalate. "Let's get this over with." "You could have prevented the deaths," said a voice behind her. Jeanard appeared out of nowhere, loping like an arc of black oil. She could have been a mound of snow, a piece of machinery, or even one of the leafless trees on the strip perimeter before she metamorphosed into her true form. She darted a little ahead at Etaine and Levitt, leaving featureless round paw prints behind her. Gerlinans could leave false tracks, making them impossible to hunt down. They were, as so many had said, perfect spies and saboteurs as long as they were on your side. If they were the enemy, then they seemed very different indeed. You didn't have to kill troopers. Don't you think they've got short enough lives as it is? Attain tried not to lose her temper, but it was hard. She didn't want the baby sensing any of this ugliness. We're evicting the colonists anyway. You could have waited. You don't have the stomach for killing unless you're put in a corner, girl, Jeanart said. Unlike that soldier of yours. And I know where he is. It was a risky thing to say in front of Levitt, but he didn't react. Attain took a moment to realize that Jeanart was making a veiled threat. Her pulse began hammering in her throat. If anything happens to him, she said, you know what Scarata will do to you. So now you know the stakes, and what we both stand to lose. Attain's anger welled in her throat, choking off any coherent response. She stopped dead, hand going straight to her lightsaber without any conscious thought, and a blind urge to kill swept over her. It wasn't a Jedi's reaction at all. It was a woman's, a mother's, a lover's. It took all her self-control not to draw the lightsaber. Her dead master, Cass Filier, would have understood. She knew he would. They're leaving today. She thought of the separatist collaborators caught by Gurlanins not far from here, throats ripped out as befitted a carnivore kill. But you can't deal with them yourselves, can you? Just 2,000 humans, and that's too many for you to take on. Which tells me how very few of you there really are. Jeanart slowed down and looked back over her shoulder. Two twin-pointed fangs extended almost to her chin. When she spoke, they gave her a strangely comic lisp that almost took the edge off her menace. If we were many, there would be no farmers left for you to remove. What you need to remember, Jedi, is where we might be, and that, like your gallant little clone army, a very small force applied intelligently can cause serious damage. Level interrupted at just the right moment. Like Commander Get, he had a knack for defusing situations. Permission to put the men in position, General? The farmers have already scattered. They won't all be in Imbrani. I know, but we have to make a start somewhere. We'll move on and clear stragglers area by area. Jeanart loped ahead. We'll locate them for you. Gurlanins were predators. Attain had no doubt that tracking humans was easy for them. She watched Jeanart disappear into the distance, and then she really disappeared, vanished, merged into the landscape, melted. It was disturbing to watch. Metamorphosis was a shocking enough spectacle, but the way the creatures could simply step out of existence troubled her more than anything. She had no idea if one was right behind her, or in her room in her most private moments. I know all the places the colonists used to hide out during the SEP occupation, she said to Level. Zay and I used them, too. I still have the charts. The commander dipped his head and put his hand to the side of his helmet for a moment, as if he was listening to his internal comlink. So, man, how are you interpreting lethal force? Can we shoot as soon as they try to kill us, or do we have low wait until they actually do? Up low a year ago. Attain would have had a clear-cut answer based on a Jedi's view of the world. Where dangers were sensed in advance and intentions clearly fell, she knew who meant her harm and who didn't. Now she saw the war through the senses of ordinary human men, who were trained low-react instantly, and whose long-drilled movement eventually bypassed conscious thought. If someone targeted them, their defensive reflex kicked in. Sometimes they got it wrong by firing, sometimes they got it wrong by hesitating. But she had no intention of handicapping them by expecting them to be able to make the judgment calls that she could. Zay could promulgate all the rules of engagement he wanted. He wasn't here, in the line of fire. Once they open fire on you, Attain said, return it. They can't be civilians and engage in armed conflict. Their choice. She'd square it with Zay. If she couldn't, too bad. It was her command, and she'd lake the consequences. Levitt summoned a speeder bike, and she climbed onto the pillion behind him. They set off for Imbrani at the head of a column of armored speeder buses and speeder bikes while an AT carrier passed overhead low-deployed troops low the east of the town. "Are you wearing any armor, ma'am?" Levitt asked. The chest plate didn't fit properly now, but she couldn't tell him that her bump got in the way. She'd leaned back a little so that he wouldn't feel it press into him. To her, it felt enormous, but nobody appeared to have noticed it yet. Assorted plates, yes. And a comm link. Good. Two things I don't like: a general who can't communicate with me, and a general who's dead. Well, I'll be a live general who listens and takes notice of her commanders in the field. We like that kind of general. And Etienne liked clones. The only thing they all had in common was their appearance. Although they were starting to age differently, she could see that now and what the Republic had done to them. Apart from that, they were individuals with the full range of virtues and habits of random humankind, and she now felt completely at home with them. If she had a side in this war, this was the one she chose: the disenfranchised, unreasonably loyal, heartbreakingly stoic ranks of manufactured men who deserve better. "We're going to run out of Jedi if this war spreads to more planets, Levitt," she said, not sure if the lump rising in her throat was her hormonal upheaval or pity for the clones getting the better of her. "Would you mind taking a detour down the course of the river?" "Very good, ma'am." Levitt signaled the lead speeders in the convoy to carry on, and banked left. Soon they were snaking through two lines of trees between which the brown river formed a frozen road. She'd first met Darman here. She'd sensed a child in the dark but come face to face with what she thought was either a droid or the Sep's Mandalorian enforcer, Gez Hoken. She didn't imagine she was meeting the future father of her son. "I miss you, Dar." She found herself thinking about Hoken more often these days, and finding it ironic that her first kill was a Mandalorian, and that he'd been fighting against commandos who found solace in a tenuous Mandalorian heritage. She wondered why Mandalorians bothered to fight other worlds' wars when they could have banded together for their own sole advantage. 500 meters to the town, ma'am." Levitt skimmed above the frozen water. There were no Dan eyes reflecting back at her from burrows and crannies. It was too cold for them to venture out. "Are you sensing anything?" "Oops." Etienne concentrated again. "Fear. Anger. But you don't need a Jedi to tell you that. Ma'am, they don't call me Commander Tactful for nothing." "Okay. Some of the farmers would be in the cantina in the center of the town. It had cellars. It was fortified. The farmhouses in the area were wooden construction, and a single artillery laser round was enough to reduce one to charcoal. Those farmers who weren't in the cantina would have dispersed to the hills or headed for the next settlement, a village called Tilsat. Let's get it over with. Imbrani wasn't much of a town. The center was an open common where merles grazed and local kids played chase, although it was too cold today. The common was ringed by ramshackle buildings, a few farm supply stores, a cantina, 2 veterinarians, and a smithy. The speeders had already set down and a platoon of troopers had disembarked, some of them kneeling in a defensive line with dices ready. Etienne swung off the speeder, crunching through a thin layer of ice into packed snow, and for the first time she felt a hard kick from the baby. It was too early. She had another crazy random thought. Was her son already aging as fast as Darman? Had she made things worse by using her force powers to accelerate the pregnancy? Did all first-time mothers worry about every twinge and twitch? She almost fell back on the speeder and got a curious tilt of the head from Levitt. Steady, ma'am. I slipped on the ice, she said. There was no sign of activity, but a thin thread of smoke rose from the cantina's chimney. This was a world of wood fires and low tech. The high tech the Kalurans did have was weaponry provided by the Republic. Oh well. We know their tactics and we know the capability of their kit, because we trained and supplied them. Normal procedure was to carry out house clearance, property by property, but Etienne needed to give the farmers one final chance for her own peace of mind, even though she now knew it was pointless. It was, she realized, her deal with her conscience so that she could open fire and not be racked by guilt later. She stood at the doors and took out her lightsaber. Master Fulier's weapon still hung from her belt. "This is it," she called. "You come out, you get everyone together, and we load you on the transports." She paused and listened. "You don't come out, we come in and drag you out, cuff you, and load you on the transports. Your call." There was still silence, but she sensed danger, the preparation of dozens of weapons, and the breathless panic of people who thought this was their last day. This would be a battle. "I'm sorry," she shouted, looking at the tiny windows just in case she caught a glimpse of a face. "I have to do this, and it has to be now." Etienne turned to Levitt and gave the signal to bring up the rapid entry teams. The troopers stacked either side of the doors, some with dispersal gas pistols, and Etienne slipped a respirator mask over her face. She could have left it all to her men. "I'm crazy. I'm pregnant and I'm leading an assault. Do I trust the Force that much? Yes, I think I do." Etienne thumbed the controls of her lightsaber, and the blue blade sprang into life. Visualizing a ball of energy building in her chest, she exhaled and aimed a massive force push at the doors to rip them apart. 2 troopers fired gas canisters inside and stood back. The rest of the platoon stormed in. Snapping and whining of blaster fire shattered the still, frosty air, and gas billowed from the entrance. She ran in after Levitt, thinking she should have gone in first, knowing that wasn't how it was done, and looking for opportunities to use the Force to bring this to an end as fast as she could. White armor was everywhere, making that distinctive clack-clack sound as troopers dropped into firing position or smacked up against walls for cover. The cantina was a warren of rooms and passages. It was when she deflected blaster fire with her lightsaber and heard someone yell that she was a traitor, a criffing murderer, that reality sank in. The noise was deafening, screams, shouts, shots. The smell of blaster-seared air, charred wood and stale yeast, ale, she thought made her gag. Levitt stuck by her, holding her down at one point with a firm hand on her head. "You're all the same. You're all the same." 2 troopers hauled a middle-aged man past her. He was alive and cursing, gas-induced tears pouring down his face, trying to aim kicks. The clear-cut days of friends and enemies were gone, if they had ever existed at all. Etienne longed for a simple moral struggle of good versus evil, but she could feel either that the Republic was wholly good nor that the Separatists didn't have a case. Now she was laying siege to former allies to placate spies who'd helped kill clones. It was too much to work out. All that mattered then was staying alive for her unborn child and looking out for the men around her. She took out Master Fulier's lightsaber and prepared to lunge forward, a blue blade of light in each hand. Asterisk asterisk. Offices of the Republic Treasury Audit Division, Investigation, Audit, and Enforcement Section, Coruscant, 473 days after Geonosis. The best thing was to keep busy, Bethany decided, and not to build her life around HNE news bulletins on the war. If Ordo had something to tell her, he'd tell her. If anything had happened to the unusual circle of military friends she'd acquired almost instantly, then Cal Scarrato would tell her. He needed to keep her sweet to get his information, and she knew it. And she had plenty to occupy her. The gaps in the AC counts and audit trails for the Grand Army staggered her forensically tidy mind. Her introduction to Army accounting had been a simple procurement fraud investigation a few months ago, when Ordo crashed into her life. She sat with her elbows propped on her desk, forehead resting on extended fingers, and found she was making involuntary huffing noises of frustration at every screen that appeared on her monitor. The Grand Army had catapulted into existence 473 days ago, and the Republic budget cycle was 3 years: estimates, allocation, and expenditure. But there wasn't any indication of an expenditure budget allocated to the creation of the Grand Army. So Ordo was born around 11 or 12 years ago. She found it hard to take that in even now, and simply skimmed over it again. That means funding would have had to be in place at least 3 years before then, unless there was an emergency budget. Bessany skipped back further and further in the archive, but there was no financial record at all of an army of millions being ordered from the Kaminoans. Prior to the Battle of Geonosis, the Republic's minimal armed forces were a very small line budget item in a balance sheet of quadrillions, some years, even quintillions of credits. What, the Kaminoans gave us an army for free? And what about the ships and other equipment? Who paid for that? Who paid Rothana and KDY? For the initial fleet? It was a black hole in the books. Bessany wasn't a woman who felt comfortable around black holes and unexplained omissions. Okay, so they hid the funding. Let X not ask why at the moment. Let S ask how much, because that tells me the size of the carpet it needs to be swept under. She sat back in her seat and tried to estimate. She didn't know how much to poke a city build for clones, but there were a few million of them. On top of that, warships alone cost billions. So it was at the very least 1 trillion creds, and probably many times that. In a single transaction, that could be found even in the Republic's annual budget. It was a big lump under the carpet. But she hadn't found it. Either it hadn't appeared, which was fraudulent accounting on an unthinkable scale, or it had been dispersed in line items around a dozen government departments, which was still counter to financial regulations. So what other services would a big standing army need? Well, no infrastructure for accompanying families, not for those per clones. How about health? Spread over 10 or more years before Geonosis. The Grand Army had appeared literally overnight. Some details of secret defense projects had to be hidden from public eyes, she accepted that. But not the funding. Somewhere, someone had to get approval to buy a whole army off the shelf. And that took a lot longer than the year of wrangling about the Military Creation Act before Geonosis. There was nothing in committee records before that date even to hint at it. It was driving her crazy. Health. Med centers, specialist med droids, training. The Republic had never had an instant army, nor one on quite this scale in living memory. It should have sought advice on forming a medical corps and dealing with the triage, treatment, and aftercare of large numbers of casualties. Someone might have left that detail in the system, and then she might have a name, a date, or some other hard data to track. Bessany checked through her index for the Coruscant Health Administration and identified the Policy Planning Office. She hadn't intended to talk to anyone else while she rifled through the records on an illicit investigation. Call it what it is, spying, why don't you? Because it added one more cross-reference for someone who might be checking up on her. But talking to public servants across departments every day was routine, and thousands of staff did it. What do you mean? Did we make provision for medical support for the Grand Army? Said the Niminal in policy planning. Had we been asked, we would have. I've worked here for 30 years. I recall nothing like that. Bessany shouldn't have been surprised. If the procurement of an army had been hidden that well, so would its attendant services. She decided to start from the other end, the present day. So what does the CHA actually provide for the army now? Nothing. So what happens if a soldier is shipped back to Coruscant for treatment? CHA doesn't deal with them. Civilians only. If they're treated anywhere, it'll be by GAR medical units. Bessany wound up the conversation and went back into the treasury records she'd already combed on the last investigation. She could track all the routine supply and procurement transactions since Geonosis armaments, victualling, leases on merchant vessels, maintenance contracts, refueling, but still there was nothing to point her at transactions with Commando. Her stomach rumbled and reminded her she'd been at this for hours. It was well past her usual lunch break. Just one more trawl, then I'll break. Come back with a fresh eye. Do a little real work to cover my lack of output today. She'd try another route, the Customs Bureau. There might have been duty payable on something, export licenses, anything that would give her an audit trail between Tipoca City and Galactic City. But you got Muriel S. answer already. There's nothing in the budget estimates to pay for more clones for next year or the year after. There's no indication if or how the Kaminoans are being paid at all. That was odd in itself. The only reason she could think of was that the costs were far more than anyone imagined. It was a very good reason indeed to make the budget disappear. Lunch. Bez? Bessany jumped. Joka Zahn Zentis Corporate Tax Enforcement, no stranger to taxpayers who wanted to cut their liability via a blaster, stuck her head around Bessany's doorway. Shutting the doors looked suspicious, but nobody seemed to want to know what you were working on if they could walk in and peer over your shoulder. Busy. Monitoring reports to do. Are you okay? Bessany tried to memorize where she was on the balance sheet. You keep asking me that lately. You haven't been yourself for a while. Just get lost. I need to drill down into this budget. It's the only thing I can do that's useful right now. My boyfriend's serving in the Grand Army, Bessany said. There, she'd said the B word to herself, and now to Jilka. If she called Ordo anything else, she would have proved to herself that she was ashamed of what he was, making him less than human. And I spend my days waiting to hear that he isn't dead. Okay? Jilka straightened up as if Bessany had slapped her. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. We don't have that many citizens serving, do we? Bessany's common sense grappled with her conscience. No, I won't deny him. Clones don't get citizenship. The two women stared at each other for a moment, and Jilka looked away first. It was a terrible moment, and maybe Bessany had said too much, revealing that she had far too much contact with the Grand Army. Wow, said Jilka, ducking back out of the doorway. You must have had more fun doing that investigation at the logistics center than I thought. Bessany waited for the sound of Jilka's shoes clattering down the corridor to fade to silence, and rested her chin on her hands. That would get around the building like wildfire. So what? I am not ashamed. She'd lost her appetite now. She went back to the public accounts menu on the Treasury system and started working through the customs section, keying in Commando, Tipoca, and cloning. And it threw up a lot more documents than she'd expected, mostly the trade ban on the supply of cloning apparatus and services under Decree 49D139.41. Commando didn't feature a great deal, but Arcania did. Arcanian Micro must be working all kinds of dodges to get around this. Big chunk of their exports, gone in a single amendment. There was a big, dull section marked medical exemption licenses. Her natural tidy curiosity told her she should see what items did manage to bypass the cloning ban, and when she did, she couldn't help but notice the sheer volume of the transactions, trillions of credits. That was a lot of organs and skin grafts. Or. Bethany checked the codes. It was always possible that the codes were wrong or falsified, but they appeared to be licenses for imports to Coruscant itself with a destination code for Syntax 2, especially Syntax 2. It was just one of Coruscant's moons, a sterile sphere used for military staging and fleet maintenance. For a moment Bethany made a mental connection and wondered if there was an Army medical center there, and that was why the Coruscant Health Authority took no military patients. Maybe the GR had its own acute care facility on Syntax 2, and the clone tissues were destined for that. Okay, the government doesn't want the public to see how many troops are brought back too seriously hurt even for the mobile surgical units and med center ships to treat. Bad for citizens' morale. Keep it all off-world. But Commando didn't need licenses, did it? And if anyone wanted cloned organs to restore troopers to fighting health, Commando was the obvious source. It was what the Kaminoans did. The Republic was now their only customer thanks to the decree. A little bell started ringing at the back of Bethany's mind. She knew the sound of it. It was the finely tuned instinct familiar to anyone who'd spent time uncovering that which others wanted kept covered. She had no doubt that Captain Obrim and his CSF colleagues knew that bell only too well. What was going on here? Bethany transferred the data to her own device, far more sections than she actually needed to disguise which information she was interested in, just in case data movement was being monitored. She needed to talk to Mariel, but this wasn't the place. She pocketed her datapad and took a late lunch far from the Treasury building. ***. Landing Area 76B Bog V, Bogdan System, 473 days after Geonosis AE Han sat on her dampers, looking scruffy. She'd been left in the water too long at one stage in her life. There was still a definite tide mark of encrusted growth even after a few searing atmospheric reentries. Mariel laughed and slapped his gauntlet against his thigh plate. Juzik just stood and stared. "It's a hybrid submarine, General." Skirata took a piece of rook root from his belt pouch and chewed it thoughtfully. He didn't enjoy the perfume taste, but the texture was soothing. "I didn't charge her to the brigade budget, if that's what's worrying Zay. It's when you call me General that I worry, Sergeant." Juzik really didn't look like a Jedi right then. Whatever it was about the Force that gave him an air of illuminated serenity had taken a walk. He looked grimly mundane. Bardike. Skirata offered the kid a piece of root, but he waved it aside. "You've come an awful long way for just a chat, son." Juzik took a deep breath and trudged forward as if he knew how to get into a deep water. "Things are getting out of hand. I had to do something that's been a difficult decision." Skirata was a magnet for waifs and strays. If someone was looking for a sense of belonging, Skirata could make them feel they belonged like nobody else. It was the necessary skill of a sergeant, someone who could bond troops with the intensity of a family. But it was also the authority of a father, and he often couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. He wasn't sure that it mattered. Juzik clever, lonely, and increasingly at odds with Jedi policy radiated a need for acceptance. The result was inevitable. Skirata struggled to find the line between taking advantage of the Jedi's vulnerability and getting the best deal for his clones. Cal followed Juzik. You can only do what you think is right, Adik. Then I need you to level with me. Be sure you want to be burdened with the answer then. The port side cargo hatch edged open, and Skirata ushered Juzik inside. Meriel tooted at an interruption from his comm link and paused to answer it. In the crew lounge, Vav sat rubbing Murd's head as it lay across his lap, and looked a much healthier color than he'd been hours earlier. He nodded gravely. The proceeds of the robbery were nowhere to be seen. Skirata sat down on one of the low tables, and Ordo and Meriel planted themselves to either side of Juzik on one of the couches. Juzik Skirata's height, a head shorter than any clone, was swamped by Munin Skirata's green armor. Green for duty, black for justice, gold for vengeance. Meriel had opted for dark blue and Ordo for dark red, simply a matter of taste. But when they decided they had a specific cause, then they might change the livery and add sigils. The word uniform didn't have much meaning to Mandalorians. Meriel was deep in conversation with his comm link pressed to his ear, and all Skirata heard was, "That's useful anyway. Don't worry. Yes, whatever you get." Then he handed the comm link to Ordo. From the way the lad's face lit up, it was clear that Meriel had been talking to Bethany Wenin. Skirata caught his eye and gestured to him that he was excused, and he could take the call elsewhere. Ordo got up to stand by the aft engineering hatch, looking uncharacteristically embarrassed. Skirata dragged the attention back to the conversation. "Ask away, Bardik." Juzik's face was all reluctance. "I can't keep covering for you unless I know what you're up to, Cal. And I know you're not telling me things." "You mean like you didn't tell Zay about the little mishap on Maijito?" "There's not telling people because you don't want to compromise them, and not telling them because you don't trust them." "I trust you to be a good, decent man," Skirata said softly. "But I don't trust events, and once you know something, it shapes everything you do even if you never breathe a word. That's hard on you at best, dangerous at worst." Fearfek. "Wallen doesn't know half the Osik I get up to, and vice versa." Wallen?" Vav nodded. Murd yawned massively, looking like a miniature sarlacc pit. "And I prefer it that way. I told Zay I was doing a morale visit to some of Brawler's squads in the field," Juzik said. "Which is partly true. So what bit isn't?" Juzik was a general, and he had his own issues back at HQ. Skirata had to remind himself of that occasionally. He wasn't always off the chart and doing as he pleased. He commanded 5 companies, a whole commando group, 500 men who operated in the field without him but who still had to be given objectives, briefings, and support. There was plenty Juzik knew that he didn't share. There was just too much of it. "Then I'm going to disobey an order and give you information you shouldn't have." "Are you certain you want to tell me, son?" "Yes." "Even so," Juzik dithered for a moment, staring down at his hands. "The Chancellor's ordered Zay to find Ko's Sai, top priority." Skirata's stomach nodded. There was always the outside chance that someone might get to her first, and he could never let that happen. Everyone's been looking for Ko's Sai since she went missing at the Battle of Commando. So? He's sending Delta to do it. They picked up a sighting at Venai. Juzik held out his datapad. "Read for yourself." That's all the voice traffic and messages between Zay and Palpatine, and Delta's briefing. Zay specifically didn't want you to know. Skirata's stomach sank. Zay wasn't a fool, and he had a good idea what a Mandalorian with a personal grudge might do to his quarry. You're taking a risk showing me that, Bardike. Sometimes Juzik had the look of an old, weary man. He was in his early 20s, all of him except his eyes. I know. You'd never forgive me if I didn't, and I wouldn't have forgiven myself, either. Juzik had shown his true colors then. Skirata marveled again that most of the Republic's citizens saw clones as high-spec droids, conveniently on hand to save their ships, and yet others would put everything on the line to help them. Skirata got up to take the datapad, read it without comment, and passed it to Mariel. Thanks, Bardike. Skirata ruffled Juzik's hair. He wasn't sure how he would have felt if the kid had divulged his critical information to Zay, though. So you and the boss think I'm going after Kosai, too? I know you are. You said more than once that if you could, you'd grab a Kaminoan and force them to engineer normal lifespans for the clones. You left out by its skinny gray neck, I think. Well? Yes. I intend to find her. Is that what you're doing now? With a submersible? And why the urgency? Skirata didn't blink. How could he expect Juzik not to work it out? They'd all fought together. They could think like each other with surprising ease. And Fearfek, Juzik was a Jedi. He could sense things. Skirata decided to concede. Juzik would know he was holding back, and the mutual trust would corrode. Okay, Bardike, I bought a hybrid because I intend to find Kosai and beat the Osik out of her until she hands over the biotech that'll stop my boys from aging fast. Being a useless, arrogant piece of Iowa bait, Kosai may well bolt to a maritime environment like home sweet home. Hence the Shosen. Which I will be refitting shortly with military-grade sensors and weapons systems, at my own expense, although I might well make it available for Republic business as a gesture of goodwill. Does that answer your question? Juzik looked slightly pained. I just didn't know how imminent this hunt was. Skirata had told nobody about the message from Lama Su to Palpatine that Mariel had sliced on Kamino. It was strictly between him and the Nulls, and inevitably Bethany Wenin, who was smart enough to work things out if she stumbled across any cutoff point for clone funding. I'm cracking on with it, Skirata said at last, because my boys run out of time twice as fast as you or me. I don't want you running into Delta and having problems, that's all. Vav looked up. I'd rather like to avoid that too. Ordo seemed to have finished his conversation. He handed back Mariel's comm link and sat down again with a glazed expression, this time on a separate seat. His thoughts were elsewhere. Skirata wondered whether to bring Juzik up to date with the hunt for Kosai, but decided to hang on. It really would place a burden on him, and he'd radiate guilt whenever Zay came near him. Better that he didn't know yet. So tell me what the robbery was all about. Juzik seemed to want to change the subject. It's not like either of you to put your men at risk for personal gain. Well, that's a question for me, Vav said. I reclaimed something that was due to me, but the bulk of the haul is for our men when they leave the army. You might have noticed the Republic hasn't made pension provisions for them. It hasn't made provision for them to retire either, Juzik said. I think I understand. Vav's handed the stash over to me, Bardike. Skirata was going to have to tell Vav about the apparent end of the Kamino contract, too. He had commandos in the field who were due their chance at life as much as anyone. The more Skirata's plan took detailed shape, the more people there'd be who needed to know things, and that always sat uncomfortably with him. What you don't know can't burden you, son. If it all goes shoo-shook, you can at least look Zay in the eye and say you had no idea what I was up to. Juzik leaned back in his seat. Tell me where you're going to be, and I'll try to stop Delta from falling over you. I can monitor Delta, Bardike, Scarata said. If I see them on a collision bearing, I'll ping you. Okay? Juzik looked wounded. The idea that Scarata didn't trust him after all they'd been through on Coruscant must have hurt. I was useful once. Scarata ruffled his hair again. You're one of my boys, Bardike. I said you had a father in me if you ever wanted one, and I mean it. Juzik stared at him for a while, and Scarata couldn't work out if he was hurt or just worried. I think I can guess anyway, he said. Attain. You know, if there's anything you need me to do. Ordo stared straight ahead, but Muriel's stare was searing a hole in the side of his face. Vav looked up too, and Murd lifted its head in response to its master's interest. What about Attain? Vav asked. I know, Cal, Juzik said. He looked embarrassed. I can sense these things. Don't worry about the Jedi Council. They don't know. It's not them I'm worried about, Scarata said. Shab. Maybe he should have told all the Nulls that Attain was carrying Darman's baby, not just Ordo. It's the Kaminoans. Fascinating. Vav sighed. Who doesn't know what you know, or what Cal knows, and that I don't know, but the Kaminoans don't know either. But if they didn't know, then Cal knows they'd be a problem? It's not funny, Wallen, Scarata said. Mario was going to get huffy when he realized Ordo had kept something of so much importance from him. We have a personnel issue we have to factor into all this. I wish I'd never taught you all those big words. Okay, Attain's pregnant. Short enough for you? Vav made a noise in his throat that sounded remarkably like Murd's gargling objection to being moved from the sofa. I'll start knitting, he said. Obviously the Force wasn't with her. Nobody asked who the father was. The romance was hardly a secret, even Delta knew. She's on Kalura until she gives birth, Scarata said. And nobody says a word to the boys. Not even us, Mariel muttered. No, Marike, not even you. Because then you can't accidentally put your great big boot in it, like the general just did. Sorry. Juzik hung his head. I thought at least the Nulls would know. Okay, I'll brief the rest of them, said Scarata. But Darman doesn't know, and it stays that way until he's in a position to be able to. Well, process the news. At the moment, all he'd do is worry instead of keeping his mind on the job. That's not fair on the man, Vav said. Not if you think he is a man, and not some helpless kid. Or a simpleton. Okay, Mirsheb, you got a better idea? Vav blinked a few times. No, I don't think any answer is the right one here, other than hindsight. She wanted to give him a son, some kind of future. And smart move or not, I'm doing the same, so maybe it's my fault for putting ideas in her head. Juzik got up. I'd better go. Got to look legit by catching up with Vivat Squad. He gave Scarata a pat on the back. Say's talking about bringing Rav Brawler back to train more troopers in Commando skills if he can find her. You stayed in touch with your Q-Val Dar colleagues, didn't you? Some. Scarata followed Juzik to the hatch, not wanting to be seen to rush him, but they had a lot to do now. If Say thinks I'm trouble, he'll have a nasty shock if he gets Rav back. You know what Mando females are like. I don't actually, but I can guess. What training does he want done? Covert ops. Try Wadi Tehai or Midge Hilamar then. They'd be a bit more tolerant of the ASIC from the top. Not much, but at least say he won't get a vibroblade in a sensitive spot if he uses the wrong fork at dinner. Can you contact them? Skirata had already sought some assistance from Mandalore, including from some of those who'd vanished from the face of the galaxy at Jango Fett's behest to train the clone army in secret. Kui Valdar, those who no longer exist. It was ironic that those who no longer existed were now helped by those who didn't exist for the Republic, not as men at least. Leave it with me, said Skirata. Juzik closed the hatch behind him. Mario gave Ordo a wary look. So maybe I shouldn't tell you what Agent Wenin dug up, seeing as I can't be trusted to know we have a done-impregnated Jedi. Knock it off, Marike, Skirata said. It's my fault, not Ordo's. So what did Bessany turn up? Something confirming that Palpatine is building alternative cloning facilities. Lama Su's message mentioned Coruscant, but she's found evidence that there's something happening on Centax 2 as well. Lots of equipment, she thinks, and Arcanian Micro have had a lot of exemption licenses for medical cloning. Palpatine wants direct control of clone production, and so he wants his own scientists like Kos Sai. He's edging the Kaminoans out of the picture. And if he doesn't pay for the next Tipoca contract, clone production will have to switch to a new source at that time. Ordo had been very quiet up to then. Skirata chalked it up to some emotional issue in the conversation with Bessany that he wasn't prepared for. So what happens to the clones on Kamino at the moment? The ones who aren't yet mature? And where's the Coruscant facility? No, Ordo had been wargaming in his head. Bessany seemed to have been forgotten as soon as he handed back the comlink. Is he getting the equipment from Kamino? No, because the Jahal would know he was getting ready to leave them high and dry. Is he having incompletely matured clones moved to Coruscant, or is he starting from scratch again? If so, he has a 10-year lead time to worry about. At the current rate of loss, he won't have an army left in 5 years, let alone 10. Unless he's not going to use Kamino technology, said Mariel. Murd made an exceptionally loud noise of escaping wind, and he stared at the creature. Vav didn't seem bothered. You have no class, Murd, you know that? Vav looked at Skirata and muttered, Microtech. It was the one obvious alternative, Arcanian Microtech. Kaminoans did it best, but they did it slow. Arcanian cloning technology was very much faster a year or two, maybe, though the results were nowhere near as good. So there should be clones reaching deployment maturity each year, but we're not seeing those numbers going into the ranks, Skirata said. So what's the Republic planning to do with them? Vav shrugged. Maybe there's a problem with the quality. They ran out of fresh Jango. Kamino certainly doesn't like the results of second-generation cloning, Mariel said. I found that when I sliced their research the first time. Well, maybe the Republic is in financial trouble, and it's happy with second-rate troopers, said Skirata. He knew this was critical information, and that the men produced would be exploited slaves as deserving of help as his own boys. But he was impatient, imagining Delta already on Kos Sai's trail. First things first. Maybe Palps will have a new military strategy then. Numbers over quality. Either way, we don't want to be around when it happens. Agent Wenin still hasn't found anything at all on how the Kaminoans were paid or whether there's anything in the budget in the next 2 years for another contract, Mariel said, standing up. But she's going to carry on. As am I, because we now have upgrades to fit to this fine vessel inside 48 hours. He fixed Murd with an unsympathetic eye, including a heavy-duty air freshener. I told her not to take any risks. Ordo sounded wistful. What did she say to that? Scarata asked. She told me she'd stop taking risks when I did. She's a good un, son. Manda Carla. Yes, Bethany went and definitely had the right stuff, a Mando heart. She'll earn those sapphires. And who told her I liked Roba sausage? Mariel paused in the hatchway. That'd be me, Ordika. Vav nudged Murd onto the deck and followed Mariel to start fitting the new weapons to the ship. Scarata was left with Ordo in the crew lounge, suddenly unsure what to say to him. They stood there so long in contemplation that the sound of banging and scraping began echoing through the hull as Mariel brought the hardware inboard. She'll be fine, Ordika. It was obvious he was worried about Bethany getting caught. She's used to investigating fraud without anyone noticing. She's close to investigating the Chancellor, Calber. That's as dangerous as it gets in her line of work. We'll pull her out at the first sign of trouble, I promise. And do what? Events were overtaking Scarata at breakneck speed. Part of his mind was on whether Delta had what it took to beat them to Coast Psi possibly, because Vav trained them, and part was worrying about Atane, whom he hadn't checked on for a day. He felt guilty for the way he bullied her. And part of his attention was now on the fact that 3 people had put themselves at risk for his scheme, and might need to be moved to safety, or given refuge very fast indeed. His plans for a safe haven, an escape route, had to be firmed up right away. He'd have to get hold of the Q-Eval dark comrades he could most rely on. Do we exploit people like Juzik and Atane and Bethany, or do we give them something they need? Ordo asked. These people who gravitate to us, they so want a community, a family, and that's the one thing we have in abundance. But I don't know where to draw the line. I just feel bad for them. Family's about being willing to do that, Ordika, Scarata said, and steered him toward the gunwale access. No holding back. We give all we've got, too. What if she doesn't want to come with us? Bethany? Yes. We're planning to desert, aren't we? It's going to be a life on the run. What if she says, sorry, Ordo, I like my life on Coruscant too much? What if she tells me to get lost? The 2 of them seemed a long way from that kind of commitment, but the Nulls had come out of the Kaminoans' genetic tinkering with a capacity for instant, unshakable devotion. If they took to you, they'd die for you. If they didn't, you were dead meat. That was what happened when the genes that influenced loyalty and bonding were overcooked. But it was an existing Mandalorian tendency that the Kaminoans had exploited, and Ordo was only making the same snap decision on which partner he wanted that Scarata and most other Mando males made. Bethany had to stand by Ordo. Cal couldn't bear to see the lad's heart broken. He wanted so much for the boy, for all of them. She won't let you down, son, Scarata said. She couldn't even if she wanted to. She was now in this up to her neck. Coruscant would never be the same safe home again for Bethany Wenin. Chapter 6. We have laws on how we treat sentient species. We have laws on how we treat animals and semi-sentients. We even have laws protecting plants, but we have absolutely no laws whatsoever governing the welfare of done troops, human beings. They have no legal status, no rights, no freedoms, and no representation. Every one of you here who accepted this army without murmur should hang your head in shame. If that's the depths we as a republic can sink to in the name of democracy, it hardly surprises me that the CIS wants to break away. The end can never justify means like this. Senator Den Skina of Chandrila, addressing the Senate 18 months after the Battle of Geonosis, after setting up a charitable appeal to fund the only veterans' welfare facility in the Republic. ***. Rebel Camp, Gaftikar, 473 days after Geonosis. Phi stared at Darman and Auden as they hauled Sul out of the speeder and half carried him to the center of the camp. The ARC trooper was hobbled, but it hadn't stopped him from taking a good kick at Auden when they had bundled him into the vehicle. He looked ready to kill now. Darman felt guilty. I'd be doing the same. I wouldn't let anyone take me alive. Phi stood with hands on hips. So he followed you home, and now you want to keep him? He looked Sul up and down and tooted loudly. I suppose you couldn't resist his big appealing eyes. Auden peeled off Sul's gag. Shove it, snarled the ARC. Darman held up his bandaged hand. It was swollen and throbbing despite Bacta and a one-shot of antibiotic. He bites too. Just keep him off the furniture. Phi turned toward the camp buildings, 2 fingers in his mouth, and delivered a piercing whistle. Now watch Aiden lose his temper. It's very entertaining. Aiden came at a run from one of the buildings, now wearing his ARC armor with its dark green sergeant's trim, helmet clipped at the small of his back and rattling against the belt of his kama. Sul stared. A small circle of curious Marits started to form. The Null skidded to a halt and wheeled around on them, face like thunder. And you lot can clear off. This is trooper business. Get lost. You snai. Even the dominant lizards with their red frills scattered as if he'd lobbed a grenade among them. Aiden had that edge, just like Ordo and the others, the look and the tone that said he was a man who would erupt into unpredictable violence. Even non-humans picked it up and heeded the warning. So, you took a prisoner, Aiden said, all the scarier for suddenly being softly spoken. Did you think it through at all? You make a habit of this. I heard it was Phi who brought home strays last time. Dynamic risk assessment, Phi said. Making it up as you go along. Same thing. Decut. But Darman had done what he had to. He didn't plan on apologizing for that. He was supposed to be MIA, not AWOL. Well, he was missing, and he is in action. Just not for the Republic. Aiden looked Sul over, and Darman wondered if he was looking for injuries or just finding a fresh spot to make a bruise. And you can't be absent without leave if you don't get leave. So nobody lied to you, did they? Auden seemed to get it a few moments later than Darman. You knew he'd gone over to the Seps? Some things are best left alone, said Aiden. I worked it out. Sure you did. Sul seemed to latch on to Aiden as a brother ARC. And decided he ran the show. He turned his back on Darman. I haven't gone over, as you put it. I'm just not fighting for the Republic anymore. Subtle legal point. You'll have to explain it. So now that you've got me, what are you going to do? You don't have a long list of options for a deserter. Deserter. Darman wished Aiden had shot him. Somehow Sul would have seemed more honorable if he'd taken up arms for the Seps rather than sitting out the war, while brother clones like Sicko he never forgot Sicko, none of them did died at the front. But Sul didn't strike him as a coward. Niner jogged across the clearing in his black undersuit, towel draped around his neck, and Darman braced for a lecture on doing things by the book. Phi moved in to intercept him. What I do next depends on how much grief you'll create for me and my brothers, Aiden said. He took a look at the ARC's bound wrists, as if he was thinking of untying them, and then seemed to change his mind. So we can stand here like the cabaret at the Outlander, amusing the Marits, or discuss this in private. Sol was unbowed. Why not just shoot me now while I'm still trust spook? Because I'm not going back to the GR. If you want to make me, one of us is going to have to kill the other. Fearfeck, what are you two? Niner said. Hibble spiders? Cut the Ossic. Regulations are clear. He's a traitor. We take him in. Niner shut it. Aiden took out a vibroblade, ducked down, and sliced through the plastoid tape around Sol's ankles. And any kicking or biting, Navioti, and I'll remove something you're very attached to. Civilized chat, like comrades. Got it? Sol paused, seemed to consider dismemberment, and then nodded. They had an audience again. The Marid rebels had edged nearer, one lizard at a time, and were now standing in earshot with their heads cocking back and forth in curiosity. Aiden turned with slow menace, and they scattered again. He hadn't said Omega couldn't follow, though, so the four of them trooped after him and sat down on the long bench in the sparsely furnished ops room to watch the conversation. It was a grand name for the place. The Marits had built their camp like they built the homes for the humans in Ayat, and the HQ building was a comfortable little house with sliding interior walls and shutters made from translucent lead bark, utterly unmilitary in every respect. It would vanish in a ball of flame if anything bigger than a stun round hit it. Rebel camp? It was a village. The weapons and artillery pieces were real, though, and the citizens of Ayat didn't appear to venture out of their city strongholds. Aiden dragged a chair across the planked floor and sat Sol down, hands still tied behind his back, while he stalked around the room. He gave Omega a glance that told them they would be watching in silence and taking notes. So, he said, tell me when you first lost your enthusiasm for a long-term military career in the glorious Grand Army of the Republic. Let me see. Sol looked up theatrically at a point above and to the right. I think it was when they blew my buddy's brains out. Yes, I do believe it was. Who's they? Darman asked. You keep saying they. Aiden raised an eyebrow. I'm doing the interrogation. He asked if they had sent me, Sergeant. Okay. Aiden patted Sol's head, more like a couple of slow slaps by way of warning. Answered the man. You're one of Skirata's undisciplined rabble, aren't you? Proud to say so, yes. You've got no love for the Republic, then. Ever wondered what happens to us when we're no more use? Yes. But I didn't know Val had. Darman was sure every clone did. He thought about it almost as much as he thought about Attain, which was a lot. He held his breath, waiting for some insight. Somehow he knew it wasn't going to be good news. So did Alpha 02, said Sol. Remember him? Spar? First off the line. I've got perfect recall, Aiden said. Of course I remember. He went missing more than a year before we shipped out for Geonosis. And you lot were the second batch after us. Darman marveled at the ability of any trooper to make it off Commando. He must have been given help, and Darman could think of at least 2 people who would have done just that. Sol leaned forward slightly, unable to sit back because of his handcuffs. Spar saw what was coming and thought he would be better off taking his chances outside. And once we knew he was gone, well, quite a few of us started thinking. Heard from him since? No. He's doing a little bounty hunting in mere work now. Nulls seem to hear about everything one way or another. Darman never asked how or why, but the comment looked designed to show Sol that Aiden had better intel than he did. The family business. He's not exactly trained to do anything else, is he? The Republic sent someone after him to kill him. Sure? Sure. They didn't get him, but my buddy Tavo decided to make a run for it a few months ago, and they caught him. Then they blew his brains out. They. Republic intelligence agents. The Chancellor's hit men. Sol didn't seem preoccupied with escape now. His mind was on events, and he looked past Aiden as if there were someone standing to one side of him. He saw ghosts. Darman and every commando who'd lost close brothers saw them, too. We're not the only hired help in town. He's just like us. Darman realized he didn't know the Alpha Arcs at all. Commandos and ARC troopers led totally separate lives on Commando during training, bar necessary contact on exercises. Despite being part of Scarata's company, Omega never spent time with the Nulls during those years, and they'd seemed every bit as scary and alien as the Alpha Arcs. So Alpha Arcs had buddies. Somehow he'd seen them as solitary killing machines, incapable of forming bonds like the tight-knit commando squads, and then. That's how everyone sees us. Darman realized he'd done what most cities seem to. He'd drawn a line beyond which someone else was less than him, just as citizens thought all clones were flesh machines, wet droids as Scarata used to call them, things sent to die because they weren't like real people and so it was okay. If that's how easy it is to think that way. Minor risked a comment. So that's the punishment for going over the wall. I'm not sure we should be surprised. No, chum, you've got it wrong, said Aiden. This isn't punishment. Is it so? All the fight seemed to have drained out of the Ark. Maybe he was just waiting to die. No, because punishment is a deterrent. And to deter anyone, they have to know what'll happen to them. But nobody gets told about Arcs who are executed. Killed because they know too much? Auden asked. Killed because they're neck battle dogs. Aiden ran the tip of his vibroblade under his nails and inspected the manicure. Once they're too old to fight, they can't be tamed as house pets. Dangerous, savage things. They have to be put down, don't they, Sulike? You can shove your Mando camaraderie, Sul said, but you've got it about right. And they'll come for you, too, when you can't or won't fight any longer, null boy. Nobody leaves the Grand Army. What do you think they had in mind for us when we weren't any more use, putting us out to stud? Well, I was sort of hoping, Vi said wistfully. We're not even any special use as a DNA bank. We're second-generation Django. They might as well get fresh material from troopers. They're less trouble. Darman didn't want to look at his squad comrades. He knew what was going through their minds. It had to be the same dread, that this limited life was all there would ever be for them. It hadn't seemed to matter back in Tipoca City. None of them had seen the world outside. Now they'd lived in cities, and met nice girls, and seen how other beings lived their lives. And they knew what they were missing. Not me. I'm not going to end up like that. Niner clicked his teeth in annoyance. He ran. Most of the Ark. Troopers are still doing their duty. You'll forgive me if I don't get sentimental about his inner turmoil. Yeah, whatever, Niner. Aiden spun the blade and gazed at the tip. Welcome to the complex world of morality. He paused, then bent over to face Sul almost nose to nose. Darman expected to hear a crack of bone as the Ark headbutted him, but the two men just stared. So what were you doing in Ayat? I got a job. An apartment. Military sort of job? Advising the enemy? driving repulsor cabs. And it's not the enemy. They're just more ordinary folks who are going to get creamed in another war. But if you wanted to stay there, you'd have made sure they didn't lose, wouldn't you? I've been there a few months. I'm not going to walk straight in, tell them I'm defecting, and show them the plans, am I? Sooner or later, Sul, you'll have to take sides before the Marat coup happens. The attack you were training the lizards to carry out. So? You want out? I'll draw you a picture, shall I? You can't stay here. I can't risk you on the outside, giving the ID the codes and overrides, and getting more clones killed. And you aren't coming back inside. So. Aiden straightened up with the vibroblade, and for a moment Darman thought he was going to kill Sul on the spot. But he cut the plastoid cuffs and then held the point of the blade just under Sul's chin, pressing into the flesh. The arc rubbed his wrists. You waiting for something? Get off the planet, Aiden said. He took some cash credits out of his belt pouch. This is plenty to set you up again. I'll fix you transport to get a long way from Gaftiker, on condition that you don't compromise another clone's safety. Sul shrugged. Aiden's offer seemed to have caught him off guard. This brotherly solidarity is touching, but we each have to look out for ourselves. Aiden glanced at his chrono. Put it another way, he said. You get off this rock and stay out of the war, or I put you out of circulation the permanent way. I like it here. Aiden looked up and jerked his thumb in the direction of the doors. Omega, thin out. We're going to have a little arc-to-arc chat. About comma fashions or some such ossic. Niner got up without protest and made a follow-me gesture. The squad trooped out behind him and sat down, backs propped against the wall of the HQ building. He's still a traitor, Niner said at last. Darman stared ahead in defocus. The Marats had built a mock-up of a house and seemed to be rehearsing rapid entry, minus ordnance. They paused to stare back, then returned to their drill, but Suit's arrival had grabbed their attention. Did they know who he was? Darman wondered if they could tell one clone from another except by uniform. He just doesn't trust the Republic, Darman said. I don't trust the Republic either. Auden picked a blade of grass and studied it intently. But that doesn't mean I'd join the Seps. So what's not to trust? Asked Phi. Apart from the fact they bred us to die and treat us like dirt? Anyone can make a mistake. All that ossic about the droid threat, for a start. I went on that sabotage mission with Pretty Eye. I saw the factory. I saw the production count. They're missing quite a few decimal places. It's bogus, but I still don't know where intelligence got it. At IK. Everyone lies like a hairy egg about troop strengths and kit and stuff, Darman said. He knew Skirata never told them the whole story, he said so, but the more the war ground on, the more Darman realized that it was lie upon lie. On both sides. Nothing ever added up. There were too few droids around to support the kind of numbers coming out of Republic intel. The CIS's claims were unsubstantiated. Propaganda. All part of the armory. And handy for getting the Senate to blindly approve spending. Yes, Darman could understand the politics now. The day you know what's actually going on in a war, son, you'll know you're re-watching a hall of it. That's what Skirata said. Wars ran as much on lies and propaganda as they did on munitions. All you could ever really know was what was right in front of your own eyes, and even then it was open to interpretation. Even so, the nulls seemed different in the last week or so. It was right after Auden came back grumbling that Cal and Ordo had sent him home after the sabotage mission. Auden didn't need to know what they were doing, they said. They denied it was connected to the hunt for General Grievous. Darman thought Skirata sailed too close to the wind these days. It was part of what made him a beloved bear, but it also kept Darman awake some nights. I don't mind being shot at. It's having a government that lies to me that I hate. The clump 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 of boots vibrated through the frame of the building, and Darman felt it in his back. Aiden and Sol were coming out. He checked that his sidearm was fully charged. Master Sol will be leaving Gaftiker in a few days, Aiden announced, not looking at any of the squad. Sol trailed out after him, looking grim. Keep him fully entertained until his transport arrives. Niner just couldn't keep his mouth shut. Standing up for what you believed was terrific, but sometimes it was just missing the point. But ARC Trooper Lieutenant Alpha 30 died of his injuries following an unknown incident, okay? Aiden announced pointedly. He was too decomposed to ascertain a cause of death. But I recovered his armor, and I'm returning his tally to SO Brigade for records purposes. Got it? Because if you didn't, I can repeat it even more slowly. Fi raised an eyebrow. He looks pretty decomposed to me. We'll give him a decent burial. Can I have his boots and comma? But Niner wasn't giving in to Aiden without a speech. That was Niner all over. Darman suspected he would have given Ordo an equally hard time. His ultra-straight decency anchored the squad. Sometimes, though, he just needed to look the other way and shut up. At what point does improvisation turn into complete collapse of discipline, Nivyodi? Aiden stared down at him as if he just noticed him. You think I should stick him on a desertion charge and return him to Zay for due process? That's what the regs say. Aiden looked away for a moment as if he'd taken sudden interest in the Maritz, who now managed to demolish the training house even without ordnance. They emitted excited, triumphant little squeals, totally at odds with their ferocity. Then the Null took his comm link from his belt and held it out to Niner. Okay, Mirsheb, why don't you flash Zay and tell him we have a renegade arc on our hands? He got fed up waiting for Niner to take the link, reached down to grab his hand, and slapped the thing into his palm. Go on. Niner inhaled deeply, knuckles white as he gripped the device. Darman caught Fi's eye and wondered if either of them would stop their sergeant. Auden looked studiously blank. Go on, mouth almighty, said Aiden. Turn him in, if you've got the get SE to do it. You didn't answer me. Niner stood his ground. Where's the line between bending the rules out of common sense and failing in our duty? Duty, my shebs. I don't mean duty to the Republic. I mean to our own. So Samark can choose to do a runner because he's so criffing independent, but the poor grunts in the Galactic Marines have to stay and suck it up. When do they get to choose? Aiden squatted down level with Niner. He grabbed his wrist and forced Niner's hand and comm link up to the Commando's mouth. So tell Zay then. You want to know what happens next? This isn't like a proper army. Sol won't get a court-martial. He won't get jailed or busted down a rank. They'll put a blaster round through his head, because they can't trust him again and they can have an arc on the loose. Niner and Aiden were frozen, eyes locked on each other. Maybe that's what someone who leaves his buddies to do the fighting deserves, said Niner. Go ahead then. Finish it. Aiden let go of Niner's wrist as if he were throwing it away and stood up. Sol ambled around at a short distance, head down, arms folded, looking for all the world as if he were listening to comlink chatter in a non-existent helmet. Darman suddenly found himself preoccupied with unknowns that Skirata had never covered in training. Who would fire the shot? Who executed renegades? He couldn't imagine a brother clone or a Jedi officer pulling the trigger. Maybe they called in Republic Intel. They certainly couldn't call on CSF to do it. CSF was now very friendly with clones in general, thanks to Skirata. Shabi Igar. Niner snapped, and tossed the comlink back at Aiden. Then he got up and stalked off. Niner wasn't sulking. Darman knew he was walking away from the temptation to hit the null, because he never heard him use language like that before. Just remember that if you ever expect us to haul your shebs out of the fire. Aiden watched him go, and shook his head. He had weather-beaten skin that made him look older than Ordo and Mariel, and a distinctly paternal air. Don't you get it? He turned to the 3 remaining commandos. What'll happen to any clone who can't be patched up and deployed again? Or when we get too old to fight? Darman found himself pinned down by Aiden's intense stare. He had to answer. Yeah, I think about it a lot. And? You noticed any pension plans or retirement facilities? Aiden rolled his eyes. Attended any career resettlement courses, did you? In quiet moments with Attain. The moments when he began to get a glimpse of what was tearing Phi apart, Darman tried not to dwell on it, because there was nothing he could think of doing that didn't mean leaving his buddies in the lurch, and statistically he wasn't likely to be around to worry about premature old age anyway. But the idea of being too badly hurt to be worth saving did trouble him. He liked life, all right. He loved it. Anyone who thought clones didn't have a sense of fear or mortality was a fool, or maybe a civilian justifying that it was okay to use them, because they weren't like real humans. The whole squad was silent. Aiden seemed to be getting exasperated. You're expendably, he said, all slow deliberation, emphasizing each syllable. All soldiers are, always have been. But you are extra expendable. No rights, no vote, no families to kick up a stink about your treatment, and no connection to any community that'll fight for you. Bred, used, and disposed of when you're beyond economic repair or show too much dissent. Fine, be noble martyrs, but do it because you choose it, not because you're a cage farm Nuna and you don't know how to think otherwise. Phi was usually the one with all the chat and a knack for defusing situations, but he was disturbingly silent now. He seemed to have an increasingly uneasy relationship with the outside world. He craved it. Darman could almost taste the envy when Phi caught glimpses of other beings' lives, but he looked like he tried to put it out of his mind, too, maybe because he was sure he'd never have a life beyond the GR. Niner had proved to be far better at shutting things out than Phi. It must have been easier for the rank-and-file troopers. They saw almost nothing of the world beyond the battlefield. They hadn't been raised by father figures like Skirata or Vav, so they clung to one another. It was all they had. Yeah, cage farm Nuna, and the cage could look like a safe haven when you left it. It was a good comparison. The outside world was unknown and scary. Institutional neurosis, Skirata called it. Problem with wars. Phi said at last, voice suddenly a stranger's. Is that they show people what they can really do when they put their minds to it, and that makes peace pretty uncomfortable for governments when it finally comes. You can't put them back in their box. You don't know anything about peace, said Aten. None of us does. Darman tried to lighten the mood. Ordo's been telling him stories again. Sol was still waiting there. Darman wondered if he would have pulled the trigger on the arc if he'd been ordered to. Never teach clones to read. Ordo doesn't know anything about peace either, Auden said. Darman felt he was equally ignorant, but he reserved the right to keep thinking about it. If the point was winning the war, then someone had to have thought what would happen to the army afterward. Do you think Sev's got a girlfriend? Phi asked. If he has, she probably escaped from the Galactic City Violent Offenders Unit. Darman nudged his brother. Come on, Phi, don't obsess. Not your type. I'd never hold it against a girl for being a psychopath. Phi made a visible effort to be his other self. Can't be too picky. Well, much as I love soaking up the wisdom of you great philosophers, I've got things to do. Aiden gestured to Darman to get up. Go retrieve Sol's kit. He'll tell you where he buried it. Meanwhile, he's going to tell me all he knows about Ayat. Deal, Sol? The Ark shrugged. So you can wipe him out better? If you've got a little friend in Ayat that you want to rescue, now's the time to mention it. Sol shook his head. Nobody. Funny, even the lizards don't recognize me now. I must make a big impression. You going to debrief on Ayat or not? Sol seemed to consider it. Okay, but there's nothing you don't already have from the guys who built the place. Darman diverted to find Niner on his way to dig up Sol's armor. He was standing by a tree looking out over the escarpment, fingers hooked in the rear waistband of his undersuit. And he didn't turn around as Darman walked up behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. Armor up, Sarge. Let's find Sol's kit. Niner turned, and Darman had expected to see some remnant of anger. But he looked more upset than bottling up fury. It was as if he'd had bad news. Okay, he said, still distracted. Are you all right, Vodiake? Can I ask you a question? That wasn't Niner at all. He didn't edge around issues. Darman felt uneasy. Well. Yeah, go ahead. If you could go now, if you could get on a transport and go wherever you want, no consequences, even take Attain with you, would you go? Leave the army? Leave the squad. Leave us behind. Darman chewed the idea over, and it made his gut churn. These weren't the men he'd been raised with in his first pod of 4 clones. Every member of Omega was the sole survivor from his last squad. But these were still his brothers in arms, men who knew exactly what he was thinking, how he felt about everything, what would make him annoyed, what he liked to eat, every last tiny detail of every breath taken each day. He would never have that degree of intimacy with anyone else, maybe not even Attain. He could hardly imagine a day without them. He wasn't sure how that would fit into the vague idea of being with Attain in some state of domestic bliss that he didn't understand and had only glimpsed around him, but he knew that being separated from his brothers would rip a hole in him that would never heal. He'd never come to terms with losing Vin, Jay, and Taller, when they were all part of Theta Squad, and just like Delta, even now thought death happened to other squads, never theirs. That was before they faced the real war. That was when an accidental death in training shocked them into silence for days. Niner was still waiting for his answer. It's not about serving the Republic, Dar. I don't even know what the Republic is now or why it's better than the Seps. All I know is that I go out each day trying not to get killed and making sure you guys don't die, either, nothing more than that. So, what fills that space when you leave your brothers behind? Niner was still thinking about Sol and why he could walk away while his comrades stayed. It was more than loyalty to the Republic and all that guff that Django had hammered into them. Wouldn't you rather be somewhere nice, doing something other than fighting? Darman asked. Dar, would you leave? It's not going to happen, Darman said at last. Is that yes or no? He wasn't sure. He wasn't even certain what a Dharman outside the army would be, let alone separated from his brothers. So don't even think about it. But Dharman went on thinking about it as they checked their position and hunted for Saul's armor. He was sure that Niner was thinking about it, too. Asterisk asterisk. Tilsat, Kalura, day 3 of the evacuation, 476 days after Geonosis. This, said Levitt, is what happens when you give a lot of overpowered, easily portable hardware to locals who know the terrain better than we do. Attain knew the farmers would use every trick General Zay had taught them during the resistance, but that didn't make capturing them much easier. So far, the troopers had seized 500 or so alive and bundled them into transports. The rest had scattered into small groups, taking the abundance of Republic-supplied weapons with them. If the farmers had been separatists, the planet would have been cleared by now. But hands were tied. These were Republic citizens, and this was the Gerlinen's planet, which meant it couldn't be reduced to a wasteland. It wasn't the way any of them wanted to fight, except maybe her. But so far the fighting had followed a pattern. After the farmers had taken a few fatalities, they surrendered. They seemed to feel they'd made their point, and now that they were scared and exhausted, they wanted an end to it. With that in mind, Attain pursued the strategy of picking off a few in each group and inviting a surrender. It didn't seem to be working this time. The platoon was pinned down in the river valley north of Tilsat. The 7 other platoons were scattered, chasing the largest rebel groups that had broken away. 5 to 1 had looked like easy odds for clone troops, but the complication of trying to remove the colonists in one piece had handicapped them badly, and the time was fast approaching when Attain was going to give that up as a bad job. Incoming! An artillery round smashed through the trees behind Attain's position, showering the line of troops with shards of ice and branches. She ducked instinctively, force or no force. Levitt, usually glued to her side, sprinted away behind the defensive wall that had been a melee shed and dropped to his knees to operate an E-web repeating blaster that was now standing idle on its tripod. The gunner lay sprawled with his leg at an awkward angle. Another trooper was trying frantically to remove his helmet. Levitt laid down fire as 2 clones worked on their fallen brother's injuries, and Attain realized that she could no longer prioritize as a commander had to. All she could see was the wounded trooper. Who is he? She always tried hard to learn their names. They always had names among themselves, not just the numbers their Kaminoan masters gave them, and this one escaped her. She felt she was denying him. She couldn't let him be a stranger. But now she had to. You have to fight. You can't fall back and play medic. The farmers were spread across the hillside above the platoon, hiding in ice-glazed crags and hollows, and somewhere up there they had a small but devastating artillery piece, supplied by the Republic to help them drive out the separatists. They also had a lot of blaster rifles, and what was effective against droids could also be lethal applied to regular trooper armor. Her lightsaber and force powers were of limited use for attacking dispersed fire. All she could do was fend off rounds and debris, because her concentration had vanished. Once, she could have centered herself and visualized the threat, taking in the very fabric of the air and land and water, and deflected plasma bolts or sent snipers crashing against the rocks. Now she tried to locate each firing position to focus on that alone. Pregnancies changed me. Not that I was that strong in the Force to start with. To her left, Levitt directed fire into the hillside, placing E-web rounds in a neat sequence that sent small avalanches down the hill, exposing grass and rock. Troopers were ranged around her, targeting sniper positions at either end of the valley. She waited for him to pause firing and adjusted her headset comm link. Casualties, Commander? She should have had a lieutenant in command or a captain at most, not the services of a full commander, but every Jedi general got one, even insignificant Jedi Knights like her. When this starts to cost too much, I think arrest isn't an option. 10 men injured, too serious. Get them case-fact. We'd have to recall the AT to do that at the moment, ma'am, and there's the small matter of where we evacuate them to anyway. If the Bacta and Med droids can't fix them, nobody can. Some generals might have thought that 10 men down out of a platoon of 36 was acceptable, but Attain didn't. Let's take the hillside out then. Let me confirm that. You no longer want to take prisoners? Attain could hardly believe what she was saying. They're farmers. You're elite troops. With the gloves off, this would have taken you no time at all. You want one last try at talking them down, ma'am? Level knew her better than she thought. He seemed to understand that she'd blame herself later if she didn't offer them one last chance to surrender. How many more times she had to offer she had no idea. They'd made their intentions clear. Okay. Bring up the AT. Blaster exchanges continued, but the troopers seemed to be fighting in complete silence. They could hear their comlink circuit in their helmets. She couldn't. There was just the crack of blaster rounds and the rain of frozen soil as cannon rounds ripped into the farmland around them. When she remembered to click her teeth to activate the platoon comlink circuit, the voices switched on in her earpiece and she was plunged into the chaotic noise of battle, of men calling positions and range and elevation, and one voice repeating, "Is he okay? Is Ven okay? Is Ven okay?" Venerable. He did have a name. She knew it now. Attain switched back to her closed circuit with Levitt. How long before the AT's in range, Commander? 12 standard minutes, ma'am. Okay. She concentrated on the hillside opposite, thinking into the minds of the men and women she known trained and tried to persuade them by thought influence that they were hesitant, uncertain if they wanted to continue this, anxious to leave for a better life. Cease fire. Stand by. The troopers lowered their blasters immediately and edged back from the wall, some dragging wounded comrades. One of them wasn't showing any signs of movement at all. Then lay a little way from the Eweb, helmet beside him, bright scarlet blood leaking into the snow and melting it. His comrade was still pumping his chest two-handed. The firing from the hillside tailed off into silence. Attain could sense the emotions around her like patches of colored light, sharp yellows of fear, the blue-white pulsing intensity of ebbing life, and something she could only identify as childlike, faint and gray. It was an echo of what she'd first sensed of Darman. It wasn't innocence, though. It felt lost and in need. The baby kicked again. For a moment she thought it was him. One day he would need to know that his mother had done everything she could to give the farmers a way out. "Burhan?" she yelled. "Burhan, are you out there?" The valley echoed. On rural Kalura, sounds carried a long way. She thought she could hear the distant ee-unk of the assault walker picking its way through the fields toward the road. It's not Burhan. The voice that called back to her was a woman's. You can stop this now. You can all walk out of here. There was a long pause. You're the ones who are cut off on both sides. And we're the ones who've been trying to take you alive. Up till now. The yelling was making Attain's throat sore. She checked her chrono. I'll give you 5 standard minutes to lay down your weapons and surrender. Silence. Absolute silence, other than the backdrop of wild sounds that Darman had labeled NFQ normal for Kalura. I suspect that's going to be a no, Attain said. She waited, glancing at her chrono from time to time. It was so quiet that she could hear the snow flurries hitting the trooper's armor, rattling like beans. Levitt worked his way back toward her and signaled to check ahead. Narrowing her eyes against the snow, she could see movement. From the lower slopes of the hill, figures in drab working clothes, faces swathed in scarves, rose slowly and held their hands up in surrender. Thank the Force. Some sense at last. She watched carefully for weapons, but they really did seem to have thrown down their rifles. She risked standing up, lightsaber in hand. "Ma'am, when will you learn to keep your head down?" Levitt said sharply. "Jedi doesn't mean invulnerable." "I've got armor," she said, "and I can deflect blaster bolts if they lake a pole shot at me." It seemed unnecessarily aggressive to activate her lightsaber, but she did it anyway. She wasn't laking any chances. As she edged forward, with the weapon held away from her body, more figures popped up from snow-covered crags, some with hands on heads, some simply holding blasters and rifles aloft. The farmers on the lower slopes had started to pick their way down toward the road. Their resistance seemed to be a gesture now. They just wanted to show some fight, save face, and be able to tell their children that they hadn't gone quietly. Pride mattered to them. She understood that. "Okay." She walked forward a few more meters and called out low them. "You've got nothing to fear. No reprisals, I swear. We're just going to take your weapons." There was no response. They seemed low be laking a long lime low gel down the slope, but the snow was more like packed ice, and treacherously slippery. She turned low Levitt, nodded, and then waved some of the platoon forward to relieve the farmers of their weapons. 15 troopers advanced to what had been a field of bark grain in the summer, ghosts against the white landscape picked out by the black of their bodysuits visible between the plates of plastoid alloy, and the single green rank flash of a sergeant. Attain checked one more thing off her mental list. It was slow going, but they were getting there. Levitt, evacuate the... That was as far as she got. An explosion peppered her face with dirt and lifted 2 troopers meters into the air. One fell screaming, and the other couldn't because he was blown apart. Mines. The platoon froze, trapped in an uncharted minefield. Trap. "You don't do that, you just don't surrender and lure my men to their deaths." Attain's sense of time evaporated. She saw some of the farmers grab their weapons again, and an instinct overtook her that wasn't Jedi at all, an instinct low kill for this act of betrayal. Levitt was yelling over the comm link as the remaining men still behind cover opened up with rifle and E-web fire. Attain raised her lightsaber before she even realized she'd seen the muzzle flash of a blaster bolt, batting it away. Her comm link was filled with a cacophony of orders and responses, some from the assault walker. Another mine detonated. Another man screamed. Blaster fire and artillery rounds rained down from the hillside. Attain took a moment low realize it was her own voice calling in fire from the assault walker. "AT, bearing 5560, take it out, I repeal, take it out." "Shouldn't get in Levitt's way," he asked the commander. "He knows what he's doing. They're killing my men. They'll pay for that." There was no moral argument left in her about who had first betrayed whose trust here. All that was left was her will to survive and to save her comrades. It was that visceral, that stark, that un-Jedi. She had no sense of anyone else around her except the dead and wounded troopers. She had no sense of anything beyond stopping the incoming fire and venting this red-hot rage that was choking her and tightening a band around her forehead. She hadn't even realized she'd gone into the minefield. She felt she could see through the snow and soil to the devices beneath, devices they should have detected no, They were custom anti-droid trip mines, plastoid and remotely armed. Somehow she was avoiding them all, but the troopers had no such force senses and simply knelt where they'd been forced to stop and return fire. Out of all the things she saw that day, that was the most extraordinary: men pinned down on an exposed field, still fighting, when the slightest movement might set off an unseen mine next to them. None of them was paralyzed by panic. No wonder fools thought that clones felt no fear. "Ma'am, stop. Hold it, for fearfact's sake." Levitt's voice rang in her comlink. No, she wasn't going to stop. She couldn't. The hillside ahead of her erupted in a massive plume of snow and dirt that rose into the air and fell again like hail. Then there was a rumbling sound. A section of the hillside gave way, taking rocks and soil with it. The sheet of compacted snow slid off like frosting separating from a cake and came to rest like an avalanche. The walker fired again, shuddering with the recoil, and the stony ridge near the crest shattered as if a fist had punched through a sheet of transparent steel. The explosion deafened her for a few moments, and then she felt grit and ice pepper her face, and ducked. There was a second explosion, and a third, and when she raised her head again she couldn't see the hill through the storm of debris that was rolling toward her like a giant foaming wave. The soil beneath her shook as intensely as a groundquake. And then the airborne debris began to hit the ground, the huge billowing wave collapsing, leaving behind it a reshaped hill and a road blocked by rock, soil, and ice. The rebel fire was now coming only from the position to the south of them, not the hill. And men were still stranded in the minefield. "Ma'am, I said stay where you are," Levitt shouted. "No, you stay where you are, Commander." Atane's anger always got the better of her. She'd never learned to control it. If the dark side wanted her now, then it could lake her as long as she got her people clear. Take out the other artillery position. Just suppress it. Okay? And I'm pregnant. Am I crazy? I'm risking my child's life. It's not mine to risk. But the AT was already in action, pounding the southern position at the other end of the small valley with its cannon. It felt like a holovid was playing in the background, something utterly divorced from what was happening on the minefield. And there was nothing IL could do for them other than suppress fire. She was in a minefield surrounded by stranded men, some of them bleeding to death. It was the sound that lipped her over the edge. They said wounded men cried for their mothers, but troopers had no mothers. They didn't even have a father figure like Skirata. They called for their brothers. She knew now because one was doing just that. He was calling for Beck, or at least it sounded like that. Beck wasn't responding. Maybe Beck was one of the dead. It broke her heart, and her last fragile ties to the Jedi. She looked over her shoulder. Level was edging his way through the minefield. She didn't just try to influence his mind. She put all her effort into making him slop dead. He hesitated for a moment, but kept coming. "You can't detect these minds with your sensors, Levitt. Don't try." She waved him back. "I can sense what you can't. I'm okay. Don't do this." Something caught her peripheral vision, a flicker of movement, nothing more. She stared, and then the snow seemed to ripple like an oil-covered sea. Shapes emerged from it, white Gurlanin shapes, and a dozen or more crept into the minefield. Gurlanins could sense variations in soil density. Of course. G-Nart had located Dan tunnels for her during Omega's first mission, so they could detect buried trip mines. One of the Gurlanins tiptoed over to her. "G-Nart," Atane whispered. "Go careful." "Valakil," said the Gurlanin. It was Junard's consort, once Say's personal spy. Can't you even tell us apart? I can't even see you half the time. We'll mark a clear path so you can rescue your wounded. I'll lead your other men out of here. I owe you? Yes, you do, Jedi, and if anything happens to you then we may pay the price, so shut up and follow me. I can sense where the mines are. I'm okay. Pity you didn't sense they were there before you sent your men in. It was brutally true. Atane's moment of qualified relief was destroyed by shame and guilt. This was her fault. She'd caused these troopers' deaths through her own incompetence, and not military incompetence at that. She hadn't used her own force senses well enough. But she didn't have the luxury of self-pity now. She called to the stranded troops who could still walk, unsure if the anti-droid mines had emitted EM pulses, too. Can you still hear me? Yes, ma'am. Follow the Gerlinans. Walk in their footprints. They can lead you out. It was going to be harder moving the wounded men, but she'd do it. She wasn't going to leave a single man behind, dead or alive. Levitt clicked back into her comm-link circuit. Ma'am, Alardi will be here in a few minutes. We'll winch them clear. Back out of there, please. What about the downdraft? Might detonate some more devices. I have orders, ma'am. My general's safety comes first. No, it doesn't. Atane thought again about her child, but his father was one of these men. None of their lives could count for less than hers, or there was no meaning to having this baby. I'm a Jedi. I can do this. There was one man she could reach easily. He was 10 meters away, not moving, but she sensed he was alive. His right leg was shredded below the knee. Her forced sense of danger was fully alert now, and when she looked at the snow, churned up with debris and blood, she could see where the mines were, like heat haze in her field of vision. She placed her boots carefully. If she could get a hold on him, lifting him with force assistance would be relatively easy. There was a meter-wide safe area she could see. Keeping her balance would be a problem, but if she could get him across her shoulders, she could lift him. She'd watched Darman lift Auden by rolling on him first, but she didn't have enough safe space to do that. All she could do was kneel carefully, 1 foot a hand span from a haze that indicated a mine, and ease her head and shoulders under his body. He made a sound as the air was pushed from his lungs, but he wasn't conscious. He'd lost too much blood. She was stuck now, the full weight of him across her back, and as she shuffled her legs into a kneeling position, she nearly rolled him out of the safe zone. It took a little more maneuvering to get where she could straighten up and try the movement that needed a lot of help from the force to stand with an 80-kilo man across her back. After that, it was easy. Relatively. Atane took a deep breath and was vaguely aware of the sound of the LAT/I in the distance as she counted to 3, tightened her grip on the margins of his armor plates, and then pushed upward, locking out her knees. For a moment the tendons felt as if they would never stretch out. She tottered a little. Then she found her balance and turned very carefully to walk, bent over at 45 degrees, between the shimmering patches in the snow that only she could see. The weight lifted off her shoulders and she gripped more tightly, thinking she was dropping him, but she found she was clear of the minefield, and a couple of his comrades had simply hauled him off her back. Levitt caught her by the shoulder. Enough, ma'am. Even if I have to slug you, you're not doing that again. Understand? Leave it to the winchman. She didn't feel so clever now. She weighed 45 kilos and she'd admit even to herself that she was skinny. Okay. She looked around at separate little scenes of despair, troopers receiving first aid from comrades while the med droid from the AT hovered among them. She hadn't even noticed the huge six-legged walker move in. Now she could see the trooper hit earlier, then, and his buddy kneeling over him, face pinched and yellow with the cold. Once troopers took their helmets off to attempt mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, they were as vulnerable to the freezing conditions as anyone. She walked across to him, feeling unsteady, and squatted down. "Can't get a pulse, ma'am," he said quietly. "He's not dead." She put her hand on Ven's forehead and felt the life in him weak, but holding on. She couldn't see where he'd been hit. The vulnerable points were the gaps between armor sections. Extreme cold improves survival chances with some injuries. The med droid will be with him in a few minutes. Ven's skin felt like a corpse's. She knew exactly what a cadaver felt like. "Okay?" "Okay, ma'am." "Thanks." She'd been at this stage before, numb, not fully aware of her surroundings, and unsure how much time had elapsed. The firing had stopped, so the surviving farmers, if there were any after the AT's cannon bombardment, must have moved on. Most of the Gurlanins had vanished except for the few helping the gunship's winchmen get a harness on the remaining dead and wounded. It was odd to watch them. They could take any form they pleased, anything at all, yet instead of shape-shifting into something with hands, they remained in what she thought of as their animal form. It was as if they felt they didn't have to change any longer. They had their planet back, very nearly. I seemed like a kind of physical nationalism where they could be themselves again. "You okay now, ma'am?" said Level. Attain watched the walker squat in the low position to open its hatches and lake in the wounded on repulsor gurneys. Ven's skin was like pale wax. Other men were suffering from blast trauma, shaken around inside their armor by mines or artillery rounds. Even a helmet didn't prevent brain injury, and their armor wasn't the expensive ultra-toughened Katarn type that enabled Phi to throw himself on a grenade and come out of the encounter just badly shaken. The med droid was injecting medication to stop intracranial swelling. One man was having a temporary shunt inserted through his skull to drain off fluid. "I'm not injured, if that's what you mean." She turned to look at Levitt, unable to judge his degree of annoyance in the Force. He was a calm sea of self-control with undercurrents hidden so deep that she couldn't tell if they were violence, sorrow, or passion. "Sorry. I didn't mean to cause you anxiety. See all these horrible medical details I know about now? I didn't want to learn this the hard way. Maybe when I get out, I can use this, be a medic. Not a Jedi, not after this war. Not if, but when." It was more than worrying about Darman. It was all of them, the clone soldiers she loved, the ones she knew as friends, the ones she didn't know and never would. It overtook her now. She worried that her anxiety would damage the baby, and slid her arms inside her cloak low, put a surreptitious hand on her belly, and sent a sense of comfort to him. He was agitated. Her state of mind was affecting him. He seemed almost angry. "It'll be all right." But she had no name for him. She didn't dare. And if he was angry, it was something he'd inherited from her. "We're done," Level said. He stood listening, one finger held up for silence, and Attain heard a single shriek, a man, a woman, she couldn't tell in the distance. The Gurlanins were picking off the rebel farmers who'd escaped the bombardment. "I ordered this. I started it. I did it. I made the mistake about the minefield." Attain was simply dismayed to take stock of the person she'd become, and how far her Jedi training, contemplation, reason, nonviolence had receded into the distance. "Ma'am? Time to move on and track down the others. This is going to be a long, fiddly job. Okay. Attain needed a moment. She stared down at the compressed pink snow where Ven had lain while his buddies worked on keeping him alive. There was more blood than she'd expected, but it was hard to tell when it had stained the snow and spread. Blood in water or slush always looked worse than it was. I'll be with you shortly. She stood thinking of Darman, picturing him so that the baby might possibly see what she saw in the force, and then made her way to the LAT/I gunship. The speeder buses had already left empty, with no farmers to evacuate. Levitt walked behind. "Ma'am," he said. "Hang on." "What?" "You've been hit, ma'am. Look." Attain turned around to face the commander and saw what he'd spotted. She'd left a trail of blood droplets in her wake. Instinctively, she looked for injuries, knowing how easy it was to be numb to them until the adrenaline wore off. Then it dawned on her. The blood wasn't coming from an injury, but running down her leg. She could feel its brief warmth now as it cooled on her skin and froze where it soaked into her clothes. A searing cramp seized her and doubled her up. She was hemorrhaging. She was losing the baby. Asterisk asterisk. An AR head shipping company, Napdu, 4th moon of Desucha, Hut Space, 476 days after Geonosis. Sev stood to one side of the entrance, staring at Fixer on the other side as he had so many times before. He couldn't remember the last time he'd walked through an unknown door without blowing it up, kicking it open, or melting its locks with a blaster bolt. One day he'd used the controls like everyone else. Scorch knelt between the two of them, edging the thin blades of the hydraulic spreader into the crack between the two halves of the door. "I need an explosive fix," Scorch said. "I'm fed up with opening things quietly. We don't want an audience arriving to admire your work." "Sev, I'm a surgeon among rapid entry artists." Scorch grunted with the effort as he braced the spreader against his chest and leaned on it. The blades finally slipped into the gap. "You're a nerf butcher. Want to be on the menu too?" "Patience. Or we'll lock you in a room with Phi and let him talk you to death." Fixer let out a long sigh, one of his eloquently wide repertoire of nonverbal responses, and held up his hand to do a mute countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Scorch pumped the hydraulics and the blades separated, sliding apart along the length of the bar. The doors were now open far enough for him to wedge the hydraulic ram between them and part them wide. Sev stepped over him, focused on not letting Ko's size trail go cold. So, they couldn't let Scarata know about this. Or Omega, come to that. It bothered Sev a lot. He understood the need to know and not know, but something that had to be kept from specific people he knew and trusted and who wouldn't trust a brother Commando. Troubled him. We re not like ordinary men. We re professionals. We don't play games. But what puzzled him most was the order not to tell Vav, either. Maybe Zay thought Scarata would wheedle it out of him. The Jedi certainly didn't trust Mandalorians, but maybe that was inevitable given the free-range nature of Vav's and Scarata's Black Ops activities. They might have been old, but they were still thoroughly bad boys. The office was in darkness. Sev's helmet spot lamp picked out desks, grubby mats on the floor, and doors that led to what his sensors told him was a long, hollow Space A corridor. It probably led to living quarters. It wasn't unusual for traders to live in the same building as their offices on Napdu, because it was just a staging post for the sector's freight no-nice residential neighborhoods. Sev knew that because his HUD-linked database said so, under a red glowing header that read local conditions. He saw too little of the galaxy's day-to-day life to judge for himself, so he still relied on intel. He could see Scorch and Fixer's view of the dark office and their point-of-view HUD icons, and Fixer was already slicing into the computer records. And Ko's size trail led here, after it was shaken and beaten out of reluctant informants. Vainai, Waterworld and Smuggler's Haven, stopping off at Aquarius, another waterworld rife with piracy and other scum, too. Napdu. Fixer took a probe from his belt and slid it into the computer's port, then stood in a pose of frozen concentration as he watched the screen. "Business is booming," he said. "They really ought to shut the system down at night and password protect the startup." Scorch prowled, taking flimsy out of files. Anyone who still used flimsy either had data they didn't want to commit to a sliceable medium, or was neurotic about keeping backups for the tax office. "And that would slow you down how long, exactly?" 30 seconds? Fixer grunted meaningfully. Sev, half his attention on points of entry and exit, and the other half on Fixer's HUD view of the scrolling spreadsheets, could hear Boss clearing his throat. Their sergeant was 100 meters away, Wait ing in a TVA Special Ops traffic interdiction vessel that masqueraded as a packet courier, and the disembodied sound of someone coughing and swallowing irritated Sev a great deal. "Boss." "Problem, Sev?" "You, boss. When I can take my bucket off, I'll gargle with Bacta." "Got a cold." "Okay?" Fixer came to life again. That's the contents of his data storage copied across. "Scorch?" Scorch was still sifting through a pile of flimsy, moving it from one stack to another and pausing to stare at each sheet. He was scanning the contents on his HUD holorecorder. "This is just old stuff. Might as well grab what I can, though." Boss's voice rasped on the comlink. "This cesspit is orbiting another waterworld, Delta. Desucha. See a trend?" Sev heard a faint creak and padded up to the interior doors. He listened carefully, then pressed the sound sensor to the panels. Prepared to bang out. "I detect signs of unintelligent life, and it's not Scorch." Fixer shut down the computer, grabbed a trashy ornament, a souvenir faux crystal vase from Galactic City with long-dead insects piled up in the bottom, and broke open a cash credit box to pocket the contents. Vav had taught them to make infiltrations look like robberies if they could, and Sev remained impressed by his old training sergeant's unerring eye for the choicest deposit boxes on Maijito. Whatever Vav did, he did it exceptionally well. He is the best. Why should he expect any less from us? He made me what I am. He cares, whatever Scarata thinks. "Okay, we're gone," said Fixer, and vanished through the doors with Scorch. Sev backed out after them, DC-17 aimed, in case the owner walked in and became another unfortunate statistic in a lawless sector. Burglars didn't usually wear Katarn armor. It would have been hard to leave a live witness. The three commandos sprinted down the road-nosed street lighting, all properties shuttered, no prying eyes, and down a dark alley to catch up with Boss. The TIV sat like a crouching animal in a gap between two repulsor trucks. The hatch opened, and they piled inside. "Okay, let's thin out and run through the data." Boss punched in the coordinates to take the TIV into a freight lane out to NAR Shada and held his hand out for the data chip. "Come on, Fixer. Got to transmit it back to base for General Juzik to sift through." Fixer dropped it into Boss's palm. "Bet I find it before he does." "You can have a techie's race between you," Scorch said, taking off his helmet and rolling his head to ease his neck muscles. "He's okay, ol' Juzik." Fixer pounced on the chip as soon as Boss had transmitted the contents and slotted it into his datapad. Sev, sliding across the bench seat in the crew bay to lean on his shoulder, noted that there were an awful lot of freight and passenger transactions. Fixer shrugged him away. "Get off. Go pester Scorch." Sev heard his comm link click off, and Fixer was in a world of his own, searching for all traffic that came from or connected with Vainai in the last 6 months. Sev eased off his helmet and gazed at the Stars Cape. It was pretty. There were things out there he wanted to see and do, and probably never would, but he was determined not to think about it, or else he'd end up a winner like Phi, always regretting what he couldn't have. His life was too short to waste it like that. It took an effort to steer away from speculation and longing, but Sev prided himself on his single-mindedness, even when it hurt, especially when it hurt. "So what's Zei's problem with Skirata?" Scorch asked, kicking the back of Sev's seat. The benches were arranged, one behind the other. "Doesn't he trust him?" "Doesn't trust him not to make tatsushi out of Kosai," Boss murmured. Papa Cow got off to a bad start with the Kaminoans. Scorch carried on, swinging his boot against the metal frame. "Is it true he killed one?" "Who knows? He's crazy enough." "So what's Vav going to do with his stash?" Sev turned around, grabbed Scorch's ankle, and twisted to make the point. "Maybe he'll pay for a nice Beskar saber for me so I can remove the source of this irritation." "Come on, you'd miss me if I got killed." "Nobody's going to get killed. Except by me." "Shut up, you two." Boss took a sudden intense interest in the TIV's rectangular display. "Busy lane. Don't distract the pilot." Fixer, gaze glued to his datapad, suddenly stirred and pulled off his helmet. "Pay dirt." "What?" Sev asked. 15 flights booked, and that originated on Aquarius or Vainai. 5 of those passed through both. 2 of that 5 went on to Disucha. 1 paid for in cash credits. Boss muttered to himself. "Very busy lane." "Vessels?" Scorch asked. 1 hydrographic survey vessel, 1 private charter. The Draghi ship was the cash credit transaction. "So she's doing the Waterworld Grand Tour." Sev pictured the rough layout of the galaxy, mentally plotting a course from Commando, then to Vainai, then Aquarius, then Disucha. It looked as if Kosai had headed out along the margin of the outer rim toward the Tingel arm, and then looped back, maybe to cover her tracks, maybe to avoid something. Whatever she was doing, she was hopping from one ocean world to another. Looking for a new house with a pool? Better find the pilot, and shake him down about the trip. What if it's not Kosai? Sev was distracted by the fact that Boss wasn't joining in. "I suppose we start over from Aquarius, if the informant was telling us the truth. We'll pay him a visit if his memory needs help." Scorch rolled his eyes. "How many Kaminoans do you think go wandering around the outer rim, Sev?" Boss interrupted. "I hate to ruin your travel plans, gentlemen, but this is a busier freight lane than anyone has a reason to expect. Check out the joker who's tailgating us." All 4 commandos squeezed forward to stare at the rectangular screen. There was a small, fast vessel right up their tail, so close that if they'd vented their waste tank it would have spattered the view screen. It wasn't the kind of thing that bad pilots did. It was what someone in pursuit did. "It's a big galaxy," said Sev, pulling on his helmet and sealing the collar for vacuum. He felt his stomach tighten and his pulse pounding in his throat. He could overtake. Scorch helmeted up, too. "Maybe he wants your autograph." Boss come back to base. The sensors showed that the vessel's weapons were charging, and the transponder trace read unknown. The cannon round that shaved past their port side was definitely known, though. It had trouble written all over it,